Alrighty. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate costs. But ladies and gentlemen, oh my goodness, what a day. Not only did you have the little rug pull after hours, if you're not familiar, Meta ended up going lower, and literally people are worried about the extra spending and things being early, and moral of the story so far, even though some names have beat, not all of the earnings have been overwhelming and have been more so underwhelming. There's that. You had the ECB pausing, which honestly we didn't move until the data dump. I was waiting for that, but essentially ECB pauses. They waited a year, so now they are the ones following alongside of the Fed and all of that. But the problem is all the data just came in and GDP rocketed. I think jobless claims came in a little bit higher. Durable goods ended up beating. The consumer was fire. Even the quarter-over-quarter PCE. So, again, just weird reactions with the data. If you guys were here yesterday, you saw the positive real estate data. You would think good data would hurt the bonds. But, again, we're tripping out between rates and recession and this and that. So, very crazy reaction. We're going to have a lot. I'm sure it's going to be filled with headlines. And then we're going to wrap it up with Amazon earnings, Chatadonia. So I hope you're ready for it. I hope you're living good. And I saw Babinski up there, baby. Good morning, baby. How you living? What's up, Chad? Happy Friday, Junior. Benny Silverio, baby. Good morning. Battleborn. Laker J. Oh, good morning. Tim Whitman. Matthew Orman. Laurie. Oh, good morning, baby. What's up, Najee Wolf? Mr. Malone. Devlin Snay. Guts for the long term. Caballero. Christina. Ari. Good morning. Oh, my goodness, Chad. Happy Friday, Junior. Mark is so crazy. So crazy. You better wake your ass up. What's up, Sakoti? What's up, Carl? Oh, Lucky Soldier, baby. Helene, Paulus. Open Face Sandwich, baby. Sons of Averaging. Nathan Evans. Ty Reed. N.A. Jerry Woods. Good morning. Oh, B. Dizzle in the house. Jay Samuels ready to play. Mr. Spriggs. I know he got the long term. Riley Mack got a long term. Good morning. Asset Work. Chickadee Chaz. Brendan. Jimmy Fontana. Caleb. Good morning. What's up, Mo? What's up, Yankee Rebel? What's up, Pete G? Tristan. Anthony. Picasso Horse. What a name. What a name, baby. What's up, Street? Blow Peterson. Luis Moreno. Good morning. Oh, Wazda. Good morning. Gregory Ruiz. That's what I'm talking about, Chad. What about the Twitch? Alfredo. T. Toxie. Jake from State Farm, baby. Good morning. Ahmed. Buster. Steve McQueen. We're going to call him McQueen. Hey, it's Mikey. Good morning, baby. Nikki Smash. Blowing Dog. El Coyote. Universe's favorite. Sasha Great Matter. Blizzy B ready to go. Feed me Seymour. The man, the myth, the legend, Angelus, Jeremy, Nikki again, Danny V, Charlie and the Tree, Universe's favorite, D and Dora, and then Payday Devil. Where's we got Blazing Bob again? You got Blazing Bob in the morning, and Skittles, baby. Good morning. Oh, Jacob Toe. So many Chads. That's what I'm talking about. ECB, very attentive to economic consequences of attacks on Israel. Oh, man, I hope you guys are ready. Friday, Junior. Let's go, man. KJ Lemur. Hope you're feeling good, baby. Let's have a good one. Again, it was just wild, bro. I'm just telling you. I hope you are getting in volatility mode regardless. I think everything else was kind of just the crazy lead up, but I hope you watch yesterday's watch list because today's Thursday, tomorrow is Friday, and then by next Wednesday, you are getting the Fed meeting. So just think about it. The market is going to start getting set in its ways, and that 4,200 confirmation, it is probably going to boil down to Mr. Jerome Powell. I know. Isn't that exciting? Isn't that exciting? The schedule, oh my goodness. Palantir on the high. But let's see what we got here. Yields drop as GDP does little to alter the Fed bets. Stock futures paired losses and bond yields fell after economic data did little to alter bets on the Federal Reserve's pause next month. The euro remained lower at the European Central Bank kept rates unchanged. Treasury 2-year yields, which are more sensitive to imminent policy moves, dropped by 4 basis points to 5.08. S&P contracts trimmed a decline of almost 1%. NASDAQ futures underperformed as Facebook parent Meta sank after dashing investors' hopes for a long-term advertising recovery. United Parcel Service, a barometer of economic growth, also cut their profit target. The U.S. economy grew at the fastest pace in nearly 2 years last quarter, fueled by a surge in consumer spending. A closely watched measure of underlying inflation cooled a bit more than expected to the slowest pace since 2020. While this one number makes the Fed wary of cutting rates, it does not move the needle for the November meeting, which is certainly a skip. Lindsay Rosner, head of multi-sector fixed income at Goldman Sachs, said, higher and hold, yes. Higher and hiking, no. While these numbers are the latest in a string of indicators that paint a picture of economic resilience, investors will likely remain cognizant that the risk of recession lingers. According to Richard Flynn, managing director at Charles Schwab UK, today's data is welcome, but a shallow recession is not yet off the table. The so-called Magnificent Seven companies that have powered this year's rally are posting disappointing earnings, wiping $200 billion off of their market value and threatening to push the S&P 500 into a correction. Aside from Meta, Google owner Apple and Tesla have also slumped since reporting, with Microsoft the only bright spot. Amazon publishes results after close today on Thursday, and the option market is implying one-day move for the stock of either 8% in either direction, putting about $100 billion in market value in play. Earnings season has left much to be desired as typically economically sensitive stocks that have held up well against a difficult backdrop begin to creak under the pressure, said Gier Lode, head of global equities at Federated Hermes. Good results are no longer enough for these economically sensitive stocks to gain traction as investors are concerned about a weaker macroeconomic backdrop. International Business Machines, IBM, reported better than expected sales and a firm full-year outlook, suggesting companies' focus on software and hybrid cloud is paying off. The UAW reached a tentative labor agreement with Ford, putting pressure on the carmaker's 2 chief rivals to end a protracted strike. Stellantis says $1.1 billion deal for stake in Chinese EV will help it offer more affordable EVs and gain an edge on rivals, bracing for an onslaught of cheaper exports from the country. Royal Caribbean raised their full-year profit outlook for a second time this year and continued demand for cruises. First Citizen Bank shares, the regional lender that acquired SVB when it failed, said deposits beat estimates helped by growth in their direct bank channel. Harley-Davidson third quarter profit missed estimates. Sales plunged amid elevated borrowing costs in the U.S. and economic weakness around the globe. Comcast reported higher earnings boosted by the theme parks and broad businesses, even as cable TV subscribers continue to ebb away. Hertz Global missed estimates as it grapples with higher depreciation for vehicles, which were unusually low in 2022. Bristol-Myers fell in pre-market after the company pushed back their forecast for a new crop of drugs reaching $10 billion in sales, raising investor concern about how soon the company can recoup lost ground after one of its top drugs went off patent. Bungie Limited raised earnings outlook and posted third quarter profits that blew up beyond the highest estimates. Siemens is in talk with German government about securing as much as $16.9 billion US dollars in state guarantees as problems with wind turbine spread to the rest of the business. Derivatives that protect against default by Country Garden were triggered after the troubled Chinese developer did not pay interest on a dollar bond. Key events this week: China industrial profits tomorrow, Japan Tokyo CPI tomorrow, US PCE, and then University of Michigan consumer sentiment tomorrow, and then some oil earnings. Wow. Not bad, Habibi. Not bad at all. Not bad. GDP day. U.S. economic activity will probably blow past the already high consensus, which it already did. According to Bloomberg, the team predicted 4.9 expansion. That's exactly what came out. A frenzy of summer spending on travel and entertainment. They warned that the pace of growth is unsustainable and likely to have been driven by one-off factors like Barbenheimer, movie blockbusters, and concert tours by Taylor Swift and Beyonce. Bloomberg projects a shallow recession will begin in the fourth quarter. Picked. Morgan Stanley insider Ted Pick will become the bank's new executive officer when James Gorman steps down from the role in January. After 14 years, Pick, a co-president and 3-decade veteran of the firm, beat out 2 other CEO contenders, co-president Andy Saperstein and Dan Simakowicz, who has led investment management, both of whom will take on new responsibilities at Morgan Stanley, avoiding the dramatic exits that often play out on Wall Street when a new leader takes over. One of the more pressing challenges for Pick will be to restore market share in investment bank after ceding ground to Goldman and JP Morgan. Morgan Stanley is waiting on a rebound in capital markets and deal making to help revive that business. Here's what happened after Pick was picked. Israel tanks and infantry entered North Gaza overnight in the latest limited incursion, according to IDF. The military said it attacked numerous cells, infrastructure, and anti-tank missile launch posts before returning to Israel territory. U.S. President Joe Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu discussed the situation in Gaza by phone, including efforts to secure the release of hostages and ways to ramp up aid deliveries, while Russian President Vladimir Putin said there's a risk that an escalating conflict could spill far beyond the borders of the Middle East. The growing disconnect between how Israel views the conflict and how it's seen by the rest of the Middle East and many further afield is fanning tensions on all sides. Meta drops. It's down about 4% pre-market after saying at the whim of uncertain economic environment that's dragging NASDAQ futures lower, and the bearish mood is carrying over to other markets in Asia and Europe. The dollar and gold are up while oil has settled after a volatile Wednesday. Punters are betting on a Bitcoin ETF may face a reality check if people start selling the news. S&P futures are down by 0.4, now 0.2, Thursday morning after U.S. equities sold off on Wednesday, with the NASDAQ suffering its biggest decline since February, and the S&P down nearly 9% from its late July high. Treasuries mostly stronger after yesterday's bear steepening move. Dollar index is up by 0.2, gold is up by 0.1, Bitcoin futures up by 0.4, and WTI is down 3.2 after gaining 2% on Wednesday. Risk-off remains the theme for stocks with unusual suspects in focus. These include unrelenting upward pressure on rates, worried about the lagged effects of tightening, Q4 growth headwinds, underwhelming earnings, Magnificent Seven leadership breakdown, cyclical underperformance, technical deterioration, and elevated geopolitical tensions. In addition, with so much attention on the rate volatility, any positive feedback loop for risk assets and macro surprise momentum has essentially been short-circuited. Bulls still focused on peak Fed, soft landing and earnings rebound, and seasonality and flow dynamics. Earnings are acting like an overhang again this morning, with Meta beat, better expense and CapEx guidance, and traction behind monetization and AI overshadowed by softer advertising trends in Q4 related to geopolitical events in the Middle East. While key S&P earnings metrics for Q3 have improved in recent days and are back with their fourth quarter averages, there has also been a ramp in scrutiny surrounding the magnitude of the expected rebound in Q4 and 2024, particularly given the uncertain macro backdrop. Strategists have flagged a deteriorating earnings revision breadth and weaker guidance trends. Q3 GDP expanded at 4.9 ahead of expectations and the strongest since early 2021. Durable goods leaders or orders also surprised to the upside. Initial claims slightly higher than expected, though not far above the 200,000 level. ECB left policy and PEP guidance unchanged following 10 straight hikes. Pretty quiet from a headline perspective. Ford reached tentative deal with UAW, while other auto headlines have focused on EV weakness. In terms of geopolitical tensions, Israel still carrying out targeted raids and prepares for a major ground operation in Gaza that is reportedly U.S. is pushing to delay. We'll see. Oh, where is it? With China's property bust threatening to sink the country's economic recovery, Xi Jinping is looking for someone to blame after putting the billionaire founder of Evergrande, a heavily indebted property firm, under investigation for possible crimes. Beijing is expanding their probes to include bankers and financial institutions that facilitated developers' risky behavior. People familiar with the matter said, among those under scrutiny, a former head of Bank of China, one of the country's biggest lenders. President Joe Biden will see Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi when he visits the White House on Friday, a courtesy gesture that could lay the groundwork for a leaders meeting next month, according to a person familiar. The head of Australia's central bank on Thursday said that the strong third quarter inflation report was around policymakers' expectations, and they were still considering whether or not it would warrant a rate hike. Rishi Sunak said it would not rush to regulate artificial intelligence as he announced the creation of an AI Safety Institute in the UK, which would examine and evaluate and test new technologies. Israeli forces carried out a targeted raid in north of Gaza. Siemens Energy plummeted 36% after saying it needed $16 billion in guarantees from the German government. MS announces Ted Pick will become CEO effective January 2024. U.S. economy probably grew 4.5% annualized in the third quarter, came in at 4.9%, and then the UAW reached a tentative deal with Ford, putting more pressure on Stellantis and GM. Wow, Chad Adonia. Wow, how do you feel, huh? So I don't know if you guys get the vibe so far, but it does seem like we have more earnings that we're reacting to versus headlines. Again, it's like UAW, couple things out of Israel there, and then you're hearing central banks, but this is just all bad earnings for the most part. Again, even that Siemens thing in Germany, that one does not sound good at all. And then, again, Meta, it's not like this was another bad earnings, but, you have another big cap name down about 3%. Yes, so that being said, let's get to the plays. ECB, Lagarde still talking. Let's see some of the pre-market movers that we have. EDR is up 22%. Silver Lake considering take private strategic review. Flex earnings, ServiceNow earnings, LYV, Evercore ISI upgrade up 3.1. O'Reilly up 2.9 on earnings. STM 2.8 on earnings. Ford up 2.6. Agreement with UAW. Mobilize up 2.4 off of earnings. ROL 2.0 off of earnings. Hershey 1.6 earnings. GM Ford agreement sympathy. FWRD Omni transaction update, they're up 10%. NXT up 5.2 off of earnings. AMPB 3% off of earnings. TAL 3% off of earnings. RITM 2.8 off of earnings. NLY 2.3 off of earnings. IMGN 2.3 off of nothing. MPW up 1.8 off of earnings. OPRA up 10 off of earnings. Nova 10 off of earnings. HZO 8.5 off of earnings. PCT 4.8 second limited waiver related to Iron Ton loan agreement. I'm going to see if there's everything else is just earnings. Again, Siemens seeking guarantees from the government. SK&X opposes Kioxia Western Digital. WDC down 2.8. COP down 2.0, considering making offer for Permian Basin energy producer Crown Rock. Earnings. THTX proposed public offering down 29, SDA down 13, offer 3 million shares, and then TSVT down 9. ABECMA generated 69 million in U.S. total revenue. If the dollar's at 30.1, it might be. I mean, we closed at 30 yesterday, and again, I mean, even post-market was hideous. Yeah, the dollar was a little higher there, so get ready for the above 30s. I mean, this does usher in the new element of again, the stronger dollar. Once we get above here, and once we break out the highs on the dollar, that's where it gets nuts. So, we will see, my friends. We will see. But Chatadonia, still got a little bit of time. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I hope you're ready. I hope you got some plays when I come back, so maybe think about them. But I'll see you in a little bit. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity and the Twitch, too, if you need a backup. But good morning. And I hope you're ready for Friday Junior. I'll be right back.
Hike again. Okay? So, at this point in time, on the basis of the data that we have, we are confident that the rates at 4%, well, I should say, the three rates at the level they are contribute substantially to bringing us back to 2% in a timely manner. But we are data dependent. Second point is that in addition to our stance, we also have to make sure that there is proper transmission of our monetary policy throughout the whole euro area and to all countries in the euro area. And we have all the adequate tools in order to make sure that that happens. Thank you.
Thank you, President Lagarde. And the next question goes to Martin Arnold of the Financial Times. Martin, please.
Thank you very much. President Lagarde, two questions from me. The first question is about central bank losses. So we've seen this week that the Riksbank, I know Sweden's not in the Eurozone, but the Riksbank has warned it will need 80 billion Swedish krona from the government to repair its balance sheet. Do you expect any Eurozone central banks to need similar kinds of capital injections? And the second one I'd like to ask is about PEP reinvestments. What's your view on the various calls we've heard from members of your governing council to say that those could be, the end of those reinvestments could be brought forward? Do you think that would be a risky move? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your two questions. So on your first question, I will not go into the the specifics of each and every national central
I'm telling you, we don't
banks,
listen to this
because they are
like
all
we
in a
should,
different
but
situation.
it's just Powell.
Some of them are publicly quoted institutions.
It's just like it
others are
sounds
not.
just like Powell. I'm
And,
telling you, it
there
blew
is
my
no,
mind
one
6-9
size
months
fits all
ago.
for the situation
Well, I'm
they're
like,
in.
dude, word for
What I know
word,
is
it
that
is Powell.
as a Eurosystem and
Just
as
change
ECB,
Euro, America,
we have
all the good stuff.
one mission, which is price stability.
One
And
mission.
We do not
One mission of price stability. Again, you guys know you have Powell on Wednesday, right? I just keep in mind, the market, we end the month on Tuesday, and then by Wednesday, you start the new month with Jerome Powell, and we're borderline going to be hugging this level right here of 4,200. So, Chad, God bless you. Good morning. We got about 10 minutes until the bell. Yes, I don't know if you guys are familiar. That's when the market goes ding, ding, and we start getting going. But, Chad, you got to hear from everybody now. Tell me what you got. Tell me what's your first play of the day, baby. Tell me what your first play of the day is. Post it in the chat. Show me what you got, baby. Show me what you got. This is your moment. Let's go. Wait for it. Wait for it. Tesla calls, SPY calls, nibbling, sock sell, Tesla 225, 1027, Microsoft put, puts of course, small caps, RVPH long, calls on the chat, Microsoft put, gratitude, XLF, Powell puts, QQQ, get coffee, Microsoft puts, Eli Lilly puts all, pull out all of stocks, Tesla calls, J&J puts, MSTR, Enphase, Snipe the ES, Morbido, MES short, Amazon puts, Meta puts, XLF, Amazon put, MO and UPS for the long term, short everything, NASDAQ, TQQ, Sava calls, Meta calls, SoFi, Palantir, good morning, NVIDIA, Snipe the ES, HIMS call, Intel, SPY, push-ups and prayers, true calls all day, Align 175 put, short and F350, Coca-Cola, JD Long, Jesus calls, HODL, SPY call, expiring in December, waiting for MPW earnings call, buying Intel, SPY put, UCO, did Meta die, HODL, JPM, NXT, ES future, vertical longs, Meta put, stock sell, Lockheed for the long term, I don't know, SQQ to the moon, squeeze Intel Powell, amen, NEE, UCO, SPY credit spreads, SQQ, and the final plays. SPY put, UVXY call, SPY put all day, more Meta, and holding Amazon calls. Wow. Chatadonia. Oh, my goodness. So we got a lot of time. Again, I hope you guys even recognize how much less headlines there was today. There was a lot of earnings. I saw some of you, even when we were going over the plays, it looks like all of them beat. But just don't forget, the list had probably double of the amount of misses. And even though some companies did good, I mean, here's the reality right now. If the company is green or red, it does not necessarily say how they did on earnings. Again, Meta is a great example yesterday, as well as Google, but we are kind of dealing with a very underwhelming earnings session. I hope everybody is on the same page there because, the last couple earnings seasons, it's been on fire. I mean, we got the first sign of this with NVIDIA last month or last quarter, if you think about it. So, news, NVIDIA, Morgan Stanley increases its position. Oh, wow, yeah, NVIDIA, Morgan Stanley is using pullback in NVIDIA stock to increase position. Well, good morning. Yeah, so that thing's already green. But again, just keep in mind, though, the earnings season, that is one of the bigger drivers today. There was a huge data dump, so it's leaving us in an interesting spot. But for the most part, I mean, we got one more week. That's why Amazon will be key because then it's Apple and the Fed and everything else. So, Chad, I hope you're ready for it, but you got 2 minutes, actually. 2 minutes. Do you have anything else? Do you have any questions? Any pressing questions before the bell? Do you need a recap on morning news? Do you need to know what's going to go on? Do you have a question about the yield curve? What do you got, baby? We got a little bit of time. Again, we knocked out every headline already, and it's definitely a more calmer day, kind of. We'll see what the bonds end up doing, because if you don't notice here, markets are holding the rally. Bonds came down a little bit. So we'll see. Am I short on Logan Paul? No, I don't really. Not too involved in it for the most part. Screaming that 10%. NVIDIA, Morgan Stanley just announced that they're increasing their position. Let's go. Let's go, baby. XLF to the downside. Okay. Why do TLT go lower the higher the curve? What do you mean, like the yield curve? I mean, remember, the yield curve is just 2-year, 10-year bond. That's the 2 and 10-year spread. So it's just the gap between the 2-year bond and the 10-year. So if one of those moves, or if they move in tandem, based on how much they move, it'll say that. You need me to predict the future and tell you what stock will outperform the market. Tell you now, the answer is kangaroo, my brother. Kangaroo. Thank you. MO earnings, they did slightly bad. I think they lowered guidance. They said it was because smokers are shifting to cheaper alternatives, even though GDP's at 4.9. Uh-huh. Isn't that crazy? Mm-hmm. Want to go long on yen? What do I buy? YCL, FXY, or /6J? But again, I mean, we had this talk yesterday, and that was just for the people who insist don't buy TLT is what I'm trying to say. But at the same time, I would even, like right now with the yen at 150, it's either going to get blown out of the water again or they're going to step in. So just understand the risk at this moment. Anything, just you got to kind of wait a little bit. But like we had to talk yesterday, a lot of people were demanding this type of play. And I'm just saying, I do wholeheartedly believe that the yen would be a way better volatility play than the bonds in this type of environment right now. So we will see. We will see. Good morning, baby. Good morning. Do you think the economic growth makes it likely for the Fed hike rates? I didn't answer that. Great question. I think it does, but today's report and just the nature of the market, people are still worried about the economy. So that's why today it didn't even move the Fed futures. But screw the rates, man. You know what's more important than the rates? The beautiful people of this country, and even more, the people who have fought to protect it, sacrificed their lives, and have given us a freedom where we don't have to even be to the degree of doing what the other generations did. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. And here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made that sacrifice, and the least we can do is honor it every single morning. So veterans, the families, everybody involved, for real, from the bottom of our hearts, man, God bless you and thank you for your service. We love and appreciate you, and big shout out to anybody else out there helping out their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, the public servants, the janitors, the coaches, anybody helping out and giving back, man. Way to keep your community going. That's what I'm talking about. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna. Let's go, Chad. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Yo, what's that? A lot of candles here. Hold on, man. So we got a little bit of time, Chad. The Jets have been sent. You're getting some wicks on tech. I'm watching Mattel and PRZ. Yo, what the hell is happening? I wonder if today will be as crazy as yesterday. Yesterday was wild. It is go time, baby. So happy Friday, Junior. I hope you liked the video, man. I hope you liked it. I hope you love yourself. I hope you're ready to go. Let's have a good morning, but be prepared, okay? Just be prepared. Every day has been wild. I was prepared. I told you it was going to be wild. You got a pre-market peach. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Bradley Frizzle and the peach. Horn, get your ass up. Are you kidding me? Oh, I said Friday Junior. You know, Friday had a son. It's Thursday, and he named him Friday Junior. He named him Thursday, but the homies call him Friday Junior. That's all I'm telling you. Oh, man, the peach is here. All right, man, get ready. So, like, literally, lack of headlines, a lot of earnings. I'm just on the lookout for what is going to move. And just remember, I don't know if, let me read that one again to you guys. But, like, where is it? It's like the any positive feedback loop for risk assets in macro surprise momentum has been short-circuited. So this is saying, like, again, any of these macro headlines, other things, you're getting very weird responses. Again, even today, the data was all extremely good, and you rallied and bonds caught a bid. So, again, some of the feedback loops we've seen over the year, they're a little odd. So, let's see what this takes us into, baby. Let's see. VKTX collapsed. I thought it was down like, I think we were down like $200 on it, unless it got worse. Oh, yeah, it did get worse. Damn, bro. Again, so like post-market, pre-market, we'll see what's up there. But I kept holding it because it seems earnings was in line, and it just did not move at all. That's unfortunate. I got clapped on EW too, but again, we only have like one more week of this, hopefully, to see. So let's find out. Again, by the end of tomorrow, I mean, before you know it, next week sets up into everything with Powell. 5 seconds till the bell. Drop the thumbs up on the video, baby. Make some call-outs, and let's go. Round 1. Fight. Again, NVIDIA, Morgan Stanley news there that they were adding. That came out earlier. Wow, Coca-Cola. What happened today? I mean, a mix of bad earnings, but then we had really good data, and then people were tripping out from earnings yesterday. And then not to mention, the dollar is up a ton. Dollar is up a quarter. Bonds barely have a bid right now. NASDAQ's only down 0.4, SPY 0.4. We were down almost 1% on futures at one point here in the morning. So keep that in mind. You're still below 4,200. Even the futures are below 4,200. You fill the gap at 4,186. MasterCard CEO says seeing more united voice among industry participants for Credit Card Competition Act. MPW, they had good earnings, but again, I mean, it just that earnings would have been very good last time too. I don't think it's bad this time around, but I'm still not like excited yet until we actually get everybody on board with that again. But it wasn't, I mean, the situation didn't get worse, and they did sell one of those buildings. But we'll see where it ends up, see where it's at by middle of the day, and then we could talk about it. Let it kind of relax a little bit. Netflix is up again. That's still the one holding up. See what Microsoft ends up doing here. That's another one. I don't think Overstock moved anything. I know they had earnings, but it doesn't seem like it was anything. It's good that it didn't kill it. Again, I mean, right now, this is a market. You're ready to die here. Again, a lot of, even if you do good, if there's just any weakness, people are looking to kill. That's why even MPW, if they really were bad, I wouldn't be surprised if the market wanted to kill them. So if you're holding up right now, it's decent. Overstock was a loss of 61 cents versus a loss of 80. Revenue was 373 versus 390. Adjusted EBITDA loss of 23.9 versus loss of 23.8. And then gross profit of 70 million, 18% of total revenue. There's Overstock. Yeah, Overstock's tweaking out right there. ANET on the high. Who's the other one? Again, Service 9 in the line. So if you guys literally, I hope you guys got the whole point of, the whole point of the watch list, man. The one play I didn't make on there, it's like I'm telling you, if you just applied the criteria yourself, you could have found this. So like I'm saying, I mean, both videos, I showed you it, gave you examples, but we said a line in Service Now. Service Now you would have missed on, but a line you would have made 1,000% using the criteria. So, like, you could have just looked at it. You didn't need Josh. You didn't need anybody. So, GG to you guys who actually have been using it. UPS, again, UPS had bad earnings. They're still kind of holding on right now, which is interesting enough. Overstock's running, so again, this one's actually kind of weird. So again, they didn't do as bad, they didn't do as good, but Overstock is still actually catching a nice little bid here. Let's see Amazon too. Again, Facebook just wanted to sell off heavy into the earnings, so keep that in mind. Netflix, Tesla going, UPS too, they're still down a little bit. Don't forget about MO, that's another earnings. I haven't checked up on that. We're above VWAP. SPY still down. NASDAQ about to go green, only down 0.03. 5 points away from filling the gap. Overstock running. Yeah, I just had it up here. Again, MO is starting to go down 41.7, but down 2.6. Apple's on the high. LRN. So Apple's now back into the green. Tesla, NVIDIA is still working up. EW, watch Thermo Fisher, and the other one's related to that. RTX still even moving up here too. Pins is down 4. Snap is down 2. Where's Meta? Again, Meta's still... I can't believe Meta. That one was a wicked one, bro. JD vertical. MPW up more. Let's see by middle of the day. Again, I mean, it's simple. This is an environment. The market is down to kill anything. So, I mean, it's just a good sign. Their earnings didn't get any worse. They have like 1.2 billion due in a year, but let's see. Let's see, man. We've seen a lot. MPW was just earnings again. So it wasn't a bad earnings session there. Big red on Tesla. And Netflix kind of hold. Everything's just like holding up a little awkwardly here. And then TLT, I mean, we're still red. Again, Dow's green, Russell 4180. You went to 4183. You need 4186 to fill the gap. Big Tesla. Amazon. AMD's on the high now. Now it's still going BP to pay Tesla $100 million for fat charging hardware. FAAT. Tesla's going down. MRK on the high. Again, I don't think too many healthcare was doing good right now. Where's energy? Now still going. VKTX slapped hard. Yeah, bro, it's crazy, dude. This thing was not like that at all. Again, even off of the opening, that's why I'm kind of tripping on that. That's wild. Again, they came in. I think they ended up spending more money. That was the issue. And then earnings still negative. Whirlpool. I thought Whirlpool did good. No way. Oh, they were liking Whirlpool yesterday for a little bit. No, I went straight down. See the staples, too. They've been going up. MOH. Molina. They're down 7, dude. Some of these names are down a lot. Rivian dead. Rivian is down 2.4. Hertz, again, they had bad earnings. Dominion, they're starting to move up. Again, MOH down 7, and this thing is just moving all over the place. We've seen a couple of these. I think even HCH, you have that as well, too. Western Union down almost 7. Align down 22. Pins down 5. Where are the real estate stocks? Google with a little launcher, but still down 1%, which is absolutely amazing. MOH post earnings. GLD on the high. Oh, GLD might go green. Where's the dollar at? So gold is still up there. Again, VIX is even up right now, too. Don't forget about that relationship. Dollar right below 30, about to hit it if we come down. Meta, new low. So Meta is just giving it up. What about Microsoft? Dude, all of these are whack. Roblo down 2.5. Disney broke 70 again. I think Netflix is holding on. And NVIDIA, too. Again, they had that news, but chip makers, honestly, they're not doing too bad. Even Intel is up. Meta and Adobe on the low. But again, Meta, if that starts dropping, it's going to weigh heavy on the market. Just remember Google and what we were looking at yesterday when you look at the equal weight and all of that stuff. So we're right below the last level, man. Blech. So again, 41.77. We didn't even hit that yesterday. This was the level you guys were asking me about. So next level from here is 41.56. And then that's it. It's going to be like 41.37, which makes sense. We've seen that level a lot. Russia Foreign Ministry, Zakova. Hamas delegation visits Moscow. Oh, my fucking God. So 41.57 and 41.37. So literally Hamas is going to be visiting Moscow. And then Meta now, 2 big candles. They're taking the drop. Even Amazon, I mean, everything's back to red. We got to watch out here. Like we were saying, in the morning, you were down 1%. So you're already down 0.5 now. Again, we had the GDP. The bonds are looking great, but other factors like the dollar, and then you're seeing, again, this little equity panic here kind of doing its own little thing. Whirlpool down 9. There's Meta. HCA, bro. These little Healthcare America. Molina's still clapped, though, but very interesting moves. NVO on the high. Novo's getting clapped. I know, NVS. Where's Eli Lilly? Hertz on the low. That one, again, they had earnings. Apple's down by 0.7 now, or 0.4. And then you just hit the bottom of the day, see what's up here. It's about 0.4. Dow's still green. Same thing with the Russell. Just a little awkward, though. RTX still going up. UPS, too. So that was bad earnings. That one might go red to green, ironically. Again, doesn't seem like we're in that type of market here, but literally they've already recovered like 2. A couple more healthcares on the high. BSX. Comcast, too. That was another earning. CMCSA. They're down, though, 6%. IBM's up 3. Tesla's into the low. IBM 3.8. NEE on the high. Uber's selling off now. Again, Southwest had bad earnings. So, and honestly, Southwest came back up. Altria, another low. XOM, EQT, and Hershey. So more of those consumer staples. But remember, we saw those staples running up yesterday. NXPI as well. That's on the high. They're up 3.5. That's, I think, an outlier for some of the chip plays there. Buy on Discover. We talked about this. I don't know if it was you who asked me, but I just remember looking at the chart. We were saying it's dropped a lot, but like you pull it out, it still has some ways to go before kind of getting into the bargain bin or the last 5-year prices. Any news at 7? I don't think so. I mean, I'm sure you'll get something. We're already waking up with the Hamas visiting Russia headlines, but I think at 7 you have pending home sales. Actually, today is Thursday. That'll be the last one, and then you'll have natural gas numbers, 4-week, 8-week bill auction. Those aren't as important, and then you have a 7-year auction at 10 a.m. again. So that's probably your biggest event on the day. Meta's flushing right now. So again, Meta down now 5.5. Again, after a good earnings, it's literally facing the Google dilemma once again. We have bond auction, yes, same time, 7-year bond auction, about 1 o'clock, 10 a.m. my time. All right, little pop there. Market's doing its thing. Just keep in mind the range of this morning pre-market, and then also we got to get out of the gulag. So we're hugging the level. This is that last level that we were looking at yesterday. So let's hopefully get some support here. Otherwise, I mean, it's going to start moving. What's going on? Nothing for now. Again, we're just off the backdrop. A lot of bad earnings. A couple of good ones that still ended up bad. You know, bonds did chill out, but really that data and ECB. And then, again, just there's like 3 sets of data in the morning that were a real big driver. But the reaction should leave you scratching your head. I mean, people are trying to, describe it in smart speak, but borderline. I mean, just once again, your data, I mean, it's either really accurate or really not reflective of what you got going on. But in the same regards, I mean, you're watching good data get treated good or bad data, good or bad. It's the market is in its own world in terms of what it wants to be fearful of, and it's just been hard to get a bid on any sort of momentum now that you've kind of gone through a couple months of this. Oh, at least 27 killed by Hurricane Otis in Mexico as cleanup begins. I didn't even know there was a hurricane. That's sad. MCD. McDonald's on the high. Okay, high tickers starting to wake up. Seeing Bud in a couple of banks. Again, EDR. Remember, they had that like, what was it? They had the, somebody wanted to make a bid on them or something like that. We'll see. We will see. Is the worst in Mexico's history? No way. IonQ approaching 10. HTZ, I keep seeing that one on the low. Cigna, and then AMD's like fighting, but it's not really moving too much. ATEC, HWC, BMO, KRE, regionals on the high. Look at you. Regionals are up 2%. Again, banks are even up by 0.3. I think MPW taking another leg up. Again, we'll talk about it at like 10 a.m. or 9 a.m. I want it to actually hold. Again, I'm letting the market even kind of communicate a little bit more today. Pop and drop. Anything's likely. And then once again, I mean, we got data here coming out in 15 minutes. We'll get more real estate data. Yesterday's real estate data was a trip, but at the end of the day, I think that 7-year bond auction, now that we even got a little bit of reaction yesterday, I think 7-year bond auction should do the trick, whether we go red or not. And then, like I'm saying, whatever we end with today, tomorrow, we're obviously going to have the Mr. Amazon after the bell. But just dude, before you know it, it's Powell. It's literally that's next week. That is it's sad how it makes so much sense because it's going to, again, with how the month is and all that, but we're going to be at the make or break it level coming into Powell. If that is not hilarious to you after this last 3 months, I don't know what is. I don't know your sense of humor, but I think this is the funniest shit ever. We did all of this slow wind down. Again, 2 weeks ago, you were at 4,300, almost 4,400, and it's just you're doing all of this just to be at the make or break it zone of the market when Jerome Powell now is, and remember, we didn't know what he was going to do this meeting, and now coming into it, it's looking like a pause. That means you've been paused for 3 months in a row. I know, right on schedule, baby, right on schedule. Mm-hmm. Tesla again on the low. Merck is looking pretty nice. I mean, there's not too many things holding up. Maybe bonds are holding. A little dollar drop would be nice there. If honestly, some of you guys looking for the squeeze today, you need that dollar maybe to come down. I think we might need that. You're right. The best place is cash and bill. Indeed. AI bubble is over. Well, I wouldn't say that, but it's just the reality of what happened even with Meta. I hope you guys, it was kind of a wake-up call, but it's just the competition. That's all. Now we may just be entering the stage now. You saw the development, everybody rushed to it. But now, again, if Meta starts spending less money and then builds their own thing, Intel announced that they're making a tool to allow companies to build their own chat GPT. It's now the money's changing in the space, meaning that the people who were helping buy into your AI and buy into your chips, if they stop buying, what's going to happen to the NVIDIAs of the world? And then vice versa now, you have everybody competing. So it's even though things are good, in a weird way, it's kind of bad because now instead of all this money slushing around between these companies, you now have some companies competing and saying, well, we don't need to buy from you anymore. And now we're actually going to be selling what you sell. So it starts to get a little bit wild there, but that's where you're starting to, I just think it's developing, which is, again, bittersweet depending on how you want to look at it. All right, I was just telling you, we need the dollar down, and the dollar's nope. 41.70, about to hit a new low. Again, you got 2 more points here on the day. We could go to 41.55. And then actually, no, and then 41.37. But you don't really want to go down there. Airbnb on the low. AMD now, again, dollar with a little pop. EDR, that was the little, again, somebody wanted to make an offer for them today. And then SPY hitting a new low now. NASDAQ back down to 0.74. SPY 0.49. 41.6987. Low of the day right now. Amazon 41.60. Amazon still selling off. Verizon, they already had earnings. They're holding up. Verizon, yeah, Verizon's killing it. Dude, such weird names that are actually holding. Again, was it like Merck or McKesson? Yeah, Merck is up by 2.3. Shen on the high again. Verizon, a lot of candles. Microsoft, new low. Blech. That's crazy. Again, even Microsoft, Meta, I could understand why, in some of those comments, but even it's crazy. Netflix is the only one that's like actually holding up. I think most REITs, but then again, it's not like rates. Yeah, REITs are doing way better than rates. Even regionals are bouncing too. I think it's just overall broadly there. And the fact that good data did not destroy the bonds, but maybe it's because the bonds are already destroyed. So it just depends how you look at it. 41.6888 is the low. You're literally right there, half a point above it. You're about to set a new low. Yeah, you just did. This is a new low. Again, so still dropping. Netflix even showing a candle to the downside. Again, they've been holding up. They're actually doing pretty decent here. That's how it's been every morning. Meta is just awful. Again, Meta's down 6% now, and that's after dropping 6% the day before. So Meta's had a 12% move in the last 48 hours, but the difference was, again, their earnings were good just like Google. This all just reminds me of NVIDIA. Just remember how NVIDIA was. They killed it, but then it still wasn't good enough to support everything within. Then you saw the decline. Volume picking up on China stocks. They're up or break even for now. Could be good. Watch out, TLT, bonds coming down. That may be the next issue. Banks are still going. Regionals, Bank of America. Qs are back up on the high now. The SQQ. QQQ on the low, the SQQ on the high. China Vice Industry Minister meets with ARM Holding Executive VP, exchanges views on ARM's development in China and application of semiconductor for tech. ARM? So some Chinese industry minister just met with ARM? I don't know. It's kind of a wicked headline. MPW, they're into another high, 15%. Again, they had earnings. And I don't know if the result is they did good or, again, they just didn't do awful and they did not do bad. But, I mean, again, their time is running out, and so not doing bad is just, ugh. I'll take it. I'll take it for now. What's up with banks? Banks, I think there's one good regional bank earnings, and then I think even after, like we said, all that good data not really killing the market, I think that helps support it up a little bit too. No, XLF is up a little bit, and then regionals and REITs are doing very well. Yeah, Netflix started to get some red. SPY's at the bottom. Bonds got their little bounce. They may give it up, but again, SPY is just hugging the lows. You spent more time hitting new lows today so far. It's only been 20 minutes, but still. $41.67. Again, another one now. Oh, I had two Netflixes up. Yeah, so Netflix just gave up almost 1%. Dude, Amazon's down another 2%. Do you guys realize how bad Amazon's day was yesterday? That was like a 7% move. Google now, that's continuing from 11.5%. Bro, this is like 15% on Google almost now in 2 days. So again, every single tech, pretty much that's all this has been. The last, 2 weeks, you've had $400 billion wiped out in market value just from 5 tech stocks. So again, the Magnificent Seven was the leader, but also in this case, like it is hurting you on the way down. This is what we kept bringing up yesterday, and I think you should look at today. Like, do you guys see this? This is a world's difference right now. And you got to keep this in mind for the end of the month, as well as once we start seeing other money come in. This is the low from November, but this is the equal weighted index. The equal weighted index is green right now. The SPX is red by 0.4. So that literally Amazon, Meta, Google, Microsoft, they are skewing what you're looking at with the SPY. So, yeah, $500 billion in market cap has been wiped out pretty much since just a couple of those tech earnings. NASDAQ in correction, now down over 10. I think SPY might get there soon. Again, we were at the peak, up 18% coming into this morning. Last night, SPY was only about like 9%. All right, NXPI, again, that's a chip maker running. Google's still flushing. Same there with Netflix. Again, they were being a little stronger. Apple's not too bad, 0.7, but still down. And then even Microsoft, it don't even matter. MP dubs again, just holding up. I mean, if it just keeps squeezing, even better. But we'll get a checkup on that one in a couple hours. Western Union sub $12. Netflix in the red now. There's Roblo. That one ended up going down too. And EDR. Overstock. Yeah, Bank of America, everyone keeps bringing that one up. They're running. Again, XLF, it's decent. It's 0.36, so banks could still go red. But regionals and REITs, that's where you're getting some love here today. Apple on the way down, though. Watch out for that. And again, they were kind of just chilling. Tesla mini pop. The data, you got data in 4 minutes, pending home sales, and then 3 hours after that. 3 hours after that, you're going to get the bond auction. So maybe this data moves us a little bit. Real estate data was a trip yesterday, and then we got to wait 3 hours between whatever, war headlines we get, and then it'll go from there. Yeah, the yield curve, right now it's only 0.15. So literally 15 of it. You could do that in a day if you really wanted to. But the 2-year, 10-year curve, I mean, it's getting close to uninverting. Bad, dude, nothing. Dude, that's what I'm saying. It's like we're in volatility right now. Really up until Powell will be key. But like, dude, bad news, good news, bad news. It's bullshit. All of it is bullshit right now. I don't even know. It makes me feel bad about the times we've played it and seen it, but like legitimately, no, it's just all of it is bullshit. It's not going to tell you anything. That's like right now you're getting to that point in the cycle where you're getting a lot of assumption, and then people are going to just assume you run off of it, and whichever direction it goes, it's going. But I'm telling you, the real estate data, you're getting opposite reactions today. Look at what all that data was on fire. The bond should have been killed. The bonds should have been killed, and they didn't. It's just you're getting very random moves. Even yesterday, all of the good news, you're not even getting that. Again, that's why I really like that comment. You're not getting the feedback loop of positive news. It's everything's kind of short-circuited. So it just, in general, it's not a, the good news, bad news, it's like 3 steps removed is what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to be able to, because again, you're saying it's inflationary. Other people bring up a lot. It's like, it's not going to be that clear cut. And unfortunately, I think it'll kind of confuse you a little bit more. I would prepare for volatility and kind of just view the broader picture. Again, there is people, even Bloomberg, they're still expecting a, shallow recession here for the start of fourth quarter. 41.64, you just hit a low of 41.63. So again, 41.57, that's that level I told you about earlier, 41.55. It's widening the gap. You haven't filled a gap in days. Options are going down. Maybe it's just moving slow. Lots of volatility. That's good. Just went positive after being down almost 5K. Make it back in 2 weeks. Let's go, baby. Stay in the game. And honestly, I think these next couple months, if we get real volatility, it could get very exciting. This was all just like, it was volatility, but I mean, VIX barely went above 20. It's like, if we start doing these types of moves, man, every day, and we actually start waking things up, I mean, man, you could change a lot of things, and you'll be able to lose a lot of things in this next couple of months. So it's going to be bittersweet, but I'm excited for it. It just depends. I mean, maybe we get more info. You know, like, again, it seems like we had to wait all year. It looked one way, now it's looking another, but it's like, you know, getting that story will be key. Pending home sales, green, 1.1 gain. Estimate was loss of 2. Bonds aren't reacting yet, but pending home sales, 72.6 versus 71.8. Yeah, bro. So literally, it was expected to be a gain, but the range was anywhere from negative 1.8 to a gain of 0.9. Came in at 1.1. Last month was a decline of 7.1. So let's see, market's going down. It's not like this data isn't even like crazy. And then the market's going to make a wild move off of it. I don't know where year over year. Year over year down 11%. So again, this is your real estate data year over year. So I think the new home sales says a lot, but even after this compared to that last time, you could kind of take a look. It's just, let's see. Bonds didn't move as much, though. I think equities moved off of that. If bonds move big off that, that would just be, like I'm saying, you're just going to start getting these weird reactions. LXSMA. Tesla. So SPY's still going down. Restoration Hardware on the low. 52-week low. 41.55 or 58. So get ready here. I didn't think we were going to hit that level that quick. So watch here. If we don't hold that, bro, it gets really flushy. Then 41.37. And then I don't know where it goes after that. I think 41.30. And then you'll get a lot of like in-between levels. Then pretty much 41.01. They'll go 41.37, then 41.20-ish. And then I think 41.17, and then that's it. But yeah, I mean, you're already almost 100 points below the level now. Disney, no word on the dividend. They have to report. They straight lied to us all. They said, third quarter, but I think we're approaching fourth. Microsoft, another low. Google, MPW still holding up. Ascend. Dollar at 30.03. Ugh. So, again, more lows on the market. Bonds have a shitty recovery. Again, bonds are up only a quarter. So, to give you an idea compared to yesterday and all that good stuff, you know, bonds could still move, and then the dollar's still climbing. Oil's back on the high. Again, oil was down 3% in the morning. Oil's still down 1.7, but it's starting to go. ARM is on the high. So, ARM, whoa, remember I told you there was that China headline not too long ago. ARM, big pop on ARM. It might be related to that China news. Yeah, people are posting that news about, but it's just now it's kind of reacting. That's wild. It's almost $1 pop off that. STX on the low. Oh, yeah, where's TXN? SPY trying to get a green here. See if you could get any recovery. ARM's kind of coming down a little bit. IBM and the options price drop because the volatility, and it's probably just moving slow. So that's why, you gapped up, but the stock has not moved at all in this first 30 minutes. So given how much was priced in for the IV too, maybe you were too far at the money or the price was too high. It happens again, and even right now there's a lot of volatility. That's why you got to be cautious with the options, but same thing happened to me on my Meta. They ended up going down, but, it's with this volatility, it's going to get a little tricky. So if the stock stops moving, you want movement for that price on that option, essentially. So even though you get a gap up, if it don't move and just holds a range, it's, we need the juice. Bob, China wasn't bad. ARM is still going. Again, you got a China headline. FE, Oxy on the high. Again, oil's trying to stage a little rally here. UUP is it's borderline terrifying. That's it. Dollar goes, it's 30-40. After you hit 30-40, 30-50, then Uncle Song comes to life. So until the dollar much stronger, then I ain't really stressing. That's when you stress. If you break out of this peak on the dollar, you're fucked. Shout out the bricks. But at the end of the day, that would just be, again, the yen and everything else. Who knows what would happen with China, too. Maybe China likes it, to be honest. But it's still it gets wicked. What a rejection. Yeah, you just literally got your little green shoot and then got beaten down. Oil's trying to stage that rally there, so you'll get some support, but it doesn't even matter. Again, SPX equal weight is up. It actually came back down here now, so that's what I'm saying, though. If oil starts moving, it's going to move a lot of things. From F350 to UUP 3050. Indeed. The irony. What a rejection by Wembanyama. The S&P looks to make a score at VWAP, but no, he's rejected once again. His teammate, the Bonds, are not even playing. They're getting crushed by the UUP. The dollar is unrelenting. They can't seem to guard him. The dollar just drives into the paint every morning. He can't be stopped. I'm sorry. I watched Wembanyama highlights. Tesla's right at the low. Again, you're still getting that, trying to get that green wick back. TXN on the high. Remember, they got clobbered. JP Morgan running up. That's good 0.5%. But again, banks still need a little bit more juice too. They're really ready to go red. Why was Wembanyama shooting like, dude? It's crazy. He did bad against. He didn't do bad, but like your boy Doncic, he balled on him, bro. Doncic was like, let me show you what a veteran do. But nah, Wembanyama is ill. Installing the floors today. Not going to be at the comp as much. Enjoy it, man. Enjoy the daytime during the market hours. Get some good work in. Did you just mix a football soccer announcer with some Wemby stock analysis? I did. It's not for the faint of heart. MPW did good. It just didn't do bad also. But we'll talk about it in a little bit. Like I was saying, I want it to hold up, and then we'll have our discussion. But because at the same time, I do think it was a good earnings. They gave a lot of good developments. Even the maturity stuff is better, but you still do not know. So at the same time, I don't know if they've even had their conference call yet, now that I think about it. So we'll see how it ends up playing out. But unfortunately, I don't think it's a buy or sell signal, if that makes any sense. That's why I'm like, we could wait. Let's see where it holds out. I wouldn't get too excited, but this earnings shouldn't really change our opinion because how we're in on it is a little different. But I do think it got some people covering, but at the same time, it's not like it was too materially different to, get all of the OG long-term people back on board. TLT turning red. Yeah, TLT is very close to it. It could do that in a second, actually. Let me see. Tesla small greens. SPY about to go small reds. Dude, you're just at the level. 1 point above the level. Again, 41.55. That is the one we're looking for. So let's see if that doesn't hold immediately and we just flush. Again, I really think 41.37 will be next, but let's find out. Is the trend? I mean, just everything's still bad. No matter what you think the market is doing, every single day you've watched this, the dollar is climbing, and then the bonds are getting murdered. So it's just, and then not to mention, even your good earnings were bad. Again, just everything was very underwhelming, to say the least, so far to start off this season. When is the call? Oh, so MPW's calls in like an hour. Fucking old people. 12. Oh, yeah. Okay, I guess 11 a.m. East. I thought there was 11 Pacific. I was like, these guys are crazy. Did you miss any plays? Just one Bignana. That's the, if you didn't see the plays he was putting up, that was it. Otherwise, today, have not done anything for my trades. You picked up 2K last night on sale. You need to grind your character to a higher level. What kind of build? We need, I mean, anything. I'm playing center now, but honestly, be very careful. That's it. Once you get into the 2K rabbit hole, that's all. My girlfriend already got mad at me. That's why I've already played substantially less. That's, I'm just, be careful. Be very careful. Tesla trying to move a little bit off the bottom. I'm still in EW. Got clapped on that. I may want to make it average, but I really don't. I don't think their earnings were bad. It was TMO. TMO in the morning or literally right before them. They had a earnings update and they lowered guidance. So just the life sciences plays. But I think people, there's one thing they're worried about. It's like a GLP-1 case related to some of there's some liability lawsuit. But other than that, dude, they got 15% growth year over year. So far, anybody with that number has actually done very, very well. Let me see. Yeah. Is Honeywell giving guidance right now? A line. That one is a nice play. Very, very crazy. MP dubs. Again, UUP. I kind of want to keep the UUP up. Is that okay with you guys? I know I don't want to dedicate 3 charts to macro, but I don't know. I kind of want to keep a look on it because I do feel once this thing goes crazy or goes down, we will get an answer. Google's down another 3.3, bro. What in the actual... End phase. Google has the gap fill. Oh, I forgot about that 120. I think I sold out getting up to 120. That's still crazy, though, bro. That's a knife. This guy's just crazy, man. NVIDIA new lows. Isn't GDP up because of fiscal spending? I'm sure that's a big part of it. I don't know how they're manipulating it, but one big factor, though, was consumer. Consumer spending, I believe, went up by 4 point something. And just I'm going back to my original theory. I just think everything is extremely delayed because I don't know. I didn't think the consumer was that strong. And again, I mean, you look at the earnings and everything else, it's not like it really reflects that too much. That's where it's either data is either really inaccurate or it just doesn't reflect what we have there. Schwab. Oh, I think Schwab is the reason why the regionals are killing like that. They're not doing too bad. Mm-hmm. And 30.04 on the dollar. SPY's still working its way down. Again, it's been almost an hour here. You're 15 minutes shy of the hour. You had 2 pops on the day. You have 4 minutes of moving up, another 4 minutes of moving up. Every other minute has been spent literally working on a new low. So, again, you're about 1 or 2 points away here from this level. Again, that 41.57 down to 41.55. We were talking about it up here. That's why we like these lines. But, again, if it goes any lower than there, we might have a problem. SMCI down 4.2. They're flushing a little bit here. NVO again. Yeah, NVO, a lot of pop and drops there. ALSN, they're down 7, but it's just running. NVIDIA about to break. Again, NVIDIA had how much of a launch in the morning. Yeah, so that Morgan Stanley news, bro, they just gave up all of it. And then bonds at least holding, but it's just not good enough. That's the sad part. Because, again, bonds are still bonds are literally the auction away from just messing up everything. So, unfortunately, I mean, even all of these moves, everything, the pressure is weighing to the downside, especially with the bonds. But we may have to wait till that bond auction there. Because if the bonds just stay pinned like this, then, you know, one big move there will either make or break the rest of the day. Dollar climbing again. It was trying to wick there, and then so is the market. The market's trying to fight back a little bit. Bond auctions at 10 a.m. my time, so 1 p.m. Eastern. It's going to be for the 7-year bonds. So a little bit more longer dated. That could have a little bit more of an effect, but then just, Micron on the low now. Yo, Micron, AMD, chip makers kind of getting clobbered here at the lows, some more than others. Again, SMCI, that was the one that was like really, really weighing down right here. So, like, literally, you're watching just a crush. General Mills, again, that's on the high. I think Baba there. I could be reading it wrong. But General Mills, TSN, food staple plays, the ones that got murdered 3 weeks ago, they're up. Bro, Micron, 0.8 now, down. That candle's getting bigger on Micron. Microsoft, AMI Silverman, and her consumer sales will move to report to Phil Spencer. Microsoft, Takeshi Nomoto is being promoted to executive vice president. So Microsoft has a bunch of changes right now. It could be WDC shit. Yo, the WDC Kioxa stuff. I don't have the headline, but I think that's related to Micron. So watch out there. Bro, WDC's down 7.5. Micron's starting to go too. I don't know if you have the rest of the market playing along, but those two look really bad. A couple of value names still going up, and again, it is a lot of staples. I think XLP is killing it right now. It's just like XLF though. It's only 0.3. That's what sucks. Anything that's good, you need real strength, but everything is just barely up, holding on. Is the only problem. What are we waiting on? Nothing for now. I mean, we've already got most data out the way. If we're waiting, it's going to be bond data at 10 a.m. my time. So in about like 2 hours here. Then we got, 2 hours, 45 minutes. Yeah, it's not even 8. What's even the volume like right now? Let's see. Volume, 17 million. And it's not even an hour. So a little slightly above average. Let's see how the market looks on everything else. Gold price correction. Bro, WDC still getting murked. Again, watch MU as well related to that. And again, regionals and a couple of others are still running up here. Bro, WDC Micron, that's blech. And then, as far as the Dow right now, you have 14 names in the red, 16 names in the green. Nike's the worst on the Dow. NASDAQ 100, you have 57 red, 44 green. O'Reilly's the best. Align is the worst. And then S&P 500, 193 down, and then 309 up. Wills Towers the best. Willis, and then Align is the worst. WDC notified Kioxa that it would exit talks. All right, again, I put out this stream alert right here. I said it's related to Kioxa. I didn't even need the headline. I saw one in the morning, and I just know if both of these are moving, it's related to that. But they ended the merger talks, so there you go. No intraday plays for now. We'll see, though. I mean, again, how this plays out today. And I want to see how the headlines move us. Again, the last couple days have been a trip. You know, I don't plan on making an Amazon play, but maybe we do. I think Netflix is the only one holding its gains. But then Netflix dropped 20% leading into the earnings. So that's the issue. And then they did nothing relative to what people expected. Remember, people thought their margins were going to go down. They thought people were going to cancel a lot more, and they ended up surprising by double the amount of subscribers, raising their margin. And but then even then, they're kind of just break even on the last 3 months. Waiting for J-Powell to get any ZNZT. Not necessarily, but I do think, like I'm saying, man, in a weird way, Powell might just bless the rally, or Powell is going to bless the death. So depending on what his ass does, I mean, if I get this, I should have reacted exactly how I thought on the dot plot, but I was still being patient with this market because it's hella weird. But for the most part, I think if Powell is good or bad, I mean, that just might change my whole setup and either ride the wave or again, we start hitting volatility plays. Apple on the low, AMD 2, MSTR. I haven't looked at crypto yet. Calm. Micron's still dropping, man. So both of those, again, 8.2. Yeah, I'm green on the SQQs. So again, that was some of the bearish plays I still held. But yeah, and then we even averaged down on it at the beginning of August. So the Qs are green by like 2% right now, but that's just about it. Gold. Oh, yeah, that's what I wanted to look at. Yeah, gold is down. I mean, take that as you please. It's still elevated. It's just like everything in the market right now. You get these little intraday moves, but they're meaningless when you pull these charts out. That is the thing that makes it so annoying. Lind on the high, 2 point. Is that chocolate? Or that's lint. Powell either open up the coffin or hammer down the nail. Yeah, maybe. But isn't both negative? Wait a minute. Like, sir, why are you doing this? End phase on the high. A couple of you were calling that out. You guys want to know the funniest part? So not only is Powell next week as the market's going to be at this level, and watch out, SPY might flush here. So again, you're right at the level. You had a stream alert of the level right here. I mean, we're right above it. But let's see how this plays out. But are you guys ready for the messed up part? Are you ready? Here's the deal. Jerome Powell's next week on Wednesday, right? So far, the data has not moved him or moved the market to price in rate hikes, which would mean another pause. But the jobs data comes out after Powell. So just let that one sink in too. Just think about it for a sec. It's crazy. So even how this Fed meeting is placed it's utter bullshit too, because after you even get Powell, the same Friday. That's what I'm saying. So Powell is on Wednesday, and then the newest non-farms is 2 days later on Friday. So Powell, he'll know the number. Definitely, he'll know the number by. I wouldn't. That's not even a conspiracy theory. He'll know the number, but just for the sake of markets and everything else, I mean, just think about how that's going to play out. Because then he could very well just say data dependent, wait for the data, which he damn well knows will make us have to wait another month before we hear him again. Apple's flushing now. There's this SPY. You have broken the level now. Or again, 41.55 here. So this is where it's at, even the 41.57. If we go any lower, 41.37 will be next. SMCI still flushing. Again, Apple, you're getting more things bouncing now, but I do think, again, tech chips are weighing heavily, but you have a whole nother portion of the market making some moves right around here. Again, Apple's really dumping. And again, Apple has earnings next week. That's the crazy part. Google off the bottom. They're down 2.7. My goodness. Yeah, Tesla's holding up too. They're doing great. Some better than others. How long do you think the sell-off will continue? Till Wednesday. Next Wednesday, I believe you'll know if the sell-off is going to keep going or if it's going to be over. I think I thought we would have knew by now, but at the same time, again, that bond volatility and how it's emerging, it's just, that is the problem child. Mix it in with the dollar too. I do think, again, I was very bullish in October. And I still kind of am, like I'm saying, it may seem very weird, but like, dude, 2 weeks ago, you were looking fucking great. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I'm not really, I've been bearish all year. You could go ask anybody on it. I didn't trade it as good as I could have, actually as worse as possible, I would say. But to the same degree, it's more along the lines of, I'm down with anything. I think the market has an opportunity to still rally at the end of the year, but also very well that bond situation, the dollar, and if I was bearish at the end of last year, now seeing this stuff reemerge, I feel the same way. So unfortunately, it's just I'm trying to play the game of the stupidity with Powell and the back and forth and that timing. So that's what I think it boils down to. As far as like a market bottom or not, it's one thing about seasonality in the year, but like I'm saying, Powell and these central banks, that's going to be a really big deal. And I think that's all we need to watch. So like I'm saying, by Wednesday, we'll have a couple of meetings left. We've already gone through a lot. We'll see if Powell, the market's at a very big pivot point here. He's either going to confirm it and, say, hey, things are going to get bad, or, maybe we are going to raise and get very aggressive and then we totally die, or he comes out, supports the market again, lets the market have cushion, starts talking nice, says, oh, long term, maybe conditions are good, and then pumps the market a little bit so that he could bat it down, or even if we crash in January or have a recession, a slight one, he'll have cushion. So it could go both ways. I'm not really sold on any idea, but I see the possibility of both. That's how I've kind of been looking at it. He doesn't speak till next Wednesday. You have bond auction in 2.5 hours. That'll be the big thing today. 7-year bond auction. Thanks on the MU call. I hope you hit it, man. That was a fire. Honestly, if you were here early, because even my stream alert, it shows that I got that out to everyone early. But like, if you were here in real time, holy shit. I think you could have snaked that one. I'll have to double check. I have calls and puts, but again, I fucked up my balancing, and I ended up holding up way more calls than puts, and then or again, upside than downside. And then I closed my short after losing, and then I didn't reopen it yet, and I only had one. And then my other hedges that I would have thought would have played out, they were currency or bond related and got murked. Snap news? I don't think there is snap news. So SPY got a little, bro, that was wicked. Because Apple and a lot of names still dumped in that last couple of minutes. Google started to wake up. So I think Google needs a little bit. Back to 4166. So literally right at the level we bounced. If we come back down and flush it, we're going to 4137. If we could hold it, you may make another test at 4179 again. Meta raises price target on Meta. Or Meta Citigroup raises price target on Meta to 425 from 385. Fed rate monitor tool. Investing.com. If you want to know the Fed, or you could just go to /ZQ again and then go through all the dates, but this is it. So this is the wild part. You guys don't remember. Though. We had a Fed meeting a month ago or so, and everybody was waiting on the odds of this. So, like, look at this last couple of weeks here. You know, you see, remember, it was like 50-50, then it would drop down to like 60, and we didn't know. And then now we're guaranteeing no rate hikes. So that's really good news, even after really good data. U.S. Natural gas storage numbers, 74 billion. Estimate was 79. Previous was 97. Microsoft back to pre-earnings level. WDC trying to move off the bottom there. Again, Google got a little bit of lift. It's still pretty whack, but, I mean, I think that helps out after clapping all of that. Snap, yeah, they're just running. I don't know if there's news. I mean, at least Meta brought up some of the Israel stuff too. At least Snap doesn't look too insane. But then Google didn't bring anything up about it. All right, see if it holds. Mattel on the high. They were flushing earlier. And then, Chattadoni, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Follow me on Twitch /The Trading Fraternity. But I will see you in a little bit. I won't take too long, but this is already kind of a wild day. Not as wild as yesterday, though. I could definitely say that. So let's see how it plays out. We still got several hours remaining. I will BRB.
Yesterday from the recent selling, but now we're down again. The dollar, a piece of it. We do have the dollar up modestly. And then we also have a bit of a bid for bonds, still hovering around 492, though, for that 10-year yield. And then the VIX, Alex, well, it's above 20, but it still seems relatively suppressed given all of the uncertainty we have at this time. But nonetheless, complacency out of these markets.
Yeah, except in some individual names. It's quite interesting. Abigail, thank you so very much. And talking about individual names, we got so many earnings over the last 24 hours. But one that I wanted to highlight here was Southwest, because it fell to a 2020 low.
Yep.
This is like COVID low on slowing growth. And it makes me think that do we really need to pay attention to the actual numbers now, or it's really this outlook that feels dim for many, many companies and many sectors?
I come back. If you want to find out what's happening in the economy, you look at an airline CEO.
I did that for you.
I know, you set me up beautifully.
Did.
But Southwest is in the eye of the storm right now. We are seeing a domestic slowdown. People started off as they came out of the pandemic spending money domestically. We traveled internally. Now there is a desire to travel externally, so the long-haul carriers are benefiting. Also, there's been a premium story. People want to travel at the more premium end of the flying spectrum. So none of that is going to work for Southwest.
Yeah.
But it's going to be interesting to see kind of how they see the story developing now, because they've got a great read on the consumer.
Well, yeah, also I'm thinking that, eventually if you're not going to fly premium and then you just go back to coach, then why not just go to Southwest? Because it's going to be cheaper either way.
Do you think people are going to do that?
Flying.
Do you think people are going to do that? Once you've gone business class, once you've gone premium.
Are you asking me?
Yeah. Do you actually want to fly?
No, but I have to.
Yeah?
Like, I have to go to Kansas City, and I had to buy tickets, and it was in the back of the plane with my daughter.
Precisely.
Because I'm not going to pay $2,000 to fly to Kansas City in a business class seat.
So it's going to be really interesting to see how
Yeah, bro, they got $20 Spirit flights to Vegas. I thought I'd just throw that out there. It's not a sponsored post. But damn, Bloomberg, he's like, would you ever go back to flying coach, you peasant? What the fuck? Calm down. Calm down, guy. Calm down. Calm down. The hell? man, what's the price, man? 2,000 versus 20, man. Sign me up. You want bed bugs from? Listen, man. All I know is y'all keep talking shit about Spirit Airlines because it worked. It's just like y'all just made it so cheap, though. Thank you. That's what I've learned, dude. Because I took a Spirit flight. I've taken a Spirit flight this year. It wasn't that bad. I was just like, it's the perception. Definitely the perception. That's all it is. It's perception. But I'm like, dude, $20, $20, get out of here, man. It's not bad, no. I just think it has too much negative publicity. Meta on watch for what? There was a price raise, but other than that, Google was going up too. SEC has 8 to 10 filings in front of the commission on possible exchange-traded products for Bitcoin. Gary Gensler making a comment he says he has 7 to 8 or 8 to 10 filings on possible ETFs for Bitcoin. The flight delays. No, you're right. They did delay my flight. I forgot about that. Yeah. I think that's what my girlfriend said too. She's like, ha ha. Because my girlfriend thinks I'm insane for flying Spirit. And I'm like, humble yourself. So, yeah. Again, you're right back to the lows. I mean, at least the bonds are trying to climb up, but that cushion ain't good enough. I don't know. Is Bitcoin moving off of the Gensler comments? 41.58 back to the level. So, again, if you bounced right at the level, you had your little shoot up, 10, 13 points or so, and then now you're like right back down. BPMC on the high. Bitcoin not really reacting to that headline. ACAT on the low. So biotech, BABA, China names are going up. Bonds are catching a bid here into the high. So it's better than not for now. I'll take it. Sava ran big. WDC, another low. I thought that was going to chill out there. Again, the Kyoxa merger, they backed out of it. You're making a move there once again. You think the Fed is going to have to raise rates so the curve doesn't invert? If they do, it'll have to be in December. So I don't know. Maybe they let it uninvert, and then they see whenever the bleeding happens, like we were talking about. But if anything, he can't do it now on Wednesday unless the PCE comes in really hot, unless Apple earnings are so bad and inspires the Fed futures, But right now, it's like a 90%. But then again, last year, 2 years ago, we have watched day before the event. One data set can alter that. But as of now, I think that's a possibility for December. But at this point, let it uninvert a little bit. Let it keep doing what it's doing, and then just see how much bleeding there is. Companies do not have to have option contracts. No, but usually whether or not options are offered for a company, it's dependent on the stock's liquidity. It's usually a minimum volume requirement. So like if you trade X amount of shares a day, you'll get options. If not, even if you have a stock, but it just doesn't trade a lot of daily volume, they won't make a market for your options. 41.55, new low again. You're right back to the level again. We went right below it for a little bit. Same exact level. 41.37 will be the next spot. Then it's like 41.30, then 41.17. And then before you know it, you're just doing the same dancing queen here at just 100 points lower. Apple sub 168. My thought process, and this is tin, not fact, is for the last 20 years, the economy has more or less been weak, and the Fed's super communicative. Pre-98, it wasn't the case. The Fed could have been raised. The Fed could single new regime by raising. I'm not following the last part. I kind of agree with you that the economy, even since like 08, we never really had the real recovery as much as we had stimulus, but I'm not following the latter end. SQQ on the high, so NASDAQ's still dying. NASDAQ's down 1.28, literally S&P 0.7, Dow a quarter, and then Russell's up because of the regionals. So shout out to the regionals. RTX is still climbing. I'm still in that one, so we're up a little bit more on that. What does merked mean? Oh, you never heard that term? Merked is I mean, it's short for mercenary, but I think it means you got killed. It means you got clapped. If you don't know what clap means, it means you got shot. I don't know. Explaining this out loud sounds kind of wild. But yeah, this is like very like old Call of Duty language, you know? You got murked, pwned, clapped, mollywopped. ABVC. Oh, that was the one in the morning. I saw this one. Again, they got like a $600 million licensing agreement, and their market cap's like $12 million or something. All right, WDC. That's another low. I'm sorry, WDC. I need my dollar up here. And we didn't go any lower. We went slightly lower and then a little bounce, but we'll see what happens. NBA opening week is DC. I don't watch the games, dude. I watch highlights. Like that's all. That's the best I could give you guys. But other than that, I like it so far. I'm really excited for Wembanyama, and then Luka. Luka's very good too. And then even Jokic is like it's kind of scary. Jokic is like kind of weirdly. I never really respected him, but you know, I definitely my respect for Jokic is increasing to another level. You know, because I don't know. I feel like I judged him. I judged him way too much for just not like, you know, he don't have that attitude. But like, nah, man, he's a killer, bro. He's so good. He's so good. It's fucked up. Can't forget about wrecked. That is part of the same set of adjectives. MOVE hits below 52-week low. I mean, I have what 1 week till deposit, Habibi. 1 week till deposit. That's all. All right, SPY's coming up again, but I mean, I at this point I feel like nobody gets their hopes up anymore. I mean, that was the moral of the story with the bonds. Don't get your hopes up. So let's see if we could get above here or not. But you're still kind of doing the dancing queen at the bottom here. WDC is still flushing. Dollar came off the high, but still very, very elevated and above 30. What about 39-year-old LeBron being top 20 in the league? LeBron's very good. I think LeBron is honestly, he deserves a lot of credit. Even if you don't like him for politics or you want to just play the I hate LeBron game, hands down, bro, one of the greatest. Honestly, it's a blessing we've got to see LeBron. Amen, man. He is honestly. LeBron's legit, bro. I can't believe we got to see his whole career. Amba on the low. Yo, Ambarella dying. Weird because NXPI was the one ripping right here. I don't know if it's too crazy. GNTX, give me a second. I didn't look into anything on that today, but I'm trying to. What's up with Amba? They got price target cut, but that's it. That was yesterday, too. 2 days ago. Yeah, Amba's dropping NXP high. MDT. So, again, Medtronic. This is related to EW. That's why I'm saying I don't think EW's earnings were all that bad, but they all got clapped. Thermo ended up bouncing today, but they literally got clapped the day before. You started respecting Joker once you saw no one could rebound in 2K. Nah, bro. It's once I saw him just shit on Anthony Davis. That's it. It was just like without even trying, and it didn't even look fundamental at all. It blew my mind. And he just like, and if you watch it over and over again, you really can't guard. You can't guard him. So it's an impressive feat. Impressive feat. All right, still working our way up. Again, if you could set above this high right here, that'll be better. And then we're going to have to focus on here. If you get past 41.78 with steam, you'll fill the gap. But then you still got to get 2 more points higher here without getting punched in the face. And then dollar still holding 30. I think anything below 30 on the dollar could help. But again, the number we want is that 29.81 from earlier this week. ARK going green. JD's up. Again, China plays were running earlier. I think they're all up there. But it's barely moving considering China did go down in the morning. They didn't like our session, but remember, day before, they were absolutely ripping it. Yeah, the BP Tesla news, that was earlier in the morning. Thermo Fisher on the high, MDT on the low, and then EW, see if they go low. SPY back at VWAP. We might get past that high. Bonds are a little bit more cushioned, but still not safe. And then dollar still hates you. Jokic about to pass LeBron in triple doubles? No way. I could see it though now. Again, like I'm saying, he's not the household name, but like he's got to respect him. He's ill. Where's the dude who bought 10,000 Meta shares? He bought 10K in Meta shares. So I don't know. Hopefully he's sold after hours, but Meta's coming. It's not like it's that bad right now, but if you compound yesterday and today, holy shit. I can't even believe that's how it moved. This was the 9% down yesterday. You're barely above the last peak there on Meta. All right, you're working your way up. Your first little baby high. Got above the rejection now. So, again, 41.55. That level is solid for now. Hopefully we don't have to retest it, but if we do, you'll see. So now 41.77 and then gap fill at 41.86. If they really hate you, they won't even let it. It'll just start wicking around in here right in the middle of it all. We close green today. Hard to say. Again, there's still a bond auction lurking right around the corner, so I wouldn't feel too safe just yet. Gorman? Oh, Morgan Stanley is talking. All right, you're getting your little pop. Meta's still moving up. IRDM, FCX. High tickers gassing now. Coca-Cola, 52-week low on MO now. Damn, they're down 4.5. Yeah. Now they're back to the October low, the September one, with a dividend raise too. Roblo pop. Tesla's moving up. Again, SPY now. I think Google and Meta can really help you out a lot. Microsoft, if it just wants to be a damn leader. And then Netflix, they're right back to green. They were up a lot more in the morning. Match.com moving. Remember, there's activist note yesterday. They're up 1.4, still kind of moving. MPW hit a new high. Again, their conference calls in 12 minutes. You take an NQ short. Perfect NQ short setup. Good luck. NVIDIA, Meta. Everything's still, I mean, that's a nice little pop, but it's still slow. Slow as shit. So you're about 3 points higher. You're kind of near the first little low and rebound. You want momentum. You want to keep this up. Otherwise, like I'm telling, everything just like 0.3, 0.2, 0.5. It's too small. Again, even XLF 0.3 right now. Let's see XLP. I don't think this is slow. I mean, the things are moving fast, but like, what I'm trying to say is like 0.3. Like the bonds are up by 0.3. That means nothing because one thing could move you around. Again, XLF is literally like it was just green, up at 0.2, 0.3. One candle it could go red. So even though we're getting the equities moving, just don't forget that little equal weight versus non-equal weight. Like look at unequal weighted stocks right now. If you took the S&P, gave it an equal weighted, fashion, you're hitting a new high on the day. SPX hasn't even gone up to the first level, and you're barely above VWAP. So right now, you're at opening candle. Around, it's like 4117. So our level is 4177, and then there's 4117. So 4117 and then 4177. And then 4187 is the gap fill, and then back to 4200 if the Lord has favor upon you. So we'll see. Yeah, exactly. Everything just the Raul setup is still there, unfortunately. And again, we'll have the bond auction. If we get around it, like it was just like the other day. It was just like the Bill Ackman day. Remember I was telling you guys the day of Bill Ackman, I was like, hold on, don't fall for it yet. Once you get past here, then we could believe it for at least the day. But the whole idea is you're still one candle, one data set away from just flipping everything on this. So we're not getting the strength that, boom, it's running nonstop. Can't tell me nothing. I'm Kanye West. We haven't had that yet with any data or even earnings. That coin on the high again. Tech, TECK as well, too. Yeah, Dollar General, they closed good yesterday, too. Dollars 30.02, one little penny down. TCOM on the high. Yeah, DG up 2.1. Where's Overstock? IBM's going. WDC's dying again. $1.30.01 now. One more penny. Let's go. Below 30 will be good. ESPN to preview the upcoming Disney bet launch on its Edge conference in New York on November 9th. Disney came back a little bit. Again, SPY's still red. NASDAQ still down 0.5%. There's a long term. I don't know, bro. I can only log into one of my long terms because I'm still in limbo with the TD trade bullshit. But I think decent. I'd hope so. Was there news? No. Just move. Literally, you bounced right off the level. You did two little tests of it and then just rocketed up. Seemed like support, but that was about it. No war news, no. Oh, my calls. Okay, Mao, way more activity on the high ticker. Couple more banks. Watch if any of the other leading. Again, I think if Staples and financials come up, otherwise, if those come down, tech is going to have to take over, which I don't think would be bad for the market here. We'll see. But we're not over. Again, fill the gap, and then we'll talk about a squeeze. Like I said, you're back to the level. You got past the first peak. Now you're back up here. Let's fill the gap, and then we'll talk about where everything's at. Is this a non-event bull run? I think off the bottom, yeah. And again, if you really want to, we started running this morning off of the really good data, which makes no sense. But that's why I was saying what I was saying earlier. But you literally just, from the morning, bonds rally, data, and that's what's kind of just been keeping us here. But it's not like intraday, this little hour so far, hour and a half. We haven't gotten anything new. Oh, yeah, also the UK pause. That was another big deal. Yeah, that's actually a very big deal. Just because, again, that's another area around the world. They've raised for 12, 14 months in a row. Now they're stopping, but for the most part, I think we're still very focused on our own dollar, though, and our bonds, and then just very bad earnings in the morning, though. That's the weird part. It was bad earnings versus very hot data, but it seemed like the market wanted to react to that more than anything. GMM, MO on the low, yeah. They're earning, they guided down a little bit, but I think that comment towards the consumer going for cheaper cigarettes kind of got people. LPLA, Lapla. Again, SPY's still holding here, but now we're just back to literally open. Bonds are rallying because stronger than expected GDP growth, GDP prices, and new orders. Well, yeah, but like they shouldn't be. You know, that data today, like jobless claims came in a little good, but you know, that hot of an economy, you should be worried about inflation. But I do think more or less people were less worried that the economy and those signs of that shallow recession didn't just slap us in the face. But it's another day, day 2 in a row of like good news, bad, that whole little dynamic. I mean, it's random. That's kind of the thing, is that once the market gets volatile enough, that like feedback loop of data, it's not working. You know, it's not there anymore, because you're getting a lot of people reacting in a way now where it's just like, hold on, we're treating the same data or opposite data where we're trading it the same. Good data we sell, bad data we sell, and that's why it's interesting to see the little reflex that we had of recovery today, because it was that same data would have killed you the other day, but then at other times, you know, it's been very supportive. But then like looking at the real estate stuff yesterday, even pending home sales today, that was kind of in line with it. It's not really following the trends we've seen over the last couple of, like, almost the whole year. Great GDP growth with the lowest gasoline demand in 22 years. Quite the dichotomy in narratives. Yeah, and that's where it's weird, because even if you wanted to use oil as like an economic indicator, I mean, they're showing two different things. Like I said, either the data is really wrong, or it's like really inaccurate, or it's just really delayed. You know, buy more MO. Once I get a deposit, so we'll see. And then, I mean, I hope I could actually do something. I don't even know if I'll be able to add to the big. I got to get access to the big account. I'm still in the process of moving accounts. I'm telling you, it's been such a shit show. They fucked up. So I still have the other 2 accounts on TD, but we'll see. Bond auction, 10 a.m. my time, 1 p.m. Eastern. So I should then. I don't know, man. This is we don't know what Powell's going to do next Wednesday. I mean, you know me. I am, especially even with the long term. Again, like I've been bearish this whole year, but the long term I'm really getting behind. Just because, again, if we die but don't like go in crater, and then this is all looking like that 1970 to 1980 setup. So owning assets when there's just a lot of confusing shit going on, I'm down with. But, you know, that talk we had yesterday, you are right at the 50-50 point. So if you want to buy, if you want to interpret anything I say as buy this, buy that, I should do that, well, it's very simple. You have to speak now or forever hold your peace. So if you're really down to hold, I mean, I wouldn't really be too worried. You have some great long-term pickups in value. There's an incentive in value right now, especially once they rotate back after we see what's happening here. But for the most part, though, you just please make your decision and decide that, like, you know, no exaggeration, whatever you want to do today, act as if you cannot change your mind for 10 years. Or don't. Just don't. But for real, just that's what everybody says, and then you know, act as if you can't change your mind for. Then they believe it until shit go wrong. You know what I'm saying? Or something's there, and they're like, well, wait a minute. So, like I'm saying, I mean, I gotta manage my account. I'm gonna get my deposit. I've used all of my deposits. I'm still down to, but you know what you need to do is, like, again, I like certain names and I think they're great, but if you're just gonna buy something today because it's cheap, and then it doesn't do what you want, then you end up selling it at another point, or now it leads you into worry and anger and frustration, and then you change that 10-year plan. It's like it will be more detrimental, and honestly, you could just hold cash right now and get paid. So that's the thing. You just got to make a decision right now and be comfortable with your decision and know you can't change it. Yo, Citi running. Citi and all the banks, XLF, Citi, Big Pop on Citi. Might get some financial news. MPW call starting. See, they're holding up 15%, so good for them for now. Citi appointed a depository bank for Abivox ADR program. They say 2015 enforcement action terminated, says the Fed. Oh, so they're going to just save on regulation or money. Oh, where is it? KC Fed data. Coin is on the high too. Again, SPY still holding up. Bonds haven't moved in a little bit. It's still below the 41.77. Now, Whataburger hit different yesterday. He bet. Okay, well, I need to go to the bathroom, so I guess I'll play the conference call. Why won't it load up? Banger. Yeah, it hasn't started yet. Citi again. Citi enforcement action. They're doing good. Number one classic on iTunes. Argentina, bomba, bomba, bomba. Number one, Habibi. Number one. Unconfirmed rumors that Hamas may be considering leaving Gaza for refuge in Lebanon, Turkey, or elsewhere. That BBC report. That'd be crazy. That would be very good if they did. Honestly, I think that would de-escalate a lot of the situation. So we'll see. But that's a wild rumor so far with what, dude, yesterday was even crazy. We're delaying to get more weapons, and then we're doing them, then we're not. And then all of the back and forth. Again, you even had more condemnations. So we'll see. Yeah, Citi, MP Dubs. Did it start?
Vice President, please go ahead.
It's starting now. They're going into the high.
Good morning.
WDC
and
on the
welcome to
low.
the Medical
I'm gonna go to
Property
the
Trust
bathroom.
conference call to discuss our third quarter 2023 financial
I hate how
results.
this sounds.
With me today are Edward K. Aldag Jr., Chairman, President, and Chief Executive Officer of the company, and Stephen Hamner, Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer. Our press release was distributed this morning and furnished on Form 8-K with the Securities and Exchange Commission. If you did not receive a copy, it is available on our website at medicalpropertiestrust.com in the Investor Relations section. Additionally, we're hosting a live webcast of today's call, which you can access in that same section. During the course of this call, we will make projections and certain other statements that may be considered forward-looking statements within the meaning of the Private Securities Litigation Reform Act of 1995. These forward-looking statements are subject to known and unknown risks, uncertainties, and other factors that may cause our financial results and future events to differ materially from those expressed in or underlying such forward-looking statements. We refer you to the company's reports filed with the Securities and Exchange Commission for discussion of the factors that could cause the company's actual results or future events to differ materially from those expressed in this call. The information being provided today is as of this date only, and except as required by the federal securities laws, the company does not undertake a duty to update any such information. In addition, during the course of this conference call, we will describe certain non-GAAP financial measures which should be considered in addition to and not in lieu of comparable GAAP financial measures. Please note that in our press release, Medical Properties Trust has reconciled all non-GAAP financial measures to the most directly comparable GAAP measures in accordance with Reg G requirements. You can also refer to our website at medicalpropertiestrust.com for the most directly comparable financial measures and related reconciliations. I will now turn the call over to our Chief Executive Officer, Ed Aldag.
Thank you, Charles, and thanks to all of you for joining us this morning on our third quarter 2023 earnings call. Steve and I are pleased to be joined for today's discussion by two of our esteemed colleagues, Rosa Hooper and Kevin Hanna. Rosa's been with MPT for 14 years, beginning as director in our asset management department and underwriting group. In 2016, Rosa took over full responsibility for that group of some 30 people. Rosa started her career in public accounting and, among other roles, served as chief financial officer of a Birmingham-based hospital. As our current senior vice president of operations, Rosa is the perfect person to provide a detailed look at the strength and diverse nature of our portfolio and the reasons underpinning MPT's confidence in future cash rents. Kevin joined MPT in 2008. He started his career at Ernst & Young and has nearly 30 years of public accounting experience. Before MPT, Kevin served as controller for Fruit of the Loom, a Berkshire Hathaway subsidiary. Kevin currently serves as our senior vice president, controller, and chief accounting officer. And we thought his...
All right, we'll come back to this one. I can't do the audio, bro. I feel like it's going to make my hairline go back further. That's what I'm worried about. Sound like, yeah, SPY dropped a little bit. I mean, we're still in this zone here, so watch out, though, guys. This could be a problem, just like yesterday. If you do this little, like, half-ass rally and then just flush it out and then break every level afterwards, it's not, yeah, the audio, I could turn it down a little bit, but it's still like, yeah, it starts, I'm worried about my hair. I got to watch the hairline. Right here, I'm waiting to hear over and out after each person. Over. Well, that's the thing. I mean, in a weird way, most of them, it's like it sounds like that because like they actually use phones. If you guys don't know, like a conference call is like actually a conference call. So there'll be the people who are in the board. They'll have a meeting. There'll be people who aren't there that'll call in, even the analysts. So it's like it's a real ass call, like it's a telephone call. MRCY on the high. NVIDIA, Amazon. Is Eli Lilly? Again, they had some update on what they were working on. You have hair? I'm hanging on, buddy. I'm hanging on. It was weird. Like yesterday, like it was messed up. I trimmed. Wait, what's this? 9 Arab. This was in the morning. 9 Arab countries: Bahrain, Egypt, Jordan, Kuwait, Morocco, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE issued joint statement condemning the targeting of civilians and violations of international law in Gaza, adding that self-defense does not justify neglecting the rights of Palestinians. So, like, borderline, the whole entire Persian Gulf just condemned Israel. I think that is the entire Gulf, except for Iran. But then again, I think they already made their statement. Yeah, MPW meetings, we have it. I mean,
notably, our new dividend has been set to a comfortable level to absorb the dilutive effects of additional near-term asset sales, which will obviously also be offset by some interest savings. Importantly, since announcing this update strategy, we've already made significant progress. Through a series of open market transactions.
That's good news. Again, they're talking about selling stuff. That's what I was telling you that we needed a long time ago.
In December of this year. And a few weeks ago, we closed on the sale of our 4 remaining Australian facilities for approximately $305 million, or a 5.7% cap rate. We are actively contemplating additional sales as sophisticated real estate, healthcare, and infrastructure investors continue to express appetite for our assets. On several occasions,
your guys' comments are funny.
That has already manifested in unsolicited offers for various assets. We recently engaged
Macy's
a leading financial advisor to help evaluate these offers and explore the sale of various assets around the world. We will only
again, I think that's the biggest driver of why they're up today.
Again,
they're talking about selling assets. They've already lowered the dividend, saving money, but then literally getting cash.
Performance of our portfolio during the past quarter.
Thank you, Ed. It's great to be able to participate in today's discussion. For those of you that I haven't met, I've spent essentially my entire career in healthcare and have been with MPT for over 14 years. Today, I have overall responsibility for our business operations, including asset management and underwriting. In this capacity, I maintain regular contact with our tenants,
going down one more.
And I'm encouraged
still
by
on
what
the high.
I've repeatedly heard from operators about
Microsoft on the low.
Of
Meta and Google held up a little bit.
Cost trends in 2023. As you will see in our supplemental information filed this morning, our tenants' operational performance, which as a reminder is reported 1 quarter in arrears, remains strong with trailing 12-month total portfolio EBITDARM coverage.
Okay, so you literally dropped 18 points from that high, and now we're back to the hugging that level
beginning
there.
With our UK operations
Microsoft, another low.
And Circle Health. In late August, Centene signed a definitive agreement to sell Circle's operations to Pure Health for $1.2 billion. The transaction is expected to close in the first quarter of 2024, and no changes are expected to Circle's operations or leadership from this sale. As private insurance coverage continues to expand in the UK, it's clear that investors are increasingly attracted to opportunities involving independent
Hey, you're going lower,
UK
grind on the high.
Which is, of course, great news for the value of our real estate. This is also reflected in the recent
Apple new low too. Apple and Microsoft
of MPT's portfolio of Circle facilities, with revenues up 11% and EBITDARM up 12% on a trailing 12-month basis year over year. Shifting to Priory, which has cemented itself as the largest independent mental health care provider in the UK by number of beds, MPT leases 37 behavioral health facilities to Priory. These properties have maintained EBITDARM coverage of approximately 2 times since acquisition. Given behavioral health trends across the globe, post-pandemic occupancy rates,
4 points,
and recent
2 points from the level, 5 points from the low of the day.
Staff recruitment and retention practices, we believe they can continue to deliver strong financial performance. Priory is managed by one of MPT's long-term operators, Median, which is based in Germany. Median has been a model tenant for roughly 10 years
another
and
low.
is the leading player in the German private.
Okay. We'll come back. That's MPW's call. Again, they were talking, I think the exploring sale news, again, for the assets, that's the real big driver, not to mention just it wasn't, they didn't show up with bad news this time, and investors have liked that. But the SPY has flipped. Apple, Microsoft took a very big drawdown there on this whole little thing, and now we've given up about 13 points, or 23 points? Yeah, 23 points in just about, 15 minutes, 20 minutes? Kind of wild. Ukraine Infrastructure Ministry denies new Black Sea grain corridor is suspended. MO, again, they had bad earnings here, or they gave a guide down on the consumer. Yeah, they're down 4.79. They're back to the September low of last year. That's where that was the one that got away. Can't hear any. I muted the MPW for now. Again, they're going over it. I don't think, like I said, I think all the updates were in writing. I mean, maybe when it gets to questions, we'll see what people ask about it. Let's see if, again, usually the question segment might have a little bit more. I don't think MO is doing an offering, no. Let me double check. I did not see that, though. They narrowed guidance to 1.5 to 3% growth off of last year's adjusted EPS. Confident in managing any market changes. Illicit vapor products are impacting the cigarette industry, estimating a 1.5, 2.5 range due to information gaps. They plan for Enjoy to improve supply chains, filling inventory gaps, expanding to 70,000 stores. EPS growth lowered this year due to planned investments in smoke-free vision and greater than expected headwinds. Margins improved despite increased rate of industry volume. Price realization considered over longer term than quarter to quarter. Pricing influenced by factors including list price and promotional spend. Stability of Marlboro share indicates strength of brand. And then optimistic about FDA actions against illicit e-vapor products. That's like the summary from the call. Let me see if I could get the earnings recap. And then again, volume on smokables was a loss of 11.4. Estimate was a loss of 9.4. Cigarettes went down 11.6. Cigars went up by 2%. Revenue net of taxes was $4.6 billion versus $476. And then adjusted OCI 274 versus 284. And then smokeless volumes dropped by 3.3% versus 2.2. And they made 657 versus 643. So they just missed top and bottom. And then again, that one thing on the consumer. I'm still in the EW shares, yeah. I'm still going to ride it out a little bit. Again, I like even Thermo Fisher, they gapped down and then they've rocketed up a little bit. But EW is growing at like 13 to 15%. I don't think it was actually that bad. I'm still in the ARC options. That one's till January. Yeah, Q&A is where Meta tripped up. It was literally CFO asking and then started just talking about They kept asking more about the spend plans, and then the truth came out. The U.S. Biden administration providing whatever needed to support people of Maine. Defense, yeah. RTX is doing great. RTX up 1.6. Pretty big for them, consider they only move big on earnings. Microsoft at the bottom still. Visa's been dumping all day. Visa actually looks hideous. Again, so do all the other cards, except for Discover. Russell's gaining because of regionals and REITs today, I would say, without a doubt. Again, Schwab is up. KRE is doing great. KRE is up 3.1 after, like, literally getting clapped. The song on the intro for the Watchlist, that is 2020 Election by Uncle Answers. Biden urges Republican lawmakers to ban assault weapons, high-capacity magazines, and enact universal background checks after Maine shooting. Wasn't the guy in Maine, though, wasn't he like he was a criminal. Like, I don't think he was even entitled to have a gun. I think he didn't they somebody said they bought it through his son or some shit. That shit's sad. He was an instructor. Really? Was he they said he was a sexual offender. Is that true? Because then that you shouldn't have been able to get it. NVIDIA. I can't believe NVIDIA gave up $20 off the open. There's a couple of stories floating. Yeah, honestly, because I saw this last night, and what you guys are telling me sounds way different than what they were saying early on. So I'll have to double check. They mixed them up with someone. Yeah, I've not checked since the morning. Bro, everything's still clap, man. 2% on a lot of these names. Apple down 2, Microsoft, even Google recovered and still down 2. Google is down even more. And then Meta's down 3.2. Gosh, the world of big tech. The big tech reckoning. And then equal weight is still holding up. But, man, we're still just in the gulags of the... Again, the other gulag was like, what, right here. And now you are still like, what, 100, literally 100 points below that. SMPL. SMPL's on the high. Simply Good Foods. XLP went down. So this is what I was saying. Part of that cushion, again, you see banks, they're moving around. XLP just went barely green to barely red now. Japan aims for $13 billion in global South investments and South investments. Economic Minister Yasutoshi Nishimura. EXEL. This thing's already up 5. Actually, just shot up there. 2% on one candle, 3%, 4%. EXEL. Again, check news on that. Thing's running. EXEL. The name sounds very familiar. Excelis. I don't see anything on them just yet. %. Just came back. It just got shut down. Hold on, bro. You just sold off 8% right there. I don't have any news on this thing. NVIDIA. Autodesk on the low. Yo, what's going on there? Autodesk flushing. NVIDIA now through the low, down by 2.9. Tesla's going lower. Yeah, I'd say watch Google and Meta. If these guys go lower, we got a problem. RTX and LMT. Those are still moving. And then Microsoft now, too. That won't be good. But, again, I really think Google and Meta, the fresh ones, if those start, and they've lost the most, if they keep going down, that just starts to really weigh on things. Netflix, low of the day. Yeah, Netflix even getting down. Dude, RTX just nonstop. Yeah, Netflix again on the low. NVIDIA. SPY's about to do it here. You're getting the low take. I mean, there's a couple of things on the high taker. EDR, that was the takeover stuff from earlier. That's popping again, up 23%. But SPY back to 41.55. You just hit the low of 41.54 not too long ago. This is your 4th time testing this level today, Chad. You have literally bounced every single time. So, again, if we flush through here, that 41.37 is going to be intact, or that's going to be up next. Interceptions by the Iron Dome seen over the sky in Tel Aviv. Israel Seuss with video. See here.
Since the first quarter. We expect further sequential declines in the fourth quarter, and going into 2024, our G&A and other operating costs and expenses are expected to be well below comparable full-year 2022 levels. As Ed discussed, our near-term strategy is focused on increasing our liquidity and demonstrating that we are well positioned to satisfy our debt maturities in coming years. I'd now like to pick up on that discussion by sharing some additional detail on how we envision this strategy playing out over the next several quarters.
This is actually important.
We continue to evaluate the potential sale of certain assets, including through joint venture structures, limited secured financing of assets, and possible amendment and extension of certain bank loans. While we will not presently specify any particular assets that we are considering monetizing or the specific timing of possible transaction, I can say that we are targeting approximately $2 billion of liquidity transactions over the next 3 to 4 quarters.
So you're going to sell $2 to $3 billion of property.
The prices offered by some property investors may be constrained.
Will that be enough?
Although there are buyers who do not use leverage. Nonetheless, in order to retain shareholder value with respect to properties that have strong coverage and ever-increasing cash rents, we may elect to access liquidity through prudently underwritten temporary and limited secured financing instead of permanently relinquishing value by selling assets into a higher rate environment. And even in such an environment, when the estimated current values of some of our hospitals are compared to our initial investment values, we are encouraged
just say they're going to take out another loan to sell?
For sale of those assets. Just a couple of examples. Rosa mentioned a few minutes ago the announcement during the quarter of the acquisition of Circle by Pure Health.
Say you're going to take out a loan.
Expected to close during the first quarter.
That's what he said. I don't think that's going to be good.
Many of you will remember that we completed the acquisition of about 30 Circle hospitals for £1.5 billion in 2020.
SPY's going lower.
Excel's
running now, 11. No idea what's going on with that. 4153, 4137 is in place still.
The 2020 transaction. Second, you will remember that last year Prime repurchased, at a very attractive IRR to MPT, a portfolio of hospitals, including a facility near San Diego called Alvarado, which MPT had owned for more than 12 years.
Yeah, this opens up a whole new range.
Merely as a point of reference for value indications, and even though this hospital was not strongly profitable, its virtually irreplaceable infrastructure characteristics yielded a roughly $200 million purchase price when Prime recently agreed to sell the real estate and operations. And as a reminder, unlike this 12-year-old agreement,
parachute level. That's why 4137 here gets really bad. And the video is going lower.
In return for above-market rents during the lease, virtually none of our remaining leases include such a fixed option price.
Dollars hitting a new high. Yuck.
Benefit from 100% of the real estate fair value increase. Proceeds from such monetization transactions might first be used to reduce our revolver balances, on which we most recently have paid interest at about 6.9%, as we recently deployed the Australian dollar 470 million of Australia sale proceeds toward. Beyond that, we believe successful execution of this strategy will afford us a number of attractive balance sheet options.
Dollar might need to calm down, or it's going to chill,
tendering for
and then we're going to still dance around.
Notes, or simply reducing
Euro close in 2 minutes
and holding cash against
so watch out if it's
of low coupon unsecured.
If this is if it's just a Euro close baby bounce and then we sell off, just watch out. Otherwise, maybe we end this after Euro.
Expect to repay from on-hand liquidity the remaining 350 million pounds of maturing unsecured notes, the same notes that we already repurchased 50 million pounds of at a discount during and after the third quarter. Maturities in 2024 have an aggregate balance at current exchange rates of about $430 million.
Okay, and they said they're going to send.
We expect to have access to ample resources to satisfy those 2024 maturities.
Tell me about 2025.
Before even considering any expected proceeds from the sale of our Connecticut hospitals to Yale New Haven Health, which we remain optimistic about. Meanwhile, as Rosa discussed, we continue to effectively execute our core business.
Okay, that red still, again, dollar's still high, tech's still going down. Watch out here.
Of our tenants that likewise represent the vast majority of our cash flows. Beginning with our interest in Prospect's managed care affiliate, PHP Holdings, LLC, I'll summarize a few key points. PHP continues to respond to questions from the California Department of Managed Healthcare, and it remains PHP's and our expectations that the department will approve the reorganization. However, our agreement with Prospect basically provides that we will have a convertible note, preferred equity, or some combination of those. Whatever it is, the economies are identical to us. We account for our investment in PHP, either convertible debt or preferred equity, on the fair value method.
4 seconds
ago. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, the fair value adjustment to PHP as of the end of the third quarter was about $30 million. Of course, this is an estimate of fair value, and there is no assurance
we're listening because we own it, and it's up 15-20% right now.
Prospect
and
expects
what
to
happens
begin
with their
marketing the company
maturities
soon,
is very important for the long term.
And we continue to expect a transaction in 2024. Meanwhile, we do not include any fair value adjustments in our normalized FFO and AFFO metrics, and we have not anticipated any transactions in connection with managing the out-year debt maturities I just discussed. That is, no recovery from PHP is included in our $2 billion monetization target. Turning to Steward, this morning we posted to our website some incremental supplemental information about our Steward investments. Given Steward's strong facility-level operations, we remain confident in the real estate platform's long-term profit potential,
watch out for
despite the near-term
3006.
cash flow headwinds mentioned in the press release this morning.
Bond auction's not now.
The core reasons
Bond auction in an hour and a half.
Confidence are the facilities continue to generate strong EBITDARM coverage of more than 2 times fixed rent payments. This is indicative of strong underlying patient flows that Steward simply would not receive if not for its operating competence. In both of Steward's major markets, the Boston area and South Florida, which when we include 100% of Massachusetts, comprise about 2/3 of the total Steward.
Dollar's still doing
These
it,
physical
Habibi.
facilities are critical to the health care of the surrounding communities. Absent some unexpected series of events, we expect that our real estate will remain fully occupied and operating as hospitals into the foreseeable future. Importantly, the supplemental information posted this morning.
Yeah, the dollar's the only thing wrong. And again, that bond auction, maybe we're just going to keep this tension until that comes out.
Extended to Steward in the past. With that, we have time for a few questions, and I'll turn the call back over to the
This is where it's going to move. Again, that one thing about taking out another loan was really weird. Other than that, let's see if the questions. This is where the stock will move.
On your telephone keypad. If you are using a speakerphone, please pick up your handset before pressing the keys.
Okay.
To withdraw your question, please press star then 2. And our first question will come from Michael Carroll of RBC Capital Markets. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Steve or Rosa, can you provide some additional color on Steward's working capital problems right now that you mentioned? I know that you highlight there has been some improvement, but does Steward need to make additional improvements to kind of narrow the differences between the cash and GAAP results?
Yes, we expect Steward will continue to make improvements, both on its operations and its revenue cycle management. And by that, of course, just to reiterate,
no, this is not my,
we mean
my AI bot.
collecting more of their billings earlier than what has happened in the past. And so we absolutely expect further improvement in that.
Rare, a couple of
and can you talk about some of the issues right now with those
Sarepta.
receivables? I mean, are there concerns that they have receivables on the books that can't be collected or going to be collected at a lower rate that's currently out there?
Sure, Michael. So There is no concern at this time that they will not be collected. There have been system changes, so the technology is in place now. They have the people that they need, and so there is no concern that there will have to be write-offs.
Do they have the money?
Surrounding the accounts receivable. They are working denials. Their denials have been higher than they have wanted them to be and higher than they should be, and they are putting procedures in place to address that. But no, there's no concern that they will not be ultimately collectible.
Mike, a few years ago, they actually outsourced this whole process, which isn't terribly uncommon, but it has always been everyone's experience, or most likely been everyone's experience, that's better handled in-house.
Again, still holding here. The dollar's kind of freaky, but you're getting a lot of names moving, but the downward pressure is still there.
Collections, but the lack of initial denials. Now, initial denials merely could mean from an insurance company that a proper form or something from the doctor wasn't filed properly. So those have been great improvements.
And Michael, I'll just add to that, that the denial issue is not Stewards alone. Insurance companies have gotten more and more
NVIDIA again.
Difficult from that perspective.
NASDAQ down 1.3, SPY 0.7, Dow 0.3.
You may have seen the ruling that CMS came out with recently that made it much easier for hospitals and doctors to admit patients under the Medicare Advantage plan. That's exactly the type
PHILO
of
on the
thing,
high. Yo, huge pop, 30 cents.
Insurance companies can't second guess a doctor's orders.
Very illiquid.
Okay, great. And then just last one for me. I mean, how are these receivables accounted for in your GAAP coverage ratios? I mean, are they accounted for at the billable amount, or is it being recognized at some lower, more likely collectible type level?
No, it's a net revenue. It's typical in healthcare.
But Mike, on the receivables they're collecting, even some that are more than 120 days old, there haven't been any discounts.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you.
VKTX still down, but they're coming back up.
The next question comes from Vikram Malhotra of Mizuho. Please go ahead.
Thanks for taking the question. So just maybe following up on Steward, I just wanted to understand from here on, one, is there a way you could give us sort of what's the size of the receivables issue? And perhaps, are there any, I'm assuming they've also to improve cash flow, perhaps they've also deferred some payables as well. But just like magnitude-wise, what's the size of the receivables issue and any payables?
I'm surprised there's not as many maturity questions.
Having in the future to provide perhaps another short-term credit to them?
Well, first and foremost, Vikram, that is not the anticipation, the plan, the desire, and we don't think it's necessary. On the payables, clearly the legacy payables, that is the old payables, continues to demand a lot of the profitability, the profitable cash flow coming out of operations. Steward is working that along at the same time as working on increasing the.
This is the MPW collection. Conference call.
The third.
It's almost done, but we just want these questions here.
Is Rosa
I'd like a good maturity
in her
question.
Prepared remarks, the very significant efficiency initiatives, cutting out $600 million plus of annual operations, annual cash expenses, going into 2024. All of that comes together to bring, cash flow such that
oil's starting to move too.
Clearly, there's still some old payables. Steward continues to chip away at those. And then the next step, and again, we referred to this very briefly, the next step is working on the balance sheet. Before the pandemic, Steward had pending plans in place to rationalize its overall operations, selling certain pieces of non-hospital operations. That is now being accelerated and is expected to provide a fairly significant amount of liquidity in the coming quarters. All of which is to say we're we're satisfied.
Rare again. That's another biotech. So we're working up the top. Dollars not moving.
And the success
bonds
they've
are just
had,
holding.
Tangible success they've
again,
had
equal weight still holding up
all
too,
of these
but all of your
initiatives.
tech is destroyed
just to
today.
repeat, working on
That's
the
where we
payables,
need a lot of lift.
paying that down out of increased cash flow that comes from significantly reduced expenses and elevated improvements to collections.
Okay, and just to clarify the question previously on the coverage reported, so is the coverage sort of a pro forma cash flow number over the rent pro forma for all these changes that you just described?
No, it's a GAAP number, and nobody goes to a hospital, any hospital, and pays when they leave. So that includes the insurance company. So there's a delay in payment for everyone, and this has done the same thing for every one of our coverages.
Okay, no, I just felt it was a bit acute over here, so I was wondering if there were any adjustments, but that's helpful. Just one more. So, you've laid out sort of this aggressive plan, and you also called out the rate environment, perhaps limiting that, or maybe you've changed to more
ask them about the loan
near term. But just can you give us a bit more color on how you're thinking this $2 billion shakes out, U.S. versus non-U.S. Any color or even qualitatively of what type of buyers exist today for given the rate environment for hospital type assets?
So all very good questions. The buyers.
Yeah, Myrna is moving up. Take two on the low.
Even in this
and EA, something's going on in gaming.
Operators,
gaming stocks,
example,
EA and Take Two.
And again, you've seen even in the last year, we've sold facilities back to Prime, for example, and others. Sovereigns who remain interested, probably weighted more toward Europe and higher acuity
and Hasbro
than the U.S. at this time. But in the U.S., in particular, infra funds and other managed assets that, again, as I alluded to earlier, aren't IRR determined. So by that I mean, in order to make an attractive investment based on their return requirements, they don't need to load up on high rate secured debt right now. So those are the buyers, and when combined with that level of demand, with real estate assets that, I mean, this is not like office or retail that has really structural, some would say even existential issues about keeping occupancy and rate. Hospital assets are long-term, well-covered.
No, I think Ubisoft is foreign. Qs are on the low now, so watch out, though. You're flushing.
And it's drawing a significant amount of attention. So even in this rate environment,
you haven't hit the new low. You're 1 point away from it.
The kind of discount demands or lack of a market even that other types of real estate are having.
Okay, that's helpful. And then just one last, if I may. Just given you've had barring the last year or so, you've had a multi-year period of growth, external growth, and now you're sort of switching more.
Okay, 1 point away.
Reducing the leverage.
Again, this level is actually insane.
Incentives.
This is the fifth time now you're at it, and it's not even. I mean, you're 12 minutes after Euro close.
Do you envision, or how perhaps maybe the hurdles for LTIPs or just other incentives may change as the strategy is changing going forward?
Well, it does change, and
there it is, new low. That got really big.
When
you just flushed out 3-4 points there at the low. Again, 41.37. I mean, you could still bounce anywhere in between here, but at this point, I mean,
the board is incentivizing management to do.
I don't even think there's a higher point. Maybe 41.45.
Accretive growth.
Yeah, but it should just go to 41.37 or go up.
That's certainly not going to be what you see in the proxy that describes the 2023 plan, and I doubt very seriously that when the compensation committee gets together to look at 2024, you'll see a continued evolution, toward fixing.
Tesla now flushing. Again, that EA stuff, not too much. TLT's on the high. So you're actually getting some movement there. But again, all your tech stocks are down. At least it's good to see bonds up today. But it's
remains,
still
in
weird.
our view, very, very
Gold
attractive.
is still down.
The attraction to all of the buyers that I just described, whether it's operators or sovereigns or infra.
Thanks, MPW. We'll go back to that later if it kind of calms down. But no, it's starting to get crazy here. Bonds up. Gold is still down, but you're watching bonds literally move up. It's inversing for the most part right now. But, yeah, Carnage, again, it's tech. It's all tech stocks. The equal weight index, it's really not that bad. I mean, it's still taking a beating over the last couple of days. It's not bad now. We don't know. That's the whole point. Unfortunately, bonds can move for a couple of days. We're not going to have any idea. I'm doing my best to observe, and we're trying to see, and you guys got to do the same, but we're not really going to know just quite yet. So, like I'm saying, I think it is boiling down to Powell when he comes out next week, but for the most part, I do think in the short run, we got to deal with this weird dynamic between bonds and the dollar and everything else. But for now, I mean, I think the bonds aren't moving. I think dollar's going up, which is negative. This is like that one day earlier in the week when we really flushed. But the thing about it was that bonds and dollar, they did their thing. But then I think that was the day of the auction. So it's like bonds are green right now, but I don't think they're telling us where they're going to end. And then I think the dollar is subject to change as well as the market, depending on what the bonds do, at least for today. So I think in the next hour, 15 minutes, we'll have an idea. ARMK on the high. Again, a lot of tech on the low. If you don't see it now, the SPY don't look like it's doing much, but NASDAQ, every time the SPY's staying like pinned, the NASDAQ's just hitting a new low. I think it was Friday. That's very similar to that. Because, again, whichever day I think it was with the bond auction, though, it's like dollars up, that's bad. Markets down, that's bad. But then all the while, bonds are just slightly holding on. And again, this is how the rallies died, but we'll see. Puts on Netflix for lagging. I think if everything dies, Netflix will eventually come down. But so far, I mean, Netflix is the earnings winner. I think it's hard for people to say that, but it is. Business, Ammo. Isaiah Kabibi, that's what I'm talking about. Friday Junior. Horn, he does it again. Oh, man. Oh, God bless you, Ammo. Shukran, Habibi, shukran. Oh, man. You got yours, dog. You got yours. Shout out to chat. Where is it?
AMU Business does it again. Thank you, my guy. You a real one, and I really appreciate you in a world filled with bloodlusting warmongers. Tell a hater get a long term. I love you. GG.
Got you, bro. Got you. I can't get behind Netflix talking about the user growth like it's a sustainable gain. They force people to get multiple plans, and they're going to raise prices, but not adding anything to justify it. I think the price thing, once Nouveau, remember we saw this one a while ago, I think once they realized how well people converted, they said we're going to raise the price. Why? Because they realized we just got 5 million people to sign up, and they didn't cancel. So if they don't want to cancel, I bet you they'll pay an extra $2. So that's what I think happened there. But as far as like, it's just, I think it's simple why Netflix is, Netflix was good. Why? Because at the end of the day, streaming is supposed to be dead. Streaming is supposed to be filled with competition. They were supposed to lose their lunch a long time ago. And just at the end of the day, even with streaming and competition, Netflix is still the leader. That's the way I looked at the earnings. You know, it's one thing about going and getting all those members. It was from their sign up, but I just see it as they're the leaders. That's all, you know, and nobody else in streaming has even, you know, they may have done better or worse compared to their own metrics, but at the end of the day, nobody has really came close to Netflix. Again, Disney, Showtime, or HBO Max, all of these streaming, I'm not saying they're bad services, but Netflix is still the OG in the world that everybody chased after. Even Hulu. Hulu's the best thing for Disney, but again, even the Netflix numbers, it's wild. It's wild to think about. So it's like, you know, Netflix should have gotten clapped a while ago. Need their own internet satellites. Yeah, I think once Netflix gets into like live TV, I think that's where it gets crazy. They're raising prices and never got the bid. Yeah, and I mean, again, you don't think it's literally most Netflix is getting left out of the Magnificent Seven debate. That's why it's like, you know, most people are looking at the tech stocks, but I am saying, I mean, Netflix was probably the best earnings so far. We get data at 10 a.m., so in about an hour and 10 minutes. Google puts, killed the day, baby. I hope they treated you well, Mr. Frankie. Good morning. Yeah, they tried the interactive. I played the trivia version. That was fun, but I don't know if that was they need like live TV. I think that'll be the next level, and even for like a bigger audience, but that's expensive to get into. The contracts and all that. Bonds are still going. When do you usually cash out refinance? Not too often, actually. I pretty much never, unless I need the money, but usually if I need the money, I'll just sell stock. So I don't, like I said, I started deleveraging a while ago. You don't remember when I was telling you I have 12 months of reserves and all of that shit? Well, I just, you know, I try to pay down some stuff, but I don't really do the cash out refinance too often. I even think for a lot of you guys right now, the cash out like refinance is kind of a scam right now, because it's just like, I don't know if you want to pull out equity against your house at like 8 or 9%. It's you know, or again, redo your whole entire loan. And that's the thing. I got houses that I'll never refinance because I don't think I'll get those rates ever again. Not on cash with these rates. So, yeah, I agree. Data is going to be the bond auction, 7-year bond auction. People aren't doing that. Well, some people, again, if you need the money, that's when you do it. But at the same time, like, if you could be patient with it or find another means, like if you have a low mortgage, just rent out that house just because it's very, very good. Reverse mortgage, I mean, once I turn 60, fuck yeah. Yeah, but if you don't qualify, you can't really do much. Iran's foreign minister warns Washington over its military and financial support to Israel. So literally that came out a couple seconds ago. Seller finance, if you could get it, yeah. Not too many people do it. Maybe with this high interest rate environment, people might be down low key. But yeah, if just don't fall for any of the scams. Dollar came down by 2 cents. Reverse mortgages do not screw your kids. That's just it's a myth, and then usually the kids who don't like it are the entitled kids who think that like they're supposed to get it, but They only loan you 60% of the value. So unless you live for an additional 30 years after being 60, chances are the house should always have 30 to 40% equity left for the kids if they want to sell the house or do whatever they want. The new Honda Prelude? No. I hope it's not like the damn Integra. Ooh. It's kind of dope. Yeah, I don't know. This thing kind of go hard, bro. It's not bad. Yeah, they got a new Prelude, bro. I like this one, though. They should have put square lights on. I don't like the lights. I like the back end, but oof. That's a trip, dude. I don't like it. Why is it smiling at me? It's the two-door version of it. It kind of looks like it, yeah. Square car looks better. It's electric? Oh, well. There you go. You're passing your assets to your family when you die or giving it away. Yeah, but a reverse mortgage doesn't change that. That's all. The reverse mortgage is it going to give whoever, your parents in this case, is it going to give them no payment for the rest of their life and a home to stay in and then still leave descendants value afterwards? It's not. Like I'm saying, usually the people who don't want it are the people who think that they're going to not get anything and then they don't want, they want that equity from their parents rather than letting them have a comfortable end of life. That's crazy. If it's an EV, though, that sucks. Thought the company takes the house. No. Well, you guys live in America. No, nothing works like that. There's very few instances where people can take your house. So, like, even if they're first position, but literally, like, a foreclosure, even if you foreclosed on your house and it sold for more money than you owed, you are entitled to that money. So if you have your parents took out a $500,000 reverse mortgage and the house is worth $1 million, they're not going to take your house. They're going to tell you either pay us the money back that your parents took out, or you sell the house, pay us our $500,000, and then you guys keep the other $500,000. So it's a very big misconception, and like usually once you tell people they think they're not going to get inheritance, they freak out, and then they're like, no, it ruins the family. You don't care about the family. You want $1 million. Well, a refinance is different. That's why I say, like, a reverse mortgage, people don't qualify for it. You have to be old. It's a very specific type of loan. But at the same time, a refinance, you're just paying back the loan, and then you're taking new money out at a higher or lower rate. In this case, though, most people, if you're refinancing today, then that's it. If they sell the house for $600,000, then you would get $100,000. But again, if the house was worth $1 million, and they said and you knew it was $1 million easy, and they said, oh, we could only get $600,000, you have the first right of refusal. So you could say, fuck you guys, I'll just go refinance that loan, and then I'll sell it myself for $1 million. But if they sell it, but usually that doesn't happen, and it won't in this marketplace. You know, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not gonna. I was explaining something like this to my girl. She was asking me about like taxes and property. She was like, well, then can't you just let the property go to auction then and buy it back? And I was like, you can, but you have competition. So once that house hits the market or an auction block, Even if it's $1 million house and it's at 600,000, guess what? A guy like me is going to bid on it for 600,000. And then what's going to happen? The next guy's going to be like, oh, it's worth $1 million. I'll give you 650. And then I'm going to be like, well, fuck, it's still worth $1 million. I'll go to 700. And then the next guy's like, I think I could do it. And then he'll go to 750. I'll be like, I need 70%. I'm out. And then all the other guys, they'll go from 750 until, again, most auctions usually end up right at the market value as of late, usually. Did you expect real estate to be out of whack this long after the COVID jump? I mean, from the get-go, I thought it was going to be the 70s. At the end of last year, as I watched property values and rates go up, I was like, all right, now maybe real estate won't be immune anymore. Because remember, real estate was immune for a full year. Even as we started dropping, real estate didn't drop till much, much later. Again, that was the main story. So if anything, the rates right now, that would probably be a little bit perplexing, but kind of easy to understand just in the context of Powell just did what he was going to do. He actually did what he said. But other than that, I mean, I'm still fully real estate is in the 70s mode. So, like, even then, I don't think real estate is going to go crazy next year up or down. The only way real estate comes down is with massive job losses and all that. But in the meantime, I do believe, real estate, it's played out very almost exactly how I expected, though, for the last couple of years. And again, that's been at one point it was stocks, but again, real estate has made me, it's made sure my bad financial stock decisions, and then shout out to long term too. But, the real estate over the last 4 years, I mean, playing that how we have has been very profitable, which I'm grateful for because, dude, the confusing nature of everything else, I'm glad something did stick to a very, very historical reaction to it. So when people die, the reverse mortgage loan is due? Yes. And then they sell the house. Either the company sells the house or the family has 90 days to refinance it and keep it, or they could sell it themselves. That's the thing. You still could even sell the house yourself, but they give you 90 days. Do you think we're still at risk of massive job losses? I feel like there's layoffs, but yeah, I think we just don't know. Like pain, real pain, people will lose their job. If like something bad did happen, like you never know. And like, that's what I've been saying the whole time. Even when we were getting the layoffs, I was saying we need more pain. Otherwise it's not there. So I think it's possible, but I don't know when it's going to materialize. That's the thing, but it's quite simple. If jobs go down, that will bring down real estate. That will get people to sell their house. You lose your job for a couple of months, you know what I'm saying? Then you'll be good. Or you won't be good because then you're going to probably want to sell your house. Like I said, read this. Home worth $580,090 on home tax. Should I sell the house or mortgage and rent it? This is, wait, what do you mean? You owe $90K on home tax? Wait, is there a comma I'm missing? Or you owe $90K in taxes on? Are you inheriting this? But like I'm saying, though, it's just like once people lose their job, they will start selling their houses. Now, I've said it for years. I don't know why people have been so angry about it. But like the reality is most people, even if you bought high recently, most people, if you had to sell your house right now, you're walking away with profit. This is what a lot of people didn't understand. And I've said it for a long time in this environment. It was just simply even if people were forced to foreclose and it was the worst environment in the world and they had to sell, they were walking away with double, triple the amount of money, or they were still walking away with money in their hand. So that's why I was just like, and you need a situation where people are losing money, losing jobs, need to sell their house, increase supply, bring down the rest of the other houses, you know what I'm saying? But then like, why would they do that? And then like, nobody's going to do that. Nobody panics like that if they are paying the payment, if they have a job, all that. So I'm not here to say like the Big Short, oh, that'll never happen. No, it's just saying once the jobs go, then this real estate market, that stickiness is going to go with it, I think. $153 still up. Whirlpool another low. Has your market changed about the entire economy being in the 70s? Or should it go? I mean, obviously, I think things are going to be a little different. We didn't get to live through that moment. Some of you did, but I do think there's going to be unique stuff about this. But generally speaking, everything is still playing out like 70s through 80s. Again, even that like 380, 360 bottom. I mean, you guys remember, I told you this when the year started in 2021. That's part of the whole 70s dynamic. This chart looks exactly like the 70s right now. That's why I'm like, it's still, the only thing is Mr. Nadruk will say it, the wages, even though they've gone up over 50 or 60% so far, that would be like the only thing. But I'm sure things will move in gauges. And then just don't forget, average this, average that, data this. It's all based off of what? It's all based off of these skewed government numbers. Just look around. I think prices are up. People are getting paid more, but every other factor, it is like the 70s. Again, even down to fucking Yom Kippur War. That's why I'm like, how are people still not like it's mind-blowing. Again, the war elements of the 70s to today, the Middle East conflict, oil, energy, inflation, Powell even raising rates to a degree, like it's all of this is very 70s through 80s decade. So another low, though, Chad. You have gotten no relief. Fake euro close, little pop, not lasting. 41.47. That's it, Chad. I'll see you at 41.37. Maybe if we're lucky, we close a gap or get up to 41.80. Still a lot of time, though. But again, like I'm telling you, you are working your way now into those lows. Yeah, bro. I don't know. It looks like so many things, but we're going lower. I'll wait until we get some stability before I show you my favorite chart. 41.47. UVXY now on the high. The Q's going up. Lagarde already spoke in the morning. She was right after. Back then, the world's largest credit. Like I said, there's differences between the 70s and 80s, but don't tell me what's different. I want you to look at what is happening exactly like there. You see what I'm saying? It's easy to point out what hasn't happened, but then every week, every month, every year, it ends up happening. But it's just like, I encourage you to look at what has already occurred. You know, it was one thing to tell you it was going to be the 70s before it happened, but now it's like, look at what's happened in the last 3 years. You've had an opportunity to really observe all of it. 41.45, new low, man. Again, 41.44, 81. So you literally just dropped down even a whole nother, 2 points there almost? Blah. UPS, what did they say? I think they guided lower, but did they make a specific comment? Bro, you're flushing again. Yeah, maybe the Titanic music will be due. Again, another drop here. So 41.44 again. Wait for 41.37, then like 41.33, then like 41.17, which is crazy. I'm even talking about these right now. Let's see. 41, 44, 444, angel number. No? No, okay. It literally lost half of its gains, yeah, in about a month or two. It's crazy. We went from up 18% on the SPY to you were up 9%. I think after today you're down. You're only up 8%. But you've literally given up, I mean, all of a good amount, a very, very good amount. All right, see if we could get out of here. Well, there's no, I mean, I found the floor. The floor is on Wednesday. It's not the floor you wanted. You wanted a floor with a number for the market, but that's why I'm like, it's comical, bro. This is all perfectly scheduled to just culminate into we end October, no matter what, too. You're going to have the final days of October, end October on Tuesday, then Powell on Wednesday. And then jobs report on Friday, meaning you're going to hear from Powell before getting a big set of data, which should influence how you view Powell. So that's where it's going to be interesting. But thankfully, you don't have too much to look out for. But back to the 70s thing. This is the chart. This is my favorite chart I keep showing. Because this was 1968. This was leading into the inflation before they knew what it was. Then they got into the 70s. They sold off heavy. Then they rebounded, right? Then they came down a little bit, hit a new high. This is by 73. So 3 years into it, hitting a new high. Then they plummet, hit a new low from the 70s, even lower. Then they rocket up after 2 years, are still doing, again, 5 years of doing nothing. Come down, shoot back up, get back to the level, give up half of it. Then it's 1978. Then literally by like 1980, they're just matched up with the highs almost. And then the next decade. This is why you get dividends in long term. But that's why, again, inflation is confusing, and this chart is confusing. And we're experiencing it. That's it. Every year, the narratives, everybody getting blown out of the water, right, wrong, half right, half wrong. Nobody saw this coming. It was the same thing in the 70s. It's because we're going through something that every couple of months, every year and a half, it's still developing and changing, and it's leaving you with these results. So that's why I'm like, man, it is unfortunate. That was real growth. I think there was real growth, but don't fool yourself. The 70s was literally, it was a bunch of money. We got detached from a fixed exchange system, and that was our first opportunity of just throwing money around the world and seeing what happens. It's the same exact thing of what happened in 2020. We just threw a bunch of money around, and all these things happen. Everybody blames this, that, looks at this, looks at that. Your data doesn't tell you anything accurate as of late, and it's money supply. I love this talk, but I really do hope, again, we're not even talking about what's going to happen. I'm just saying, look around at what already has, and then if you compare month over month, how many months into inflation, and then go back to the 70s, we're right on schedule of playing out with the 70s. It's hilarious. No stimulus in the 70s. Oh, there was. Don't get it twisted. The 70s, it was just like Biden. That was the start of a lot of your social programs, and a lot of things developed from there. They added to it. Again, they gave a lot of funding for housing and FHA, and the stimulus the other stimulus was in the form of, again, detaching the dollar from gold. Social programs, a lot of those. Again, they didn't have QE. That didn't exist in that era, but again, raising money for wars as well as now all of these social programs, it was the same thing. I forgot the list. Yeah. I forgot what Nixon. He did a lot, bro. So Nixon was big on social. Again, Nixon is a lot like Biden, unfortunately. That's why people get mad if you say Nixon around Biden, because they get really bothered by it, if you haven't noticed, because they share so many similarities. It's wild. Again, from the wars all the way to the spending, all the way down to, even getting ready for elections with spending and how they, again, using social services, all of that. MO and Whirlpool in the lawn. Oh, they both got clapped. Well, I thought Whirlpool was going to do good. But what was it? So, yeah. And again, then he had Watergate, and then he started doing shit to respond to it. Yeah, they expanded Social Security. There's something big on the FHA in the 70s. Yeah, but there's many articles, literally even on socialsecurity.gov. They literally explain the social welfare expenditures in the 70s and why it had the above average increases and the growth in social welfare during that time. So literally, there was the same thing here. You had people as houses and values and money was floating around and running up. And again, the markets, you saw how confusing they were. I mean, you had a big element on social welfare, spending money. You got into Vietnam, literally, and then you had Yom Kippur as well. You literally had one war that fractured people, and then you had another Middle Eastern war. Same exact thing as the 70s as well. It is all wicked. Yes, FDR. FDR, man, the New Deal, baby. The New Deal. Oh, my gosh, dude. Another one. Bro, literally, you've had like two spots of relief, but 41-37 next level, then 27 and 20, but then really 41-17. 4140. Bonds are going up, so all day today, as we have dumped, every single low has been met with the bonds going up. Even when we rally, you didn't sell off bonds. So, I mean, at the very least, we have some element of people buying bonds today, but after those last couple days, we are still paranoid. Again, TLT's even running 0.78. Where does that put you on the ACK? So you're like to the high end of the Ackman cover. It's not at the highest. You're like right in the middle of the highs and lows of the Ackman cover. That'll happen. When the 7 years bad, the bonds will probably die. That's why I'm saying, unfortunately, we can't even rely on the bonds today, though. Because if that auction comes out and kills it, the dollar's already in death mode. Markets are already dying, so everything else is just, they're giving you the green light. So that bond auction might kind of has a little bit more weight now. The auction should be in an hour, 45 minutes, 43 minutes to be exact. I wonder what the auction will do. Either kill you or revive you. So you don't have to overthink it. I'm telling you, it's wild. All right, so you're coming back down 41.39, 2 more points. I can't believe we hit both levels, dude. That's why I thought we were going to bounce a little bit more here. I was saying that earlier, but if it did want to show that weakness, it's you're going through every level like butter, man. There's no respect. If you haven't realized this last week, what level had respect? None of them. Even from last week, you're just ripping through levels. You get the parachute zone right when you broke it. We're nonstop. 41.39, still going lower. Again, dollar in bad position. Bonds are selling now, so that's the first time you're getting flush number 2. I'm saying number 2 is probably the 5th one, but this time now you got bonds playing along. Apple down 2.67, Microsoft down 3.8, Meta down 4.3, and Google down 2.7. That's what's weighing us down, but I do believe equal weight may be going negative now Yeah, so this was the first time the equal-weighted SPY went red today from the open, meaning that now, like, you're getting more names all across the board going lower, not just those tech names that I just showed you. 4130, damn, hold on. If it don't bounce here, 4136.80. So we either get baby support here or, again, what are the next levels? I got like 33 and 30 written down. And then 4133, then 4127, then 4177. That is the latest stream alert. So watch those levels. SPY is entering correction territory. Yes, we will be almost down 10% in the last, 3 months? Panic mode. Like we said, anything below 42, it's there. Year to date, we're up like 8% now. I think that might take us down to the down 10. Yeah, Mike, dude, you're dumping now, even with the bonds too. So see what's up with that auction when it comes out. A couple names are still green. Let me give you a market check on this, but it's still kind of awkward. Now we are looking at Dow Jones, 19 names red, 11 in the green. Not too bad. NASDAQ 100, 69 red, 31 green. It was a lot worse yesterday. So, I mean, you still got some stuff holding. Then SPY, believe it or not, is 50-50, 230 red, 260 green. But again, equities right now in 30 minutes, man, you've lost, 2.5, 3 points on the SPY? So this is another 30 points almost. And then from this drop here, you've dropped already 50 points in the last just over an hour. Boeing coming down. Gold popping, then that makes a little more sense. Again, bonds are up half, but remember, most of the day, gold wasn't even going up. The biggest drop on the NASDAQ was yesterday. That was the biggest drop since 2022, since December 2022. As of now, this is all light work, as weird as that may sound. Remember, just like that Friday or that Thursday, we're going lower. We end low and then go lower. It's just the smallest moves are compounding. So even though you're down 1% right now, Dow was even green at one point. NASDAQ's 2%. It could get worse. We still have a lot of time, but the general idea is you dropped 2.7 yesterday, and now you're down another 1.9. Dude, you're down almost 5% in 48 hours. So if there's no bounce, you end low and then you open low and then go lower, the compounding effect just starts knocking out the gains versus some of the days, where we're closing red and then popping up 100 points, selling off 100 and then bouncing up 50. Like that plays out a little different. But at the margins, this day is small, but consecutively and consistently added now to this, it's gigantic. And that's why, again, you've lost, You're having a correction right now. The SPY is entering into correction territory. I believe the NASDAQ already corrected. So we'll see. It's October for now, but I'm not sleeping on it still. Just those last couple days we got to watch out for, but we still got to end this week too. 19 American service members stationed in Iraq and Syria have been diagnosed with traumatic brain injury after rocket and drone attacks from Iran-backed militants last week, according to the Defense Department. All right, man. It's funny because bonds are chill. You're waiting on their event. We went lower than the level, but we're hugging the 41.37. So that shit's still holding for now. Let's see. Again, I think this is a big level, but you got those two soft points right underneath it. And calm down on the Santa rally. Calm down on the Santa. It's not even Halloween. How dare you guys talk about Santa without bringing out the jack-o'-lanterns? That's insane. Y'all know Thanksgiving is in the middle, too. My favorite time of the year, especially during all the conflict, where a bunch of Americans ask me, hey, Josh, do you celebrate Thanksgiving? One of my favorite holidays. But, yeah, so we'll see on Mr. Santa Rally. A chance of entering 2 bear markets in 2 years. You'll be good, Angelus. Find out how you got here. So, again, I was even thinking about it. The way I think you got in, I don't even know because you weren't able to describe it to me yesterday, but I feel like you got in late 2021 where we're still high. So that's why no matter what happened in 2022, you compare it against that backdrop and then how it played out. But just the emotions will get you in these situations. But I wouldn't trip on it, man. I really think, like I said, the discussion of making the decision, that'll go a long way. But at the same time, like, that's why if you got in later in 2021, it makes so much sense because you're like, how am I going through this? Because it's the point of the timing of it all. And if you give the emotions at the wrong time, again, if you panic when it's going down, it's awful. If you buy when it's going up and it's too hyped, it's awful. So that's why I think you need time to smooth out where you kind of started from, and you'll be good. All right, you're still holding this level, but we need something out of here, man. You got the bond auction in 30 minutes, so whatever we do, maybe we bounce up to here, and then bond auction kills us if it's bad, and then if it's good, we go up from there. No, I can see you. You're good, bro. You're good. Honest, I don't think I've banned you since I banned you the several times prior and then unbanned you, and then, like, we've been getting along lately. I actually appreciate it. So, nah, you're good. I'll tell you if I ban you. How about that? Is that fair? I'll let you know. I'll yell at you. I'll be like, you mother Maybis and mother army of salt. That's why I ban. I'll be, how dare you, mother. I'll let you know. I'll pocket ban. Don't worry. We got it resolved, too. So don't feel too bad. We got them unbanned. I apologize for my rowdiness in the past. Wow, I really appreciate that, man. I apologize for bringing it out of you because I know I could do that sometimes. Just all depends on the day. A put wall at Fort. Man, nothing matters anymore. I'm telling you, throw everything out the window. We might just get real volatility. That's why I'm kind of excited because we haven't seen it in a while, but at the end of the day, it's just like, dude, good news, bad news, throw it out the window. Fucking put wall, sell wall, market make, you know what I'm saying? Like, just throw it out the window. All of that is just, once this starts moving with volatility and moving fast, it's a different environment. You know what I'm saying? Right now, people are still thinking. You get what I'm saying? Like, right now, you still have people like, well, what about October and then the bonds and then maybe with the pound and then the hard landing, soft landing, you know what I'm saying? And then, like, but versus, like, reacting. That's why no, there's panic is starting to settle in. I can't deny that. Like I told you, that's why I said, I don't know if some of you either hate me or love me for this. Because again, right here, I'm telling you not to panic. Even here, I'm like, you don't need to panic. Again, we come down and then you're right back at the same spot of a couple months ago, or literally a week or two ago. You know what I'm saying? Like, just there's no panic here. The panic is at 4,200. Again, that's what I've been, literally, it's been one day, you're almost 100 points lower. So like I'm saying, from here on out now you can panic. Now this is where it starts, because if we do start going, negative news develops, again, everyone's confused in their interpretation, It's just like you're going to watch, you're really going to watch people go from thinking to reacting. And that's where I think you'll get, that's the real volatility. That's where I think things really start to move. But that's why I'm telling you, just throw everything out the window, because I don't think people are going to think. I think they're just going to be more responsive and reactive until we get the actual stability that we need. Monday will be interesting. I mean, even tonight, don't forget, we're still not done. You know what I'm saying? We're still not done. We still got Amazon after the bell. That's another $200 billion on the table. You know that, right? So based on the options chain with Amazon, if you took that 8.1% at their current market cap, that is a potential $200 billion. So far, that would be half of what's already been wiped out in terms of market cap on big tech. And Intel after the bell, too. So we still got action today. And then we got the auction in 30 minutes, bro. We're not – these days have not been disappointing. I don't know, especially being on stream, because if you're locked in here, bro, you're getting every update as it's happening, and we have all this stuff. So just stay locked in, because we're getting to those moments of now, action. But let's see, because you guys are saying, bro, it took how many months to go up and then 8% down in 13 days? That's just so if that shit starts switching and flipping, I mean, that, like we're saying, just be on the lookout for it. But then again, we gotta take it in. We have a lot of action. Again, earnings today. You got PCE tomorrow. Then we're gonna end it up on Friday, and then you end the month next week, and then end of the month on Tuesday. Jobs data, JOLTS jobs opening on the end of the month, and then Powell, and then the non-farms on Friday, and then CPI, and then before you know it, Thanksgiving and holidays, and then, oh, dude, I need to plan my vacation. So I am going to take a vacation, I think, this year, you guys. I'm still going to try to stream, but I think I'm going to go in winter. I'm going to go hit the snow, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to go out there, bro. So I don't know. I may not have a watch list for you. So I may skimp on the watch list, and then I'm gonna try to go on there. Oh, I need to book it. I have a couple of ideas. I got a couple of ideas. No, I'm not gonna go on real vacation. I'll most likely be live, because wherever I plan to go, it's gonna be your guys' morning will be my nighttime. So I told you, I'm way better at not sleeping than waking up early. Some of you won't believe that, but yeah. You're here nonstop while I'm working 3-4 years nonstop. No days off. You deserve time off. Well, I'll still be live, probably. Switzerland. I may. It's either Switzerland, Dubai, London, or we just say, fuck it, go to Mexico. I don't know. Mexico time frame sucks, though. Gonna meet the fam. I've already met the fam. Yeah. It's been chill. They love me. I'm a good person. I like to think sometimes. That's what's, man, it's stupid, bro. I don't know if my girlfriend told her dad, but I'm banned on Bloomberg. He's not. That's the only thing. I don't know if he'll judge me for it. But he's kind of in the tinfoil. So I think he'd be down. No, the only issue is I'm not going to have as many screens. I'll still go live. I'm going to get too bored. I'm telling you, I will get too bored. You have no idea. That's just how I am. I love the market. I love the stream, bro. Swiss Miss Dad, dude. He does finance stuff. A wealth manager, I think. Wealth or fund. I don't know if he moved. You got to meet my fam. I mean, I told you I got to meet Chad's mom. So they were at the meetup or at the real estate event, and I was I was shocked. I was like, oh my gosh. And I was like, you told your mom it's a cult? And she was like, yep. The mom was like, that's what I heard. I was like, oh shit. So I was like, oh, man. What price would you sell the stream for, hypothetically speaking? 1,000 billion trillion dollars to anybody who wants to buy it. $1 to the right person who could carry the torch. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Yeah, they took my Bloomberg terminal away this whole year. I've had the terminal all year. They robbed me. Netflix new low. I feel you. I hope, man. I hope. I will carry the torch. Let's go, baby. Please. Please. All of you have a, I wouldn't want to call it a burden, but all of you have an expectation to carry some sort of torch that has been brought about through the cult. You know, whether it's giving back, whether it's continuing your business, getting a long term, making that successful, becoming the first in your family. Y'all, there's a lot of torches, so let's go, baby. And even down to the stream, we waiting. Oh, wow. 3 hours. Let's do push-ups. You said it. 3 hours in, you said scalping is the new smoking. Honestly, it kind of is, bro. I feel that one. I feel that one heavy, actually. I really think so. Scalping is the new smoking. Man, it's bad for your health. You might contract account cancer from it. Be careful. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours left to go. Market is an absolute shit show. 25 minutes. You're going to get a bond auction. It's going to add to it all. And then Amazon after the bell. But sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. You can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1. Get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm. Anything but get the body moving. That's it. And then the optometrist recommendations. Stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, feels good, huh? Mm-hmm. Amen. Amen. Let's go get the body moving. Relax the eyeballs or the tongue too. The jaw. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. It's good. Just like that. They had two prime. Wait, they had 2 prime days? That was just one. Sark on the high. Okay, I gotta do my stretches. Oh. Optometrist recommendation. MU50. Where's WDC? Once I get my hands back, I'll put it up there. I've been trained since Jew. You never witnessed the SPY this low. Oh, just wait, bro. That's good. You only started in June. That's awesome. What I would give to be a new trader. Honestly, I don't know about this in these environments though. I feel like you get the ultimate learning experience, but you get a different learning curve than some of your peers. My top pick out of all of those names, PayPal. Why? Because every single one of those is just killing it already. And then we already bought the Meta at a good price. And then Netflix too. So out of that list, we bottom tick 2 of those that are doing really the best right now, besides NVIDIA. And then PayPal, that's the only one I like. Do I have Josh's approval to pack a bowl? I'm having a good day because of the sudden sell-off. Just want to chill with the Colt. I mean, you would have if you didn't tell me. To be honest with you, I mean, that's the, like I'm saying, it's just better off just not even like, you know what I'm saying? Like, better, I think, yeah, I wouldn't have not approved if you're like, oh, that's it. As long as you don't tell me, vibe, bro, vibe. Just don't tell me. That's it. 4135. You're about to go. So again, 4137. A little bit. You got like maybe 4133, then the 4127, or whatever I had written down there. We'll see. That's not what they meant by higher for longer. You do hate on it, kinda. I only hate on the people who tell me. You haven't noticed? That's why I'm like, because at that point, I don't even like, I just think it's weird if like, at one, you're not even like a real druggie. Like, you don't even want to get high. You just want to tell people. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, I've done drugs in the past. I've lost friends to drugs. And like, dude, I've had a very weird experience with it, but it's just like, at some point though, like, it just, you have to tell people, it's just a different vibe with all of it. With all the people I've ever encountered. So that's why for you guys, I encourage you to all handle your business, do what it is, and just like I'm saying, perform, do what you have to do, and you don't need to tell people stuff like that, whether you do it or you don't. But it's not as if like the whole idea is nobody should be able to know or tell, and if they do, maybe you have an issue or a problem. You know, but that's how I'm with it. So I don't hate on it. I don't judge any of you. Y'all do what you want. If you have to tell me in a public setting, I'm gonna roast you because that's hella corny. Like, I just like, I don't know. Like, you should have just told us and not done the drugs. You would have got the same feeling. But yeah, that's always been my take. Always been my take. Someone cleaned up around the house, abandoned the cut grass, got rid of the junk. Uh-oh. Is it because I've been trying to call the people. I sent a text message to one of the numbers on file. I can't get a hold of them. I can't find the guy or the girl. I could give you the numbers if you want. I could send you the numbers I have if you want, or try to knock on the door. I need to pull up the tax filings still. But there's the first one is the good one. The second one you sent, the 1206 one, that's the good one. Is that the one? Yeah, I think somebody either got a hold of them then, or now that they saw you were, people contacting them, they're probably like, oh shit. But that's why we just need to talk to the owner though. See, go by. I'm following. No, the 1206. That's the good one. The 1222 one, I don't like that one. It seems like I don't know what's going on with that, but the 1206 one, that one seems perfect. Just because of when they bought the house and everything. Yeah, that one's fire. So, but I can't get a hold of them. Maybe go there again. Maybe knock on the door. All right, how often do you go by it? Maybe leave a note and put your phone number. Just say, hey, I know people have been contacting you, but leave a note. Handwrite it too. Sign it, put your phone number. VIX is at 21. Again, it was like that the other day. That was our worst close. At one point, we hit 22.90. But again, VIX closing above 20 is a big deal. It hasn't happened. It's only happened once or twice in the last 180 days, I believe. I have not done an extra deposit in the last like 2 years. Remember in 2020, we did a lot of extra. I think even since 2021, I haven't done an extra deposit in a while. 15 minutes, yeah. Till the bond auction, if we are going to run up, I mean, you need that. I thought we would be higher into the bond auction so that we'd have cushion. So if we don't, that gets a little bit worse. Burry tweet this motherfucker. Michael Burry. Did he already delete it? Nah, he already deleted it. He posted spy down 10. I think he deleted it. So some chat says they saw it, but yeah, I see 0 tweets for your boy. It's already deleted it? Damn. But apparently he said spy down 10% from highs, QQQ down 11. The market is officially in correction territory. Gaza Health Ministry issues 212-page document, says list of names and ID numbers of 7,000 Palestinians killed in Israeli bombardment. Oh, man. If that's confirmed, that's wild. So they're saying they have 7,000 names and ID numbers of all of the Palestinians that have died, which is totaling to 7,020. That's huge. That's horrific. I don't know if you understand how big that number is. That's a very large number in 2 weeks. Again, I mean, that's your first hearing of it. I'm sure you're going to get a response from the other side. So before you make your judgment, and you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a news headline. I'm here to give you the headline. It's coming out now. We'll see what gets said afterwards. Yeah, it's not even 1 month into the conflict. Hamas, it's Gaza Health Ministry. That's what I have. So again, if so far, I don't know if you guys are new, which I'll explain it if you are, but like, again, if you have not seen how this shit happens, we get a headline, you hear about it a little bit, and then a couple minutes later, an hour later, you get a follow-up from the other party. And then somebody else brings up something else related and say, no, we didn't this, we didn't do that, we didn't do this, we didn't do that. So then you're going to go back and forth. But as of now, this just came out. That's going to be where the story and narrative of that news starts. Wait for the rebuttal, wait for the other rebuttal, and then we're going to see. And then by the time, hopefully, we could determine what is true or not. That's been our issue with all of this. Zero bids. No, it's still early. I mean, give it some time, but with the bid now, I mean, we'll find out. It's about to be interesting. Bank of England Cunliffe says digital version of the pound probably needed. 41.32. So again, the 41.33 now, I think 41.27. And I don't know if we just go to 41.17. Yeah, 41.27. Then 41.17, then 4100. That's it. There's no news right now. We're going to get news in a little bit. The news was bad earnings. Again, good earnings that were taken bad. That was the feedback. You got an ECB pause. You had really hot data that the market took as good today, and the bonds even went up. But for the most part, this is just the carnage and spillover now from this earnings, SPY, NASDAQ in correction. Like, you're literally watching a very weird breakdown of big tech over the last couple of days. And now add that with the bond yields and the dollar and all that. I mean, there it is. You have to convert your TD, yes. And honestly, you're too late right now. Learn from me, because I waited till like 10, 11 days and I tried to transfer my account and I ran into a problem with the transfer and now it's just like delaying. I had to end up making a Schwab anyways. So honestly, at this point, if you have not switched from Schwab, I would just make your account, and then after you get the new thing, then you can move if you want to. But unfortunately, I don't think you have enough time. Again, the next week is your deadline. Wasn't it overvalued? Yeah, I mean, to a degree in like their crazy run up, but even then, I mean, just how the market's held up. Again, you just wiped out $400 billion of market cap in the last like month, and then I believe it's about $4 trillion or $2 trillion since the beginning of August, in just wiped out in global equity. So there was like $2 to $4 trillion of value that no longer exists unless you took it out at that time. The money, yeah, if you took out the money at that valuation, you got it. But since then now, if any marketable securities that you want to use, you're pretty much, your valuations are a lot low. Your collateral has lost value, like we were talking about yesterday. Wealthy are fine. Well, this is getting to the point where everybody don't forget, wealthy people, they have an issue. You guys don't know the problem with being rich? Nobody knows? More money, more problems. It's not the hoes. There's something about the rich that they run into. Not that you want more. Close to liquidity. Liquidity is very key. Asset heavy. You guys are on the right. There you go. Yeah, no, not taxes. Bro, more assets than cash usually, and then debt. Don't forget, if you have a lot of assets and then you need cash, the age-old thing, borrow against that shit. It's cheap. But now money's expensive. That's the problem with all these commercial real estate guys. The money is now expensive, so I'm not saying all rich people are like that or all wealthy, but the whole idea is that there are some people that are getting threatened even with big money because of leverage, or they need a lot of working capital through debt versus, again, selling assets or not. And then now your asset prices change, hibbity bobbity boo. If TD said you have to switch, then you have to switch by November 1st. They're doing it in tranches. Reports of Israel tanks inside Gaza unconfirmed. They're not over levered, but some are, some aren't. But just it's not as simple. But it's getting to the point now where once rates are going high enough that the danger now, it spreads to the wealthy, if that makes sense. So when we were getting killed and the rates were at 2, 3, that was still cheap, but now it's doubled up. Now it's 6 to 8 to 9. These numbers now, and if they go higher or stay higher, it becomes a little bit harder to maneuver, especially if you didn't prepare for it. That's the other part too, is that if you had no preparation, you're even worse off. I don't know if Biden's talking soon. You need help. We all do. And if you can learn to sleep through the storm, you will be good. But that being said, what's going on? Is it safe to say this is how inflation affects the wealthy rather than grocery costs? Yes, and the confusion. That's it. You know, every time, like wealthy people aren't untouchable. You guys got to realize every one of these swings on the market, anytime the market goes from it's awful to it's really good, now it's really bad, somebody gets caught in the dust with that. You know what I'm saying? Like that is definitely something there. Like when you got to think about it, because it affects people's projections, planning, and like I'm saying, you know, there's wealthy people out there who really thought rates weren't going to go up. So if you fucking let it all ride on rates aren't going to go to 5, then you got clapped. Again, that's what happens, unfortunately. So you've been muting me. Oh, well, how did you hear that then, asshole? But that's not what I meant. You see, what I mean by sleeping through the storm is like, can you be going through a storm, and when it's time to bed, can you go to sleep peacefully? Are you not stressing? Again, this is what happens when you have a plan. My boat has a destination. Again, I may not like the weather, but I'm sleeping fine. You know, that's what I mean by that. But hey, anything else, I feel. You unmuted me for that? Oh, you might put me, I feel you. You anticipated. You knew I was going to bring that up. So you said, I got to unmute at this specific moment that I was doing all week. And then, I feel you, bro. That's what we need. We need more of that. I like that analogy. It's not an analogy. It's a philo. Don't. You wake up Jesus on the boat, he going to get pissed. Over some wind, over a storm. You know the destination, my friend. Have no fear. All right. Got 5 minutes. Is it true that for housing to be an investment, the economy has to be progressive inflation? No. Because you could look at Japan, but even then, like Japan's real estate hasn't even gone up with their little inflation. But it does contribute a lot to it, but it's not the only factor. Again, money supply as well as supply and demand. Don't underestimate, don't underestimate the, population. Don't underestimate it. A lot of people do. And it's just like, that's where real estate gets weird. You have to realize, like, before, this is what I learned about this by being in California. This is what I learned, very, very young. Why? Because I never understood when I was young. I had to learn it. I had to figure out why. Why were houses in California so much money, but everything else elsewhere was cheaper? But then the same shit in California doesn't cost. It didn't like, even back in the day, it wasn't like that big of a difference. You know, you still get the same car in California as Ohio, but why would, like, even back in 1997, 2000, even before the real estate bubble a little bit, or even during, why did the prices in California go up more? And it's population, it's demand, exactly. It's understanding what those places offer. Like, don't ever underestimate. If there was the coolest 1 mile, 5 mile block in the world that everybody came to and they made money and it had everything you could think of, and it was just tiny, the real estate there would blow up. Why? Because everybody would want to be there, and it has a reason, and that supply and demand of areas, that's something locale by locale, it fluctuates so much. And that's where you really, like, that's a big part of value when it comes to real estate. That's what I was even right now, what we're going through, bro, houses went from shackles to your office in 3 years. Yes or no? Again, man, I mean, part of having a plan, we've had this talk, bro. You have no idea how much throughout my life people have told me to sell out of everything that I need right now. You know what I'm saying? They want me. I would have been so much worse off throughout the many years of my life of the people who told me my stocks, my real estate. Again, when I was buying houses in Cali, bro, even my friends, all the way down to like older people that I even respected, they go out and have fun. Well, don't waste your go. You don't need to do all it. You go experience it. It's literally, so it's just like a lot had to do with, don't do this, don't own. But it's like over the years, I've always been down with the houses because, again, population and a lot of things. But then that feeling, it went from 2019, people were telling me experiences and travel are better than owning a house. What the fuck are you doing? You're wasting your youth. You're doing all this. To now, 3 years later, all those houses, they're not shackles anymore. They're now offices. They're home offices. Now you want to live in somewhere. Now everyone's like, oh, work from home. I couldn't even imagine not working from home. And it's like that's part of the dynamic that just flipped real estate as part of the modern era here. But then again, supply and demand and areas and populations. 20 seconds. The numbers are going to come up. Get ready for it. Pull up IEF. It's a 7-year bond, so their IEF is going to take it on the head if it's bad, or very good if it does good. Were they wrong or manipulative? I don't care. That's the whole point you guys got to realize. It doesn't matter about those people. All that matters is you. I'm rich. God is good. It's all through him, bro. That's why I'm saying it's like at the end of the day, you're going to have people go back and forth. You're going to hear a lot. You need to have a plan, and only you will benefit or you will suffer for the lack thereof or executing it. I'm waiting for it. Again, I don't see the numbers yet. Be on the lookout. 10, it's not moving yet. Remember, it takes a couple of minutes to finalize it all. And Horace, you said, should I sell my Amazon for a loss or risk it for earnings? I'm a hard bull in a majority of your position. How much of your account is it? And then why are you stressing about it? Are you stressing because it's a lot of money? But then how much of your account would that position make up? We went over Amazon numbers light. I didn't get any. I don't even think it matters, sadly. I'm telling, unless it's a monster beat like Netflix. And even if you don't think Netflix was good, like just literally like the numbers have to beat. You know what I'm saying? Just show me a way bigger number on everything or not. That's all that matters because, again, you've watched 3 good earnings and all of them sell off. I don't have the numbers yet. I don't think anybody does. You'll watch it fucking tweak out. Just wait for it. The auction should be happening now. We're going to just give it a couple minutes. They'll finalize it. 491 going into it. It's probably going to be at 5. The question is how much higher than 5. But if it's 4.9 going into it, that's not bad. Last time it was like 4. There it is. 4.875. What do we got? 4.90. It was a little weaker. So again, came in at 4.875. That was what they were auctioning off. It came in at 4.98 or 90. And then we were at 4.91. So it's lower than the when issued and then higher than the coupon or the contract itself. So not bad, actually. You got a little bit of demand. It wasn't bad. That wasn't bad. Yeah, that could have been, yesterday was worse. No, it's good. Yesterday, I mean, it was a slight gain. It was like literally 0.01. So, but yesterday was a loss of 2.025. So it's not bad. But then it's still below 5%, to be honest with you. It's not good news, but it's just not bad news. Are you understanding? So I wouldn't tell you, woohoo, fuck yeah, we made it. No, it's just like, it's not bad news in terms of you saw what it could do. So you're getting some support there. Just your first set of not bad news in a minute. See, it's bringing the dollar down, but we need it a little bit bigger. If dollar could drop a lot and then bonds rip, I'll take it. But for the most part, let's see. Yeah, you're not out of the, but it's good because it's not bad. So again, there was slight demand on there. It came in, it was like 4.91 when issued, came in 4.908. So small demand, and then the note was 4.875. So they still had to increase the rate to sell the supply. That's the thing where, it's not really, it's still showing you rates are high, but it's not the worst. The bond auction, this is what we were talking about all day. We were saying after this will be, but again, bonds are moving way more than equities now. It brought the dollar back to where we were kind of at in the morning. It could sell off. I don't know. It could. That's what I'm saying. It's just, unfortunately, today you still have so many other factors and then the weight of the big dogs. But at the very least, that could have been bad news, and it wasn't. It was just, again, the fact that you didn't have a death blow. I mean, maybe however you want to interpret that, that's up to you of how good it is. Yeah, but there's still a premium. They're still offering premium because there's more supply than demand. That's the issue still, but then again, leading in from where rates were at today and then coming into the auction, at least people showed up to a degree. So 100% of your portfolio is in the Amazon? I mean, how much are we? Do you have a small account? If you have a big account, I wouldn't tell you to do that. If it's a small account, I get it, but you bought in at 83, but I thought you were on a call. I'm so confused. You got to break this down for me. Y'all got it. So wait, are you in a call or are you in shares, or is this a collection of all? But like, what's the play at issue right now? Who's on the chopping block essentially? Okay, dollar trying to get up a little bit. That's not lasting too much. UK conservative MP arrested on suspicion of rape and possession of controlled substances. Twitch chat said that. I don't have that verified. Seems like a wild headline. Who? I don't know. It just says UK conservative. 90% is shares, 10% is calls. But what's the, so do you want to sell out of the shares then? And then did you buy this for long-term or trading? I know 10% is for trading, but yeah, maybe you could buy a put. Unfortunately, though, the puts just, the stock dropped 11% in 2 days. I don't know how I feel about that on the put side. Maybe you could sell some stuff, but so 12K account, 100% of it is in Amazon, 90% in shares, 10% in calls. Is it trading or long-term? I don't know. I want to tell you either keep the shares and then sell the options, or sell the options and keep the shares. But there is a chance that you sell the shares and then the options still lose. But yeah, what was your plan when you bought it? But because in one way, I'm thinking you don't want to let go of $83 a share Amazon on shares. But then again, at the same time, I don't know if this was a trade or a long term. Like if you were just trading, great, good swing trade. But if this is a long term, I mean, it's, but then you have options involved. So it's a little there. But at the same time, if it's worrying you, you lower the position size. So again, you have all of your account on one play right now for after the bell. If it really is stressing you out, maybe trim it in half, maybe 6K, and you could do the same exact play. Cut the options in half, cut the shares in half, and then worst case, you still got the rest. But if it's long-term shares, then you already know your answer. And then now with the options, you got to just decide if you're going to gamble on the options or not. So maybe keep the shares, and then at the same time, if you're worried about losing the options, then that way, if you're going to hold the shares, take whatever you have on the options, and then that way you're just responsible for the shares. But if your plan was long term, that's it. I think maybe you're getting too into the trades of it on the side. So you just got to separate the trade from the long term. And I think if you could do that, it may be easier to think about, but also don't. I mean, I don't think that lowering exposure would be a bad idea coming into this, especially if it's just all on one stock. PHILO drops by 10 basis points to 40.8 post-auction. So good response. So weird. We're still even up on the data. RTX joint venture plans to break ground on facility before year end with intent to bring missile production into 2025. RTX facility produce missiles for Marine Corps and other allied partners. Went TQQ on the auction results. MO broke 40. Crispin Blunt is the UK guy. So, same Chad's giving an update on it if you want to look into that. Accused of rape and drugs. I gotta make a decision. I think if you like it, that's what I did on Airbnb. I would cover the covered call and then hold the shares and just ride into it. And then that way, if it works out, you get to sell more covered calls for more money. And then if it doesn't work out, you just missed out on 40% of the remaining covered call. But then you can reset it. Yeah, wait, Crispin Blunt? Is that his name? Is that a joke name? Is Crispin Blunt there? Oh, no, it's a real person. It's a real person, yeah. Yeah. I feel like that's Hunter's alias. He's like, just call me Crispin Blunt. No, don't call me Hunter. It's Crispin Blunt. Oh, okay. Would you like a water, Hunter? I mean, do you want a water, Mr. Crispin Blunt? Yes, I would. Thank you. Thank you. RTX, they're getting a candle on that. Oh, I thought maybe that was fake. Saw a big block trade. It wasn't real. JD, I forgot about the China place. Even the market, though, we're still looking down. So bond auction literally gave you like 10 minutes of vertical relief, looking good, holding up, but like you're still just destroyed. Okay, no more economic data. What time? 10:12, baby. 10:12. They used their only trick yesterday. Dude, yesterday had so much involved. It was insane. And but the bonds got killed yesterday. Just went to the doctors, got Wegovy prescribed. How hyped are you? I swear, you already taken before and after pictures, huh? You like, let's go, baby. So again, Eli Lilly, they said they're working on a way today to prevent muscle loss. That's like that's the only issue. You just got to make sure you got to still lift a little bit. Bonds did good today, but then remember yesterday it was just still. But bonds got clocked. We gave up all of that rally. We had good catalyst, good rebound, but again the demon of supply. MO had earnings, so it came in they missed on like revenue, EPS. They warned of a slowing consumer, but it was they came in just underwhelming for the most part. I mean, over the years, most of these reports have just been in line. Protein. I don't know, but that's what Eli Lilly said. They're working on it to prevent the muscle loss. Well, we'll see what happens, man. Get them before and after pictures. Overreaction market. I mean, so far, maybe again, every earnings was good, but we've had a lot of pain from good earnings. It was like what happened with Nvidia 4 times in a row. It's just wild to think about. Muscle loss from Ozempic. Amazon butterfly could be good, actually. I mean, here's the deal. If it misses, I would stick to 2 standard deviations. Again, I think it's no coincidence that's exactly where a line fell to. So not only did they miss, but they literally moved exactly to where 2 standard deviations would have been. So I don't think we're in a 3 standard deviation market yet. But I do think that if you miss right now on the expectations, your stock will move double the expectation, seemingly. So that's why, I mean, in this case, Amazon is like what, $8, $9, $18. So either like 138. Yeah, and these are cheap, but you only have 1 day. Or what was it? $18 to 100 flat. So I would use these as price points pretty much. If you wanted to do a butterfly, I mean, I could be down with those prices. Tim is next week. You think Iron Condor, not butterfly? Use Meta and all the other earnings. So I think Meta, that would have worked for condors depending on how wide. Again, Google you would have got blown out. That's the thing, because Google is the weird one. And then Microsoft, you would have won on a condor for sure. I'm going to try something. Interesting. You could play around with the butterfly. You can maybe get a free butterfly on Amazon. But then you have to take risk on the back end. So maybe a condor might be good. The short dateds work, but you have to hit it. Just like the other butterfly, you have to be at the number, like by the expiration. Let's see. I'm running some numbers on these. No. That's it. I forgot they take a lot of capital though. That's the only problem with the butterflies. So you could do some free ones. Like low key, you could do butterflies for free, but then you have to still put up like $1 to $2 grand of margin to make it worthwhile. Like again, you have to back up the collateral. U.S. Qatar to revisit Doha's ties to Hamas after Gaza hostage crisis. I'm still seeing. I don't know if it's worth it. That's what I'm thinking. So I don't know if that's something you're into, if you're down to like put up collateral and kind of ride with it. I mean, if you play with like broken butterflies or butterflies on the weeklies of Amazon, you might be able to get them for like a credit or even just spend like $1. You could get credit. You could literally do credit and walk away. You're going to have to widen it up a little bit. But like I'm saying, even if you want to do 10, 20 contracts, you're going to be putting up minimum like $1,000, even if it's only like $2 spread out. Boeing's on the high. I mean, you're getting a red candle here. Again, you just heard that update there, Washington Post, but we will see. So far, we've just rallied from the 7-year. SPY went up barely. The bonds were the real winner off of that. And then we're still 1.9 down on the NASDAQ, 1.2 on the SPY, and then 0.68 on the Dow. And then Russell's somehow still green because of your boy. It's the boy. Regional banks. Held to maturity. Tesla on the low now. Bond's still on the high, but again, it doesn't matter because the dollar's still elevated. Market is just, again, if anything, bonds still have a lot longer to go, but everything's in its own world right now. There's several butterflies from 1 cent to 5s on the call side. And I think if you just break it by $1, you'll get it for free. So I looked at a couple of them. I just don't like the collateral. That's the only thing. I forgot. I mean, it's nice if you only have to wait 1 day, but I forgot you still, like, if you want good size, pretty much you're tying up like $4,000 to make $1,000 max gain. It's not really worth it. But then there's no fee. Like, again, it's not if you get it for free. A broken butterfly, it's like a normal butterfly. A normal butterfly, everything is equal. So all of the strikes will be $2 away, $3 away. They're just equal amounts. A broken butterfly is when 2 of the wings are equivalent, but then 1 of the wings, you make it higher or lower. So then that way it's a little bit skewed to one side. So SPY's going down. More bond buying. Again, ever since the 7-year auction we have been running right now. The 1 day, but the 8 days look better priced. Oh, I didn't look at those yet. I feel. All right, man, you're coming back down. We were just talking Amazon. I'm sure we're going to come back to that. Still kind of early. It's 10:30, 41.32. Right now, 41.30. Next level is like 41.27 and then 41.17. And yes, right now, too, bonds, I mean, you're getting bonds get bid up, stocks down. There's no news. There hasn't been news. The latest news was at like 10:16. So actually, like right around here, it was U.S. and Qatar to revisit Doha's ties to Hamas after Gaza hostage crisis. So kind of escalatory. But we'll see. VIX is up, actually. Actually, the VIX ain't even going. I mean, look at this. SPY and NASDAQ. So NASDAQ's the one who just always hits a new low. But now SPY is too, even though the bonds are holding up there. 41.30. The banks have survived the bond blowout so far. We broke the 50 and 100 day. What about the 200 day? They said nothing good happens below there. Yeah. Again, dollar's trying to edge down. MPW still holding up. Getting weird. I mean, it's been weird all day. Right now, it's just no respect. No level is holding, man. No matter, like, every call out I've given you, you've gotten action around that point, but then it just bounces off of it and then just dies. Literally every single point. That's why I'm like, all right, man. It's been weird all day, but it's just a lack of respect for the levels, meaning, I mean, supply. I think bond supply is high. I'm surprised to watch the bid, but I think selling supply is also there too. Not dying equals bullish. Not bullish equals dying. I don't know. I'm almost ready to just throw everything out the window. So we'll see. I think the market is getting to the point of just reacting. It doesn't matter what's happening because we're just tweaking out on the same sets of data. CLX investor. No, that looked important. How many more red days till we wipe out this year? At this pace, you'll be gone by the end of November. So if we do what we just did, by the end of the first week of November, we'll be negative on the year. Okay. You didn't miss much. Just the bond auction, which is good. But I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Even the Twitch. I love you. Good morning, good evening, good night. China Premier expresses strong support for Iran in protecting its sovereignty. Dude, China and Russia are hilarious, bro. Yellen to speak at 1:30.
We still see strong hiring and wages in the 3.5% to 4% range. That gives people money to spend.
I will say the whisper number, I'm looking at WHIS Go on the terminal. You can see the whisper number for a lot of different stats, and that's for 202,000 in terms of non-farm payrolls. How much of this is driven by government spending? Mike, you and I talked about this earlier, and you said it doesn't really shine through in the GDP reports, but Veronica, we're running a $2 trillion deficit now this year. And, of course, we run deficits every year, but it just seems to ramp up more and more and more, even as we get like a 5% GDP print. Is government spending driving this?
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a fiscal element to some of this. It's really hard to put a number on, what size that is, but we're probably seeing it in things like, investment in manufacturing facilities, building manufacturing facilities to build semiconductors in the U.S. Maybe that's CHIPS Act related, and some of the residual strength even from the pandemic, excess savings of households. That's ultimately tied back to fiscal policies too. At this point, I mean, I don't know if I would expect too much additional boost from fiscal, but we're still probably working through some of that support.
Yields have been amazing to watch. Obviously, the Fed has raised rates 550 basis points in the last couple of years, and we're looking at more than 5% on the 2s and the 30s. So really across the curve, Michael, is this going to slow the economy down? We're seeing mortgages at 8% plus.
That's the argument the Fed makes, that we're finally starting to see some break on the economy from the rate increases that they have made. They made them so quickly that they hadn't hit that hard. We did see housing, existing home sales sort of drop off because people didn't want to sell and get into a much higher mortgage. So that effect has already happened. But cars may slow down, and loans, personal loans that people take out, and certainly businesses refinancing could slow down. And that's the argument that some on the Fed are making about why they don't need to raise rates anymore. Let's see what happens with the rates that we have. The issuance of Treasury debt is another question. What's that going to mean? Obviously, for the economy, higher rates mean the government has to pay more, but there are still a lot of questions about what impact that's going to have in the Treasury market. And that's one of the questions I think Janet Yellen is going to get asked today.
It'll be interesting. Obviously, we're
Janet Yellen. So Janet Yellen at 1:30. Again, they're talking about it all. And even though they bring up the deficit, everyone, dude, it's the elephant in the room. They're like, it just keeps going up. The government's paying more. It's like, why do they keep spending that much? Yes. We only care about government spending now because you finally see it showing up in your bond market. Fun fact. This is where Wall Street turns. Just depending on if this keeps happening, eventually that bond supply, I don't know if Wall Street's going to be too happy. Get me more mo. Let's go, baby. M-O. I kind of need to stretch, bro. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Danny. What's up, man? Yeah, we got a butterfly video. How I'm shorting. Oh, that was the latest one. Yeah. I have old ones from like, NVIDIA flushing. Whoa. Breaking 400, actually. Has it done this? Nah, bro. You ain't break 400 since literally June 14th. So even from their earnings, remember, it went down to 410. You just snapped below 400 real quick on NVIDIA. And then SPY got its Raul. Raul. Yeah, that's crazy. So again, you can watch the old butterfly videos, but that one, how I'm shorting the market for free. It's funny too, because people didn't like that play when I made it. But that actually, I didn't make anything on it. Some of you did. I pushed it, but that play hit. We called it here, and pretty much it was a butterfly, and I said the market will end at 360 by October 13th, and it did. So we were in the money. We had I think $7,000. I think the max gain was like 16 or 20, and we tried to push it. I don't know. I got to double check. But then it ended up hitting in the money, and then by expiration, you had a Friday bounce, and then I lost. Yeah, it hit. I just pushed it I wanted all 25K. It was free, though. That's the crazy part. So I legitimately made the play for free. It cost me nothing. I did have to set aside collateral, but that was the best example of the butterfly. But the other videos I have in the past, I mean, there was an era where we would hit butterflies a couple weeks in a row just off of earnings and shit like that. But, again, just in this earnings environment, I'm not against plays when volatility gets real, bro. I mean, regardless of what everything that's happened or happens, it's just like it's its own little era. So that being said, I mean, maybe butterflies are there. That's why we're talking about them. We're looking at Amazon earnings. I don't really want to like play it, but it's like if I was, I mean, I'm getting creative here. You know what I'm saying? Like up or down Amazon, I don't know. It's just the earnings are fucked right now, and you could see it. That's why it's like you got to kind of get creative. Maybe credit spreads, again, premiums are very high right now, and things are getting cucked, you know? So it just, there's a lot to it. There's a lot to it. You want to do one? I mean, as much as I'd want to walk you through it, because I'll do one right now for you to show you, but unfortunately, when it comes to a butterfly, like, you might want to paper trade it first, just because I've seen people do butterflies, and then, like, there's, like, 3 different options running at the same time. People get hella confused sometimes, and then, like, if it gets assigned or whatever, that's it. Yeah, Yellen, America has been through a lot, but they feel good about personal finances. Americans have been through a lot. They feel good. That's their first quote. I see it twice. I thought she talks at 1:30. It is 1:30. What the fuck am I saying? Where's the day going?
To know is that the Biden-Harris administration is really decisively changing that. We are investing in America. We have passed a trifecta of legislation that people will increasingly see who've been suffering from a shortage of job opportunities. I think they're really going to see things change. First of all, we're spending an enormous amount to repair America's infrastructure. And increasingly, people are going to see their roads that they get hung up on.
A butterfly won't be in it here. Let me mute the YouTube if I'm going to talk over fucking Jigglypuff.
It's going to be fixed. Bridges are going to be improved. Airports, people are going to, within the next several years, virtually every American will have access to good internet, so improving digital economy. And we've seen an enormous set of investments announced in response largely to the Chips and Semiconductors Act and to the Inflation Reduction Act in clean energy. And jobs are being created. What we see in this past year is that a disproportionate share of the jobs that are being created are in communities that have had less economic opportunity, communities with below average incomes and with a below average share of people who have a college education.
Nah, fuck that. That's not my treasurer.
That opportunity will
I've never said that about any president.
To people
but that's not my treasurer.
Really haven't, in a sense, gotten a fair shake over
what is
the
she
last
talking
50
about?
years as they've seen jobs disappear.
What Americans is she talking about? Even I'm an out-of-touch rich guy, and I'm like, this don't make any sense.
You have access to a good job, even if you don't have a college education.
It's so confusing.
And,
the data disconnect
I think
is
people
fucking
will
insane.
See that good opportunities are being created. Certainly the president is trying to go out and explain to people what this longer-term, medium-term agenda. He would say it's a matter of growing the economy from the bottom up and the middle out. What we've had is too much of trying to grow the economy through trickle down from with gains going to the top with the hope that it'll trickle down. And I think we're beginning to see the fruits of these investments beginning to pay off. So I think Americans have a lot to look forward to and are beginning to see this in their daily lives.
So we were just talking about Americans' perception of the economy, but another thing we follow closely here at Bloomberg globally is investors' perception of the economy. So I want to ask you a little bit about the rise in yields that we've seen. We've seen yields surging over the last few weeks. The 10-year Treasury rose above 5% earlier this week. What's your view on what is driving that surge in yields and how much of it is connected to investors' concerns about the U.S. deficit?
Well, I don't think much of it is connected to that. This is a global phenomenon in advanced countries. We're seeing yields go up in most advanced countries of the world. And largely, I think it's a reflection of the resilience that people are seeing in the U.S. economy, that we're not having a recession, that consumer spending and demand continue to be strong. The economy is continuing to show tremendous robustness. And that suggests that interest rates are likely to stay higher for longer. And so part of the increase in yields, I think, is simply a reflection of the strength of the economy, the notion that interest rates will be higher for longer. Now, whether or not that's really true, if we look at 5 or 10 years, what are interest rates likely to do? Honestly, for a very long time, we've felt that interest rates over decades had been coming down, real interest rates, and that there were deep structural reasons for that, in part relating to demographics. And those underlying trends, they're still there. They're still in force. So I think it's perfectly possible that we will see longer-term yields come down, but nobody really knows for sure. But I see the higher yields as certainly, importantly, a reflection of a stronger economy.
So when you think about the deficit, I think one of your preferred metrics for assessing, U.S. fiscal stability is to look at the net interest outlay as adjusted for inflation. And right now, I think you've said that those levels seem good to you, but there are...
In real terms, it's about 1%, a little bit under that.
So that's helpful in terms of kind of the next figure I was going to mention is several economists out there are forecasting that that figure by 2030 could be well north of 2%. So at that level, would you be alarmed in terms of the fiscal sustainability?
Well, let me just say fiscal sustainability is really critical, and President Biden is committed to putting forward a fiscal plan that shows fiscal sustainability. And uncertainty about interest rates do influence what the path of that real net interest is going to be. There's a bigger challenge if the interest rate path stays higher. President Biden has already supported deficit reduction measures in the pact raising the debt ceiling and other legislation in the Inflation Reduction Act. There's $1 trillion of deficit reduction, and he proposed a budget that both invests in America, continues to do that, and also has revenue-raising measures that would result in another $2.5 trillion of deficit reduction over the next decade. So, yes, we have to put forward fiscal plans that will keep
YouTube, you missed that interjection.
Manageable.
I just yelled out how $600 billion to the deficit was added in the last month.
I would say well below 2%.
I'll go home.
So the higher the interest rate path,
you guys, this is called Jigglypuff therapy.
So I want to take a moment.
I put you through this for 35 minutes. You could withstand anything. Trust me.
With the Israel-Hamas war
makes you stronger,
happening in the Middle East,
or makes you
there's
sleepy.
a concern by some
Sleep
that
is the cousin of death.
war could spread or expand to broader in the region. I know that that's not your base case, but if that was to happen, could you walk us through your risk scenario for what that might mean to the global economy?
So I guess I have to say my focus as I look now at what's happening to the Middle East really is the tragedy, the human tragedy that's taking place, what the Israelis have suffered, and of course we're worried about.
How many Middle East tragedies have there been since you were in any office position? I yield back.
Pursues its war against Hamas. And so it's really the human suffering that I think should be our focus in countering terrorism. We're monitoring the economic consequences carefully. So far, I would say we've not yet seen much that has global consequences. Oil prices are largely flat. What could happen if the war expands? Of course, there could be more meaningful consequences, but I think it's premature to speculate about those, and I think our focus should be keeping this contained and not spreading.
So on Hamas, I know the Treasury Department has taken further moves in the last few weeks to restrict financing to Hamas, and your Undersecretary, Brian Nelson, is actually in the Middle East right now. Do you think there's room for further restricting or limiting financing to Hamas? And if so, can you tell us what might be some of the next steps?
So I can't comment on any specifics concerning sanctions we have not yet put in place. But what I can say is we have taken a large number
I'm
of
telling you, if I leave myself unmuted and I rant over Jigglypuff, it throws you into a warp hole. I'm doing it for your own safety. Trust me, the speeds don't match up. It fucks with your left ear, your right ear, your brain waves start tripping out, dude. Like you're probably experiencing it now. You see that? It's not worth it, bro.
My undersecretary, as you mentioned, will be in the Middle East, and Deputy Secretary Adeyemo is leaving tonight for a trip to Europe to also discuss working with our allies on sanctions. And we are certainly looking at further opportunities we see to try to reduce this flow of financing to Hamas. We're all over this and are likely to do more.
So one final question on the Middle East before we turn to other topics. On Iran, can you help us understand, are the $6 billion in Iranian oil proceed assets blocked by the U.S. Treasury from access by Iran right now as they sit in a Qatari account?
I guess all I can really tell you is that not a penny of that money has been touched. The Trump administration agreed to allow Iran to sell oil, and the sales were largely to Korea, and the proceeds were held in a Korean bank account and only permitted to be used for humanitarian purposes, without any direct funding ever going to Iran. And those proceeds were moved from Korea to Qatar. They still sit there. They can only be used for humanitarian purposes. They have not been used. And I don't feel comfortable saying more about diplomatic conversations that are taking place. But Iran has not touched those funds.
Well, you just mentioned diplomacy, and so much of your role as secretary has been actually traveling around the world. We often think of the Treasury Department as so domestic, but so much of what you've done is international.
White House Brainerd says there are some soft spots in the global economy, so perhaps some headwinds there.
I wonder if your thoughts on how concerned are you that some of the Biden policies may be sealing a mistrust of globalization that was ramped up in the Trump administration, and whether that's actually good for the U.S. economy?
Well, I think that's a great question. I've talked about a concept I call friendshoring. So I think as a consequence, partly of the pandemic and partly Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we've come to the realization that our supply chains, America's supply chains, are not secure. And in some cases, we're overly dependent on countries like China. And that what we need to do is to take steps as a country to reduce our vulnerability and to diversify our supply chains. And to some extent, that involves reshoring things to the United States and doing more here. And certainly in the area of clean energy, the Inflation Reduction Act has incentives to do more in the United States. And the desire there, in part, is to create good jobs in industries that are likely to be drivers of future growth, whether it's semiconductors or clean energy. But we don't want to forego the benefits of globalization and trade. And so the idea of friendshoring is that we want to be able to rely on a broader set of countries to do trade and investment, to deepen our trade and investment relationships with countries that we feel are trustworthy, that can be reliable parts of a global supply chain that we take part in. And part of what I've been doing is traveling around the world, talking to countries about developing our supply chain relations. And of course, we're very close partners with
TLT
Europe,
about to go
with
up.
Canada, Mexico, other countries with whom we have free trade areas, but many more countries. We're deepening our relationships with India, with Vietnam. So we want this to be broad. We understand that the international division of labor with countries taking advantage of the benefits of comparative advantage, doing what you're most efficient at.
She reminds me of Adam Sandler and Billy
This
Madison
is a great set of
answering the
benefits,
Industrial
both
Revolution
for the
question.
United States and also countries that
That's a good
are
one.
given the
That's a good
opportunity
one.
to
Best
trade,
one all day.
and
Best
that
one all day.
contributes to their growth. So we don't want to forego that, and we do want to maintain the benefits of globalization, but without the vulnerability that comes from undue reliance on a few countries that may restrict trade for political or other reasons.
So you mentioned broadening our network of friends that we can have partnerships with, but also China. I know you took a trip to China to Beijing this summer. You've been talking about how our policy should really be around de-risking or diversifying rather than decoupling. But what do you think is the current status of that? Do you think the Chinese have adopted that and feel like they can trust us on that front, or do you think they still really think that we're in a competition with them first and foremost?
So, I mean, we've articulated a strategy. As you said, it involves de-risking in some areas where we're overly dependent on China. And clean energy is a good example. We also intend to focus on national security. That's an area that we're not willing to compromise on. And so we do have export controls. We continue to review them. We're working on a set of restrictions on outbound investment to China. We've discussed this with them and put out a proposal that's in the public domain. I think comments just closed on it. But our objective there is to target what we do as narrowly as possible so that it really focuses on national security, that it is not an intention in that to harm the prospects of Chinese economic development and the welfare of the Chinese people. So we intend to have healthy competition and mutually beneficial trade and investment with China in many areas. I've tried to make this clear. And then, importantly, the third prong of it is we need to work together on global problems. Debt relief is one of those problems. Climate change is another, but there are many examples. So that's what we're trying to do in terms of our strategy. You know, President Biden and President Xi met in Bali. I guess it's just over a year ago. I was at that meeting. In more or less over 2 years, almost no senior level contact had taken place during the pandemic between China and the United States. And I think that was a dangerous situation. And especially when there are disagreements, it's actually important to be able to discuss them, to talk through, to see the other country's point of view, and to discuss areas where you're not in sync. And it was recognized by both sides that we needed to talk more, to deepen our discussions, exchange of information, and particularly in economic areas, macroeconomic performance, financial markets, where our behavior has spillovers back and forth to one another, and also our decisions affect the global outlook as a whole. And that's what I tried to begin in my meetings that I had in China. And things have continued very positively from there. We've formed 2 working groups. They report to me and my Chinese counterpart, He Lifeng. One concerns economic matters, the other financial
matters. All right, YouTube, if y'all could get like a
The
string
working
counting
groups
1
met
to like
earlier
50,
this week. Both of them
I'll stop it. If
met,
you could count
and
1 to 50 in order in the
we now have a
chats
set of
before
very
she completes
constructive,
a sentence in under a
and
minute, I'll end
deepening
it. Otherwise,
discussions
we're gonna
about
keep
areas
listening.
of mutual concern. And it's good to have contacts throughout our chain at levels below secretary.
You may be getting mad, but like you're looking at the
staff
chat
level
trying to figure it out. But like that's how
and
some of her sentences are going
channels
through
of
my head right now.
communication where
It's
when
like
a problem
1, 2,
arises,
67,
each
69,
side can
50,
pick up the phone
21,
and
27,
discuss it before
19.
it rises to the level of a
Oh shit, the Twitch is doing it.
serious disagreement. So
Oh
I
no, they
think
fucked
this
it up.
Agenda is
Oh
working.
damn, bro, the
We
Twitch was
certainly
running
will
it.
continue
Yo,
to
the Twitch
deepen
almost
our,
had that. That was
economic
wild.
Relationship and
Fucking Mikey,
discussions,
Trevor, and
I'm
Hailstone
feeling very
fucked it
good
up.
about how things are going there.
Turning back to the U.S.,
No,
Secretary
now
Yellen,
you guys are off balance.
You described the
Oh,
Biden
you had
administration's
it.
economic policies as something you referred to as modern supply-side economics. And with those policies, they're aiming to increase the productive capacity in the U.S.
That's right.
Well, that's a pretty good big goal. So can you talk to me a little bit about how long do you think it's going to take for some of those policies to become entrenched enough that they stick and have a real impact on people? And the reason I'm asking is because I'm looking ahead to next year. The election's coming up. What's at stake if the Democrats don't retain the White House in terms of the ability for some of those policies to take hold?
So, yes, modern supply-side economics, it's in part a growth strategy, and this is something Republicans and Democrats, I think, share a desire to see real wages and incomes increase, to see economic welfare for the broad set of Americans to improve over time, and an economic growth or, quote, supply-side strategy. This isn't a matter of demand management. It's a matter of improving our economy's ability
YouTube,
to
stop trying. You
produce
guys
goods
failed a
and
long time ago.
services
Just keep
over
listening
the
to
medium
Yellen.
to long term.
Okay? What are y'all still
I
typing
think,
numbers for?
agree
Y'all
on
ain't
that.
even
It's
come close at
widely
all.
accepted. The Republican
You're like
strategy
yelling on
has
her
been,
on
as
her
I said,
deficit adjustments.
largely
You
a
ain't
trickle-down
get close to what you were
strategy
saying at
giving
all,
tax
bro. It's
breaks or
over.
deregulation
Fine, it's
to
okay.
the rich and to
It's okay.
corporations in the expectation or hope that benefits would trickle down more
The Twitch
broadly.
keeps averaging
I see
down, but
that
they
as
haven't
a
hit it
failed
yet.
strategy, and one that has really not been successful at creating broad shared prosperity. And I see modern supply-side economics as having the same objective but proceeding in a different way. And there are many factors that are inputs into growth besides private investment. For too long, we ignored infrastructure. So investing in America's infrastructure has a return, produces benefits. R&D. We're now really, after having decades in
A couple of
which
biotechs moving. Honestly, the
US
high ticker's still been
spending
gassing during all of
on
this.
research
No,
and
I'm not even trying to be
development,
funny,
certainly
though,
at the
but like
federal
for real,
level, had
I was
fallen
telling the
to
Twitch, I
very
really
low
think
levels.
she's kind of
We're no
slowed the
longer
market
one of
down.
the leading
She gave everybody
countries in
something to look
terms
at.
of,
She's
the
taking a couple
resources
minutes
we
per
devote to
topic, so it's
R&D.
like I
We've
really
stepped that
think
up,
she's just she's kind of communist after
substantially in the
hitting another high there
legislation that's been
on the
passed.
yields and then getting
And
the
what
good
we
auction.
want is also growth that's equitable. So addressing inequality is, I was saying, for over 50 years, essentially the median American really saw
This
very
is, you guys know this is
growth,
Bloomberg too.
little or no
So this is like
growth
prime
in their
time.
real income.
During
We
market
wanna change
hours,
that. We wanna
Bloomberg
make
ain't
sure
talking
that
about shit. They're just
opportunities
playing
are
Yellen too.
created, especially for
So,
those who don't
again,
have a
I do
college
think it is
education.
slowing, calming
And
things down for
live
the
in
most part.
places, you know, we've had
This is like
so
the
much growth
OG
on
Vic
the
smash.
coast, but many parts of the country,
Just throw Yellen on for 30 minutes.
that it seems progress is passed by. And so if you look at the legislation that's been passed and the investment plans that have been announced, we've seen over $600 billion in new investments that have been announced. Now, it takes a while to get those in place, but look at where those investments occurring. They're occurring in parts of the country that have not seen that kind of investment. And you know, we're seeing electric vehicle production and battery production in many parts of the country that have been sorely hurting for good jobs. And so it will take a while for Americans to see the benefits of this. But even now, I think many Americans can see that good jobs are being created in manufacturing, which is not done well over decades in the United States. So I believe that opportunities will be created and people will be able to see that over time in their daily lives.
No matter what. Secretary, you've been in public service nearly 5 decades now, holding the...
That's a long time.
It's a lot of working years as a labor economist. I will say that you've held the top economic posts, you know, across the CEA, Fed, and now Treasury. But you're also known as a technocrat and a policymaker rather than a political animal per se. When you look at the divisiveness in Washington, and we've just seen past few weeks even just on Capitol Hill.
When she was called the political animal.
Are you concerned that
Or
there's
not a
less and
political
less
animal.
room for a person like you to come into government in Washington and make a notable difference at the highest levels if you're not as politically driven as policy driven?
You know, I guess I see that we have a government that is filled with people who are professional, technically proficient, and dedicated to good policy. And we are trying to put in place good, sound,
Spy coming towards
technically
VWAP.
solid government
So again,
policy
this is where we just,
in
again, we
almost
dump for no
everything
reason.
we do.
Remember, there was like
And
one little
in
war
spite of
headline,
the
but I don't think that
difficult
was it.
Political environment
But we're still
that
below.
we're
You've
in,
recovered the 37
President
level.
Biden and
We need
Vice
to reclaim
President
4155.
Harris, in the time they've been in office, have succeeded in a
AR popping, but
bipartisan
it's already up
way
5.
in having a great deal of meaningful legislation passed. The Treasury
half your
Department,
deposit, PayPal or
I spend
MO?
a good share
What's
of my
your-
time
how much growth, how
working
much
with,
dividends do you have?
Very capable
Like your whole
people in our
portfolio, how's
tax
it split?
policy
50-50,
department.
60-40,
We're,
70-30? What are we
charged
talking
with
about?
writing all of the rules that are governing the tax incentives in the Inflation Reduction Act, those that are really creating enormous opportunities in connection with clean energy. And we've gotten an allocation of funds to
They did it.
restore the Internal
They did
Revenue
it.
Service, to restore their ability to both serve American customers who
Yeah, you
deserve
guys
to have
fucked up at
somebody
12.
answer the phone when you call, and have
Somebody
been
had to
missing
cheer.
that for a long time, and also to
Look, a
actually
new
collect the
record.
taxes that our tax
And then the
code
next
says
people just messed
owe.
up.
And when you think about the fact that over 10 years, the tax gap, namely the quantity of
Yeah, I like
tax
both. I think for that
revenue
setup
that's due
though,
but not paid,
if
is
I like
estimated
MO a
at
lot. Your
$7 trillion.
70% dividend growth. I would go for PayPal then.
We're in the process
If you already
of
have
restoring
70%
all of that.
dividends,
And the people
unless
who are
your
doing
portfolio
this
is smaller
are
and you really want to compound.
largely a civil service.
YouTube, you're
that
not going to do
is,
it. Give up. They got to 10. That was
tremendously
very
competent,
impressive. It's okay.
professional and dedicated
It's okay,
to
Chad. It's okay.
making the United States function well. So I think there's plenty of scope. for good policy, and I hope we're in the process of doing it in spite of some of the what seems like political dysfunction in our country.
Well, Secretary Yellen,
That was
thank you
pretty
so
cool,
much
though. I've
for
never
joining
seen that.
us
That was
today and giving us
executed
so
nice.
much of your
Even the
time
10.
and sharing your insights.
work,
It's a
Twitch.
true
My pleasure. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
No way there was a live audience.
The Secretary of the U.S. Treasury there, Janet Yellen, speaking.
So again, everybody was just listening to that. Again, like I'm telling you, I think that slowed the market down a little bit. That was like your commercial. That was your halftime show, I feel like, for the day. All right, we're back. Mulan on watch, 8K. Mulan, this thing's already up 25, and it moves crazy. Let's see, though. Again, see if anything else wants to wake up, too. That would be nice. RTX still going. A couple of other names. The high ticker has still been somewhat active, but my goodness. My goodness. Riot down 8.3. Again, coin got clapped. ABVC, that was that biotech that got this stuff this morning. They got clobbered. Watch TLT. I don't know. That would suck, but we shouldn't have anything that should make us give it back. Maybe the final closings at the end of the day. But honestly, for the most part, I mean, we've gotten past. You've dodged a lot of bullets today in a weird way. I mean, I don't know how that sounds because the market's still getting clobbered. You're near the lows and everything. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, okay, Ray, you're getting a little too excited here. Okay, calm down, bro. It's just way too many. Way too many, guys. No. It's okay, you guys. It's okay. No. This isn't a test of how many messages that you could put out. We appreciate you. We already know that anybody could do. Again, it's teamwork, cooperation. It's over, guys. It's over. It's okay. It's over. It's fine. You tried. I've a valiant effort. You know, the Twitch only got to 10, so don't even trip. Like, you got, you know, they only beat you by 10. It's not even that bad of a margin. You're fine. You know, you're fine. You're fine. It was a good run. IBHD. But yeah, what was I saying? That distracted me a little bit there. Oh yeah, that the market's not really it's not down that much. We literally we dodged a lot of bullets today. So like straight up, you've went through all of the economic data. It was hot. Bonds didn't go down. You had all of these bad earnings. Bonds didn't go down. There's one more thing that was with the bonds that should have made. Pending home sales, no reaction there. And then bond auction comes in actually better than expected. So you dodged a lot of bullets, but we still have earnings after the bell. That's the only issue. How many likes for Intel numbers? I mean, if that's what you want, I got you, bro. Ask and you shall receive. Jonathan Gudino wanting it. That's good enough for me, bro. I'll give you the Intel earnings preview. What time is it? 11:05 is a good time, honestly. I think I got multiple earnings previews actually. So you're in luck. My numbers might be a little dated though. And again, after moves like this, don't underestimate analysts to change their earnings expectations between yesterday and today. Okay. So from now on, I'm permanently banning you guys for doing the number thing. After 3 times, y'all would not give up on it. Again, it's annoying. Thank you. I love you. It went from timeout, the first 2, the third one, strike 3, man. You're out. You're out, unfortunately. Okay. I'm trying to get you some earnings previews. That's all I need. That's all I need right now. No. Twitch is fine. You guys are great. You guys are hitting it. I'm not talking to you, Twitch. No. You guys do whatever you guys have earned whatever you want there. It's not going to work with 3,000 people, bro. Maybe with 300, but not 3,000. That's 3,000 people it's not, but it's okay. But the YouTube beat you guys, unfortunately. I have to tell you, that's how it is. The YouTube, the older child does not take the L very easily, so I have to proclaim that they beat you guys just so that we can move on. We already have to ban 2 people or time them out and ban 1 guy. So we'll see. Riot's getting clapped right now. You guys understand. Just they get the victory, but you guys are the ones who actually did it. So we'll just, Yeah, YouTube for the win, baby. All right. I gotta get my earnings preview voice. Gotta get it ready. Sava is on the high. They ran yesterday. So I actually got 2. I'll keep these up here. Okay. All right, I'm going to keep this one up, and then I have the outlook. So Intel reports after the close, October 26th. After the September positive announcement, the street expects third quarter revenue above the midpoint of management's guidance, $13.65 million versus midpoint of $13.4, GM of 42.7, just below the midpoint of 43, and EPS of 22 cents above the guidance of 20. As far as PC demand, investors will be looking for updates on PC demand by market segment and geography, and confirmation of demand trends continuing to improve and channel inventories are normalized. Server demand opinions are mixed on the trajectory of server demand. Investors will be looking for any updates on server demand and data center trends. Gross margin, investors will be watching for any details on gross margins after the management's pre-announcement comments, tempering expectations for gross margin expansion. Export controls, investors will be looking at clarification of recent U.S.-China export restrictions for Gaudi 2 chips. Stock performance and ratings, Intel is up 23% year-to-date, underperforming the S&P IT index, which is up 33%. The SOX, which is up 26%, but outperforming the S&P, which is up by 9%. 19% of analysts have Intel at a buy equivalent rating, unchanged from last month and down from 22% a year ago. 65% of analysts have the stock at hold rating, up from 64% last month and up from 57% a year ago. And 16% of analysts have the stock at a sell equivalent rating, down from 17% last month and 22% a year ago. The average price target is 36.47, is 11% premium over the current price. And that's the rundown from the analysts. You got me playing in the Bobcat, bro? Let's go. Earnings preview in the Bobcat. Did I ever tell you? It was like, I grew up with the kid, and his, like, obsession was Bobcats, and not, like, the animal, like the construction vehicle. Like a tractor trailer type, like what is it, a bulldozer? What is it, Bobcat defined as? I don't know if they have multiple segments or not. Did I ever tell you guys that story? It's a skid loader, yeah. But yeah, I think he went on to just buy one. Like, no lie, like he just bought it because he liked, like, if from the time I knew him, he was in like third grade, was just the biggest fan of these. It was the wildest thing, but he lived out his dream. Sava's killing it. I've had it up here the whole time right now, and market's going up. I'm seeing UWMC. Where's MP Dubs at? Is that thing up? Because it seems like still financials and anything in that space still holding up. Yeah, the 7-year auction was good. That's literally where it all started, right here. We actually kind of you went down after the auction, and then it was like right here. But then we kind of sold off a little bit, touched another level, and then whoop. Long-term align. I don't know about that one. I think you could do better. There's just a lot of other stuff. The Warthog. Oh, let's go, baby. Double kill. Killing spree. Flag dropped. Flag taken. PNC on the high. You missed the bond auction and then everything else earlier. You have a lawsuit against you for $1,000 from collecting firms. Should you hire an attorney to represent you? Yes, and then make sure you get a good one. But how old is it? So did they verify your, what's it called? Did they verify your debt and all of that? That is a big deal with part of it. PNC still running up. Boo. 414, you're going up good. MO 3960. Oh, the Warthog from Twisted Metal? Damn, I thought it was a different game. That was a good game. It was a good one. So we'll see. Pack B. Making a move. We could play Halo later. Nah, just 2K. MO, I mean, I like it. Again, I'll wait on my deposit, but make sure you look at your like overall breakdown of everything. Because that way, somebody asked Disney or PayPal today, and I was like, if you have 70% dividends, I'd be down with PayPal or growth. So you got to really pick and choose. That's the kind of the whole thing we've been bringing up here with the whole equal weighted index is like when you look at it all, there's different names that are going up or down. Like so not everything's in the bargain bin. Not everything's doing bad. Yeah, I still have Walgreens stock. I mean, I've held it for years. So again, and that may sound awful, but like even the first time we bought it at the low and then it rocketed up and then it came back down. That was 5 minutes? Wow. It seemed like a long time. We'll see. All right. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
Capital Group. And Dick, I'm looking at that note that you put out about 3 days ago here. I'm just going to quote you. You said, there is no clear leadership and there is no clear direction. Now that we have an announcement about who is going to succeed Gorman, do you feel a little bit more comfortable about the direction Morgan Stanley is going?
Yes, I do. I wrote that because I was getting really frustrated over the fact that they had not announced who the new CEO would be, what the new structure would be in terms of management. Because to me, it's inconceivable that a company can go 5 months without indicating who the new CEO is going to be. That's something that every board of directors should have figured out, 2, 3, 4 years ago. And if the CEO steps aside, the new CEO should step in place. And the reason why we need to know who the CEO is because the CEO is going to set the if you will, tone of where the company is going to go in the future. And without knowing who the CEO is, we don't know where this company is going to be going in the future. My belief is that the selection of Ted Pick was the best of the three, because based upon where I see the economy shaping, the financial system shaping going forward, I would agree 1,000% with what Ted Pick just said. I believe that the banking industry is going to contract, as a percentage of, well, it has been contracting for a decade, but it's going to continue to contract a little bit faster as a percentage of total financial, if you will, transactions, and that investment banking is going to become significantly more important and significantly more attractive, and therefore I think they've picked the right guy. I think the guy has got the right outlook for where the company's going. So I would say that, a lot of what I was concerned about is starting to get clarified.
And you touched on what I've been wondering about. Of course, Gorman was transformational at Morgan Stanley. Ted Pick finally in the seat. But are we expecting any big strategy shifts under Ted Pick, or is this more about keeping the ship on the track it's on?
No, I hope there are going to be major transformational shifts, because think about it. In the period from 2019 to 2022, the money supply of the United States grew by 50%, $7.5 trillion, right? That has never happened before in terms of percentages, or it may have happened in World War II, but it's not happened in terms of percentages. It's not happened, obviously, in terms of absolute amounts. Well, what does that do for asset management business? It lifts it dramatically. In other words, Morgan Stanley has had the right strategy in the best of all possible environments for that business. Now what's happened in the last year and a half, the Federal Reserve has shrunk its balance sheet by slightly over $1 trillion. The money supply is down $1.25 trillion, and it's now actually shrinking. It's down 3.5%, not up 26%. So I don't think that wealth and asset management is where you want to drive this company. I think you want to drive this company in the direction of, allocation of funds within financial groups. And I think that if they don't make a transformational change, I'll be very, very disappointed.
Dick, up against the clock, got to leave it there. Hope to have you back soon. Appreciate your time today. Our thanks to Dick Beauvais. He is Chief Financial Strategist over at Odeon Capital Group. Now coming up, Silver Lake says it's working on an offer to buy Endeavor Group. We'll speak with Jason Bazinet over at Citi next. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
All right, good timing. Good timing. All right, I had to do what's it called? I didn't know if I had something scheduled there. I had to call a contractor. They showed up at a property and I'm not there, and I was like, oh shit. But I don't know if it was today or not, so I had to call them. Whew. A good thing. It took a while. Yeah, hold on. Was it today? I don't know. That's why. So it might have been the other day, and I'm asking. I just made like 3 calls. All right. How are we looking? The Yellen bounce. The slam the VIX Yellen. It worked. Calm down. The clock on the wall is stuck. It looks like the bonds aren't moving. Yo, wait, what is happening? Oh, now it's moving. I did lag for a little bit there. You can have the White House briefing if you'd like. I might need it. I might need to see what's up with this. Oh, she is on right now. Actually, so give me a second. Hold on. Hold on.
National security, obviously, package.
I don't know.
And so that's
I don't
happening
want to do this
right
to you
now.
guys. You guys have already gone through your
Speaker
Yellen
is
aversion
here,
training. I don't want to put you through this much. I don't know if you can handle it.
The other question.
Can you
So the
handle?
president was
Are
asked
you safe?
yesterday
Are you good?
about 2020, and the president,
You think you could do a couple minutes of
answered
this?
it pretty straightforward. You heard him say that when it came to the 2020 election, we had more than 60 judges who basically threw those cases out of the court or proved it to not be true. Right when it came to the accusations that the elections were not I guess real, whatever. However, they said it in 2020, but. Also, a Trump administration said the 2020 election was the safest, the safest election that we've ever had, right? And you heard that from the Trump administration. And the president also said that, he understands the Constitution. So the president answered that question. Look, more broadly as it relates to the speaker, the president has said that once once Congress, the House conference, was able to get their affairs in order after spending 22 days to pick a speaker, in their chaos that we have seen them do the last 22 days, once they figured that out, he would be willing to work with them in good faith to get things done on behalf of the American people. We've been able to do really big things in a bipartisan way, whether it's the Ships and Science Act, whether it's the infrastructure law. We've been able to do that to deliver for the American people, and the president wants to do that. He wants to continue that progress. And let's not forget, in the midterms, the American people were very clear. They want to continue to see that type of bipartisanship. They want us to continue to grow the economy. And so that's the president's focus. He's willing to do that. He's willing to take up the speaker's words on working on common ground to make that happen.
Is the president confident the House, since it's in order again, can get the supplemental taken care of before the...
So a couple of things there. As we know, we've heard from many Republicans even on the supplemental, especially the national security supplemental, and how we've seen bipartisan support. And so that's really important. And I have a couple of folks that I want to actually read out. Leader McConnell said our national security priorities from Russia to Hamas to China are all connected, and this requires a worldwide approach. Senate Armed Services Ranking Member Roger Wicker said he absolutely supports linking Ukraine and Israel aid, and that a solid majority in the House and Senate could too. Senate Appropriations Vice Chair Susan Collins said each of these four elements are critical. So we have seen a strong bipartisan support for the national security supplemental. That includes Ukraine and Israel. And so there is no reason we should not be able to move forward to get that done.
Thanks, Breen.
Sorry.
So Speaker Johnson's voting record shows that he is strongly opposed to gun safety legislation. Even when Democrats controlled Congress, they could not pass the universal background checks or the assault weapons ban. So what realistically can get done with this speaker? How can a deal around the speaker?
Look, I hear the question. I mean, look what just happened last night. Look what happened. In Maine, in a small community, I think about 30,000 people, and clearly, the gunman is still at large. And so it's a dynamic situation on the ground. But as far as we know, 18 people were killed. And we should not have weapons of war in our
Bro, did she just say he's at large still?
And this is an epidemic. This is a gun violence epidemic.
Hold up.
And the time is now to act. And here's the thing. Speaker Johnson and all of the members on the Hill, Republicans in Congress, they have the ability to stop this. They have the ability to put forth legislation to deal with this issue. They can change
There's
this.
no
they
way.
They can help save lives. And we're just not going to take, it's great to hear.
Bro, when was the last, have we ever
obviously
had
want
a
to give
shooting that the person was not apprehended immediately
the victims who are
or within like
clearly
12
dealing with
hours?
this tragedy. Obviously, we want them to make sure that they know that they're in our thoughts and prayers. But that's not enough.
What the fuck?
And so we were able to do a bipartisan.
No, again, I thought they caught the guy. I literally, I was going to bed. I saw the guy getting arrested or somebody. I was like, all right, well, there you go.
To get there. There's ways to
no
get there.
Fucking way.
But executive actions is not enough.
Yeah, the DC sniper was the last time, but like,
because,
dude, 18 deaths, or I think it was 22. That's absurd.
That we stop.
There's no way.
Fighting, and that doesn't mean that the president is going to stop saying over and over again that we have to stop this gun violence epidemic.
Is there other executive action that the president plans
I
to sign?
I don't have anything to read out at this time. We don't have anything to read out at this time. As you know, there is a Office to Prevent Gun Violence, which is a historic office, which the president is very proud of. That's being led, as I said at the top, by the vice president, who's part of that.
Oh, my mind is blown
leading
right now.
the efforts of that office.
That's crazy,
but look,
dude.
we have to continue to do the work. We have to continue to do the work, and that has to be done legislatively. We can't just continue to do executive actions, as you know, the president has done more than 24 of them, signed 24 of them, but we need to do more. We need to sign legislation into law. We need to build on the bipartisan action that was taken last year. Go ahead, Kevin.
Just to clarify, is the speaker meeting the president today?
I don't have anything to read out on the president on a visit with the president. What I can say is that the speaker is indeed here. He was, when I walked out, getting a briefing with other members of Congress on obviously the national security supplemental funding package, which we believe is an important package.
My mind is blown right now.
It has strong bipartisan support.
Was yesterday the first time?
There's no way they didn't catch it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm like,
do they have any relationship?
So I don't have any.
I am at a computer, so I could go look up all of this.
I can say that when there was the congressional picnic, Congressman Johnson was here, and then I believe there was an event, an LSU event here not too long ago that the president shouted out. Then obviously Congressman Johnson, because he had attended. I just don't have any other specific engagement.
So they know
the Gun Violence Prevention Office that you just mentioned. Are you able to give us any sort of I know it's been in place for a little while now. What exactly has it been doing? Like, what are the meetings like? Are they talking about executive actions? Are they talking about potential new legislation? Are they soliciting recommendations?
Yeah, but wait, it's the same name.
So one thing that I can say is Greg Johnson,
dude, this shit's weird.
One of the deputies of the office, he convened as it relates to what.
So it still says it's Robert Card. That's the guy I saw last night. That's why I was like, I'm pretty sure he was a sex offender.
Morning to discuss federal resources
but then you guys said that's not true this morning.
Any additional
and then I thought they arrested him, and now it still says he's at large.
Unimaginable grief that they may be experiencing.
There's two Robert Cards.
On the ground there, and that is something that
we got the weird one. We picked the weird one.
I don't have any other executive actions. I was just asked about that. But our focus right now is to continue to call on Congress to take action. We need to see legislation. We need to see, make sure that weapons of war are not in communities. That's what we're seeing right now. We need to make sure that weapons of war are not in communities. We need to take more action that are common sense gun laws that the American people want to see. Majority of Americans want to see this. And so, it is for House Republicans to listen to their constituents, to listen to Americans across the country. They can help stop what we're seeing here. They can help save lives, and it is their job to do that at the Capitol on the Hill. Steve.
Do you anticipate the president going to Lewiston, Maine when things settle down?
I don't have anything. I don't certainly want to get ahead of the president's schedule. Don't have anything to share. It is a dynamic situation on the ground. I think the priority, our focus, is to make sure that Maine and local enforcement has the resources that it needs. That's what the president wants to make sure happens. We got to catch this killer. Right, bring him to justice. That is incredibly important as well.
What?
And so we are with the community on the ground, clearly. And
that's insane. This guy is still walking around.
The president wants to make sure that they have the resources that they need in this really critical time. Okay, Nancy.
Thanks, Green. What are some of the concrete goals of the Office of Gun Violence Reduction?
So, look, I think having this historic office is incredibly important. Making sure it shows how critical we see this epidemic that's happening certainly across the country, and want to make sure that we do everything that we can to save lives. Look. One of the things as well that we want to do is make sure that we offer any type of emotional, mental assistance. That's going to be done through the office. We want to see what other executive actions can be done. We believe that legislation is the way to go, but there might be additional executive actions that can be done. So we want to make sure that we look at, that's one of the things the office is doing, looking at all of the potential options that we can do to continue to build on what the president has been able to do. Having conversation with communities on the ground, listening to them, taking in advice on what it is that they further actions that can be taken on the ground. So there is This office is, I think, critical at this moment, as what we're seeing with these communities really going through, this horrific epidemic. When you see guns being the #1 killer of children, we have to take action. And so I think this is when you think about the office, and you think about what it does, preventing gun violence, it's a way for the president to show that he's taking this very seriously. It's a way to try and figure out what else can be done to really stop this epidemic, and also work with communities on the ground.
And is there a time frame for how long it's going to take this office to figure out what should be done before they start aggressively trying to implement?
I mean, I don't have a timeline. Look, as I said, we're going to see if there's additional executive action, but honestly, it is for Congress. We have to see law, right? We have to see ways for Congress to take action on making sure that there aren't weapons of war on the street, right? To make sure that there is common sense legislation out there that Americans want to see. We have to actually see legislative actions to really deal with this issue. Build on the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. We need to do that. That's how we're going to deal with this epidemic. This office certainly is going to be there for communities. Certainly we're going to see what else we can be doing from certainly this side of Pennsylvania Avenue. We're going to do everything that we can from here, but really the answer is Congress has to act. They have to take action. Okay, go ahead, Peter.
If I can ask you very quickly about the new House Speaker, who is apparently in the building as we speak right now. Does the President view Speaker Mike Johnson as a MAGA extremist?
Look, I would have to let the Speaker speak for himself. Obviously, I think he has defined himself as that way, so he's going to have to answer that question for himself. What we can say is we want to move forward on making sure that we get the work done on behalf of the American people. The President is willing to do that in a good faith fashion, as we have been able to do that on many bipartisan laws now that the President was able to push through Congress with Democrats and Republicans. That's what we want to see.
And just to be clear, I asked that because the President last month, when he was speaking at in Arizona in honoring his late friend John McCain, said their extreme agenda, referring to members of what he described the MAGA Republican extremists, their extreme agenda, if carried out, will fundamentally alter the institutions of American democracy as we know it. Does that concern apply to Speaker Mike Johnson, given the leading role he played in trying to overturn the election in 2020?
So look, the Speaker has spoken to it himself publicly about where he sees his views ideologically. I'm not going to get ahead of that. And also, I'm not going to prejudge. I'm just not going to prejudge what the relationship is going to be like now that he's Speaker. I'm just not.
So what he did in the past, you're willing to relieve that if he acts in good faith going forward?
We want to make sure that the President wants to make sure that we get the business of the American people done. There is so much to get done. I was just asked about the National Security Supplemental. We need to get that done, right? We need to make sure in 21 days there is not a shutdown. And that is the job, right, of Congress to make sure that they get that done. Look, there is the moment that we're in right now should not be about partisanship. The American people don't want to see that. They want to see us work in a bipartisan way. The President, as you know, is a president that believes in bipartisanship. He believes on bringing both sides together. He has done that in the last 2 years. And so he wants to continue that. But as far as the speakership, look, we're going to see how that goes. That is, I'm not going to prejudge what that relationship is going to look like moving forward. All right, go ahead, Kevin.
You said you don't want to prejudge, but the Biden campaign put out a statement yesterday calling Johnson MAGA, Mike Johnson extreme, and a loyal foot soldier of President Trump. I mean, does that sort of break with your message here?
Look, I'm not going to speak to what the campaign does. That's the campaign.
Did you guys see his opening speech, though?
Here right now in this administration, speaking for the President in this administration.
Even me hearing the guy's name, I'm like, oh, I'm going to tell you something about it. Did you not hear this?
He has said himself that he wants to work in good faith with whoever they had chose to be Speaker. It happens to be Speaker Johnson, and he wants to deliver for the American people. That is something that the President has said himself over the last couple of weeks as well. And so that is going to be our focus. That's what we want to get done. There is a lot of work to get done. We have 2 supplementals that are out there. One is the domestic one. One is the national security
she asked
supplemental.
if you believe the whole Mike Johnson thing.
Needs. urgent
they're working
needs
together
as
if a
we
Democrat
speak
just
about
said,
our
like,
national
he's a foot
security,
soldier of
as
Trump.
we talk about disaster relief.
But I'll tell you
right,
why you
child
might
care,
think. Here,
all of these
I'll
things are important
we'll
to the
let her
American
finish.
people, and that's what the president's going to focus on. Gosh, there's a lot of
All
hands.
right. Did you hear Mike Johnson? Is that his name? Michael Johnson? I don't even know what his fucking name is. Dude, he was like thanking Jesus. He was like, my wife was praying. He's like I did not really expect them to elect that type of guy. But he is like, I don't know if he is like a Trump supporter, but at the end, dude, he is like a Jesus dude, bro. And I was very shocked. I was like, what?
Government stays open. They have 21
He was
days
like
to do that.
very
Now they have a
like it just
speaker.
didn't see that is
Now
not
they
the
have to
guy
make
I
sure
thought
that
they were going to
we do
agree
that,
on
that
just after
continues,
hearing.
that
I don't know
government
who he
stays
was.
open,
I
that
just
we
heard
don't
his
have,
opening speech and I was like,
our military or federal employees.
I was like, dang,
not
he really
getting
out
paid.
here.
The
Yeah,
critical
evangelical
programs that
type.
are
That's
out there
that's
that
a
the
great
American
way to put it.
people need,
Probably a
that needs
better
to
way to put it
continue.
than
And
I
so
probably have
we'll
said.
see what
Evangelical
happens.
type, I
Again,
think, is
21
great.
days
Great
to
choice
get
of
that
words.
done. As it relates to other priorities that the president has that we believe are bipartisan priorities. I just talked about disaster relief. I talked about child care. All of those things are bipartisan, has bipartisan support. So we believe those things can get done. I'm getting pulled by the team here. Okay, guys, we'll be back tomorrow. Okay, go ahead. You have the last question. Yeah. Nope, right here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
California Governor Gavin Newsom is currently in China and met with President Xi yesterday. Has the White House coordinated with him at all on his visit, and did the White House sanction this
someone
trip?
out there?
I just don't have anything to speak to on that trip.
I didn't know the
refer you
guy's
to,
still out there,
I would
man.
refer you to the State Department and also to
sad.
the governor's office. I just don't
Weird.
have anything to share on that particular trip. Thank you. See you guys tomorrow.
Bye. All right. All right. Not Jen Psaki. KJP. Man. Yeah, the Mike, what's his name? Michael Johnson? Well, again, that sounds fake, to be honest with you. Michael Johnson. If his name is Michael Johnson and I don't see him in, like, Madden, I feel like he should be in Madden. That sounds like a coach or something. I feel like he has 2 rings. Is Mike Jones? Wait a minute. Sounds too much like Magic Johnson. Michael Johnson. Mike Johnson has strong anti-gay views. I feel like the guy is like Michael Pence, bro. I'm just considering how, like, nobody else, like, dude, that's how you know some weird shit about money is going on, because everybody you would have thought who would have got voted in, they didn't get voted on the most contentious issue. They're like, no, we're not letting you win. No, I'm not voting. You won't vote for this. And then you're telling me the one guy they arrived on was the evangelical Jesus dude? That everybody, even you hear one thing he says, you're going to extrapolate all his other beliefs? That's the guy they picked? Oh, man. So, I don't know. I don't know what it was, but I'm sure there was other factors at play that made him a good candidate then, because that was surprising. I don't say it's a bad thing. It's actually just very surprising. But, yeah, the worry is that he is a Trump foot soldier. Is he on pace to close break even? I mean, next week should be good for them. Earnings with everybody else. I mean, I don't know, though. That, just like we've talked about Netflix today, the question is Netflix the outlier in the streaming game, or did they do good? We asked that about Snapchat and Meta and Google. Google did good. Google had no issues with their ad business, but again, Snapchat and Meta both brought up the fucking war and uncertainty shit. Oil today was actually down. Again, I think more off of the economic stuff. I think we did get oil numbers too, or natural gas. But other than that, just Middle East tensions for the most part. At 83. Still pretty bad, though. I mean, again, just in the nature of things doing bad today. At least bonds got a bid. Ironically enough, I'm sure people are going to ask if it's fear. It could be end of the month, end of the end of the quarter setup here for October, so we'll see. Down. It used to be 30 a barrel. Bro, this is not a White House press briefing. You don't need to set me up for a question regarding oil revenues. I feel you. I'm just talking on the day. What do you mean down? Don't you mean it was at $30 a barrel and now it's at $80 and the primary source of terrorist financing is oil? So are you supporting them and giving them more money? Is that what you're saying? Mm-hmm. Exactly. I yield back. Thank you. Spy above VWAP. 41.6. Not bad. I mean, this was where you were at in the morning. 41.27 is a lot uglier. Damn, did it bounce right at the level? Man, at least these fucking call-outs work. You know what I'm saying? Man, 41.60. Yeah, I'm wait. I need to see the level. I think it would, dude. Those levels hit. So that's the good part. Literally 4-1. Every single level, like almost exactly to the T today. And those ones didn't have the lines, but that just, again, we're back, dude. We're back to the levels. At one point, you guys realize, until we broke out of 4,200, I never drew these lines until this year. So all of these levels are from the last 2 years. Honestly, I got to start pulling you up a 3-year chart, low key. No, give me 3-year intraday. Shukran, Habibi. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Do they feel me? Do y'all feel me? Because, again, this is all of these levels. Everything here and below just comes back to a moment in time where we kind of played out like this, if you really look at it to a degree. So, like I'm saying, I mean, now all of these lines and this little gap thing, very interesting, though, because today, I mean, it was definitely one there, and we did manage to dodge a ton of bullets. Mm-hmm. Mike Johnson, Olympics runner, world's fastest man. That's why. Honestly, I feel like it is an athlete. There has to be another Michael Johnson, but as you're telling me, is that a gold medal winner? That's what I'm talking about. Michael Johnson. Now he's Speaker of the House. Not the same guy, but they share the same name. Magic. No, Magic's name wasn't Magic. It was Irvin. Irvin. Wait, was his middle name Michael? Maybe. No, Magic was just a nickname. Do trade patterns? Nah. But we use those lines to have a general idea of what the market could do in a day, and just more so what is good or bad, or at least where support and resistance will be. And I mean, that could take you a long way, but even then, but no real pattern recognition or using. I guess we could recognize patterns, but then again, it's crazy. Extremely common name. Looking at one of my coworkers right now. Dang, you know Michael Johnson too? That's amazing. Tell him good luck. Too late for Geo. I don't like Geo. And don't use that against me. Like, don't get mad at me for telling you not to buy a private prison. But I still stand by my stance that I have no idea what private prisons are operating as, how they do it, and let alone nobody looked at private prisons up until Michael Burry brought up private prisons. So I think it's a weird sector, but I can't do private prisons. It's not even morality. Don't even worry. I'll buy me more MO in a week. But you know what I'm saying? Don't worry about that. But just in general, I just don't know about I feel like it's a thematic play, but I don't understand where the theme came from. Can Chad get an autograph? Yeah, I got to remember how I did it last time. That's it. That was a cool moment. You guys know, nobody ever asked me for my fucking autograph, and then I see you, Chads, and then you ask me for my autograph, and I have to make my autograph on the spot, bro. That was wild, but that was exciting. I was very humbled. I was like, man, y'all asking me to sign something? Y'all don't know, I have the handwriting of a third grader. What about lumber companies? I mean, for the long term, I don't know. I'm not. I guess you could go long on lumber for 10 years, but more or less, lumber is just connected to construction and building and real estate, you know. But for the most part, I would say though that it is how you say. I would rather play a home builder, but even then, I don't know about like right now. They're all really up, and then, you know, real estate is the interesting one, and then and how they make money, like how a home builder operates. It's kind of complex. That's why they were doing good when things were doing bad, and even right now you may start watching them get clapped with certain things. So, but lumber connected to real estate, maybe look at real estate stocks or builders. Pentagon says 900 troops are deploying or have deployed to the Middle East from continental U.S., including air defense operators. Dang. And then bipartisan briefing on President's supplemental budget request taking place on Thursday. Municipal bonds report 935 weekly outflow according to Lipper. Investment-grade funds record 1.79 billion outflow, as reported by Lipper. Interesting. Oh, dude. The bill indicator. Honestly, I think if you ever see like random bill volume spikes, the market is getting clapped. Because everybody just piles in. That's what I was looking after seeing that headline, if you're wondering what made me look at that. Not bad. MPW is about to make, I don't know, I'm about to fucking jinx it. MPW about to make it through earnings without selling off. Hold on, boys. I'm just kidding. I ruined it now. I should have not said. PCE tomorrow, and then Michigan consumer sentiment. Should be an exciting one. The new level for the yen is, I think, as crazy as it may sound, anywhere up to 180, 220 if you really want to get shitty. But for the most part, I think like 155, maybe like 157. I have to double check. Let's go back in time. Let's take them back to the plan. Yeah, you got like 159, 158, and then like 161, and then like the 170s, and then like I'm saying, 220. You take them back to the plan. Me and my mama hopped in that last generation van. Any ease the market, I ain't talk to them. Plus, I ain't have no bonds in the JGBs. What? No, okay. We tried. My levels are supporting. Dude, this is the most easiest shit out there. I'm telling you. That's why, maybe that's why the technical guys don't like it all the time. Because they wanted me to do technicals for a really long time. And then I just did the easiest shit out there. You just go open and close, man, historically, though. Like, and the way I view it is from a context of price action. Like, the way I look at stocks like I look at real estate. You're looking at things being sold. We're opening price, closing. You're getting an idea. You know, you tell me where a stock opened and closed every day. That's like the neighborhood. You know, and that's why, like, it gives you a great idea, and even then, it's not sophisticated, but, like, you saw it here today before any, like, in the morning, every number. I mean, I have stream alerts sent out hours ago showing you every little bounce just for the levels, but it's harder to go out and play it and say, okay, I'm going to play it, but it's just like all of this is just based off of price levels and trades that have occurred. This is what I keep highlighting over the last couple years around this pricing. And, and anytime you notice a price range entered, it usually, stays within a range or it goes to the higher or lower end of that. And then you get an idea. And then not to mention all the computers and everything else, but this is as far as it goes with that. But that's how I look at it. But just look at openings and closing. That's what every single one of these lines are. Just opening day or opening price, closing, even some of the other like, what's it called? Like the wicks sometimes. And like sometimes like even today, you could read in between the lines and talk about them just by understanding the other times. But super simple. I don't do anything else crazier than that. Is earnings after the bell? After doing some research, you don't think you have enough to put up for a butterfly? Well, if you watch the latest video, that was because I did like 100 or 200 of them. So you could do it with one probably. So what did you learn from it though? Let's see. Do you even have the ability to sell? They let anybody sell spreads now, huh? Back in the day, they used to like quiz you and shit. It's stupid risky. Is it? Oof. That's what you took out of it. You're close. It's something else, though. There's one main factor about a butterfly. You only make money if they don't move? No, that is an iron condor. The butterfly, there's one big element that you have. There you go. YouTube chat got it. Yeah. 10% is like good, but it's usually extremely low probability. So it shouldn't be risky. AKA, if like you found a butterfly for $1, you shouldn't have to like you wouldn't have a problem with that. Like if it was only like a $10 max risk, let's say, your risk is only $10. You will not lose more than that if you do a normal butterfly. However, the chance of you hitting it is less than 10%. It's very difficult for a stock to end right at the price at expiration that you think. But if you hit, butterflies usually pay 10 to 1, 20 to 1, 30 to 1. It's like hitting a dragon at the Baccarat table. But it's actually, I think the probability on of a dragon is lower, to be honest with you. I think the probability of a dragon is a 1.8 or a 2.7. So, but even then, depending on how you do the trade, you will lower your probability. But like 10% is like a good butterfly if you're lucky. The bond auction kept us out of the danger zone. I wouldn't say it saved us. That's the paradox. But now it's the end of the week. We get to wrap up into the end of the month. But remember, we were already up. We were worried about the cushion. Then it kept going. Like I was saying, just kind of look at the backdrop of the SVB stuff, or not SVB, Bill Ackman's cover. And, we got like back up there. Bond auction definitely helped. That helped equities. But for bonds, kind of had it. Where is it? Okay, so that's 80. Let me see if I can find one. Damn, son. All right, I have a butterfly for $30. So what's the breakdown? Breakdown would be max profit $400, max loss $37. So literally, let me show you this one. SPY's going up, and I'm not going to make this play. But it's not in this case though. Super simple. Like this one would be a downside butterfly on Amazon. So what you would do, it would be 110, 105, 100. So you would buy one of the 110s, and I think this is how it'd look on like an order. You're gonna do butterfly. It's 3. It should be a butterfly. Oh, wait, why I've never done it on E-Trade, to be honest with you. I only do it on TD Ameritrade. That's why I like them for the options in that respect. But literally a 110, then short the 105, and then buy the 100. You short 2 of the 105s, buy 100, and then buy 110. And that's just for the weekly. I mean, again, Trav said look at next week's. I forgot to do it. I should probably. But I was just trying to find a quick example. That's why I'm showing you this. I'm not doing this play. I'm not saying it's a good play, but generally like in this case, $30, 1,000% upside. If the stock closes at 105, just under, in between, like that's like 1.5 standard deviations, you would make that money. And then if it all went wrong, worst case scenario, you lose $36 max. No questions asked. That's it. Most likely, the minute you make the play, you lose your $36. And then I was telling Danny earlier that like just don't do a butterfly if you've never traded one without paper trading, because like it just gets weird if it ends up with like an expiration, or you got to manage both options and then the bids and asks if they move around and the max value occurs at expiration. There's other factors there for the most part. You don't lose, though. No. The max loss on the play is 150. This is not a broken butterfly. Don't forget, I've been fucking around showing you broken butterflies when I did the free ones. You know what I'm saying? So when I made them free, those were all broken butterflies. But in this case, if it is an equivalent, if all the wings are even, you have a defined risk. It doesn't matter how far it goes or not. Just worst case is if you get exercised and have to pay the fees, or if there's a dividend and all of that. Oh, Mr. Hanlon, baby. Everywhere. Oh, man, everywhere. Look at you guys. Taking on after Father Edgar. You guys are everywhere. Horna. What a musically minded, gifted individual. God bless you. God bless you. I think people are intrigued by the name. Fuck yeah, bro. That's why motherfuckers like Iron Condors. Whoever's responsible should work for the Biden administration. They need the Iron Condor guy on their marketing team. That's the wildest thing ever, bro. They're like, I got a trade. It's called an Iron Condor. What the fuck? Tell me all about that. What the fuck you mean an Iron Condor? Like a lost. That's a crazy ass name, bro. That's a crazy ass name. Preforms. Or not. Let's go. Let's go. My goodness. Man. Twitch, look at you guys. Look at you guys. Let's go, baby. I didn't stream 2K this week. I think we might need to tonight. We'll see. You hit that butterfly on the once it paid crazy. Yeah, bro. That one was crazy. I mean, there was a time, too, like on earnings. I mean, we were just hitting them. Like, that's the crazy part. Are you ready? Oh, shit. Maybe we should. Because if you did the butterfly on a line, you would have killed it with 2 standard deviations, bro. Honestly, it might hit. But there was a moment, like, we hit several ones on earnings. But then after that, they just got out of hand. There was a couple, though. What's going to make you never play a butterfly again? Does anybody know? There's only one thing that's going to make you never play a butterfly. Even if you hit a bunch of them, there's one thing, and you're rocketing up right now. You're still a long way to go to green, 0.5%. And it is power hour, though. We got an hour, but if you lose everything, no, not if you get exercise. No. Not when you're off by 1 week. You'll get over that. You'll get the fuck over that. Easy. Not the dividends. That one just fucks you at the end when you don't realize it. Divvies. Yeah, there you go, Ryan. Uh-huh. It's when it goes way past your strike price. So then what ends up happening, you put down a butterfly, you spend like $20, $40, right? And then the stock just dumps or rockets, and then you would have just been like, oh, shit. If I just went out of the money one way, I would have then. But so, because again, you could be right on the move and still lose. That's the crazy part about a butterfly. You could be so correct, but if you're off by like 1% you're walking away with nothing. And that's where you will have to go and realize. Yeah, and then you're like, damn it. All right, man, you're rocketing up here. I don't know. How y'all feeling? Again, a lot of emotions today. What's this? Middle East from continental what's this? Including that's the sending the troops. And then there's a U.S. troops attack. That was earlier. They said it was unsuccessful. They tried to attack us. The two deviations. I think it's called How I Turned 160 into 2000 on Tesla. That's the old video, but I use even the Tasty Works. But even then, I've recapped this strategy every watch list so far, even yesterday. Again, 2 standard deviations. It's super easy. You don't is there real math to it? Yes. Is it deeper than what I'm implying? Of course. But at the same time, it's you really don't have to overthink it. It's good to understand the general idea of the mathematics of standard deviation and probabilities, that one's will take you a long, long way, but it's also I could do this quick in my head and you're even seeing it. It's just you can get that understanding pretty quickly. So once you get through it, just, it's not really that wild of math after you get it. What's up, NKC? Mr. What's happening? What's up, baby? Let's go. Or not. Welcome, the new ones. I gotta be easy on the horn, bro. I think he's running to the end of his life cycle. Why are we going up? I mean, it all was around the bond auction time, and then I think off the support. But generally, I mean, you have support from the bonds, but the market disagreed for half the day up until the bond auction was like, nah, we're doing good today. When looking at the deviation, does it matter what the expiration? Well, if you're trying to calculate what's priced in, it only applies if it's on the week of earnings. So after that, if you're just doubling up expectations, I do believe the math is a lot different. It's not necessarily always going to be like that. It kind of just works for earnings because you're taking the earnings priced in and then just doubling it up. And again, just how standard deviations work, that does make sense to do that. How those donations going? Good so far. I mean, we're waiting on you, man. We're waiting on Saturn. Just waiting for that moment for your altar call. Got you, bro. Wow, MPW back up. So again, earnings were good. I'm surprised that little comment about getting a loan didn't drop it, but out of the last couple of earnings, that little comment was probably the weirdest one. But I guess, again, I do feel better about the maturities, but I don't trust them. We just have to see it actually execute. But then again, if they just get back to not hitting with bad news and then you get your bonds up, it'll be good. Standard deviations, mean revisions, y'all make me proud. Amen. Stats is a good class. It's good for you. CPRX halted PDUFA approval. That's not a wet AMD, is it? That's not a wet AMD, is it? AMD's wet. Believe me. That's how I used to. Until I discovered. I forgot how to even say the full thing. But for a while, I thought it was just wet computer chips, too. Not going to lie to you. Where is it? Now, iPoint, EYPT, ADVM, and AV, or OPT, XENE, and RGNX. Those are the wet AMD, so we're good. I say that name looked familiar. That's why I was like, oh, shit. Because, again, that would make or break it for if they did bad, Outlook would probably run, and then vice versa, but it's not related. Who's not in favor of MPW gaining momentum? Why is it beat down? It's because of they have a lot of real estate exposure and loans, and then they had two major tenants go under. So even then, part of this earnings, those tenants that people, they collected money from them, some in cash, some not in cash, which again was the weird part from the last earnings. But generally speaking, I mean, it's just their business model's a little bit weird. And then they had troubling tenants that have brought them down, but they got a decent portfolio of pretty solid properties. That's why I like them. Again, I like the real estate a lot, but the valuation, they got a good dividend. But for the most part, everybody just going after the weakness with all of that. And then not to mention they have a lot of debt at higher interest rates, and now interest rates aren't low. They can't refinance them. So like right now, if interest rates were zero, like MPW would still be up, and I would say definitely at like $15 because rates would be low. You wouldn't have, who cares about how shady it was or whatever. They would have refinanced all of that loan, and they would have just been collecting hand over fist. That's why it's good. But now with rates high, they have to pay down debt. That's why they're even selling properties. So if they do that, it'll be good. But for the most part, it's a weird value play. There's a lot of value, but there's also a lot of things that went wrong. I think that's the best way to put it. And as well as, again, management, I didn't think they were as shady, but again, the last earnings and kind of how they went about things, it just started to get where, okay, you know, the stock was doing great, but then lost 40% in 2 months, 3 months. That's insane. I think most of it occurred in 1 month. So that being said, I mean, that's a result of all of that, but we'll see what they do. They did assure me today a little bit, but I don't believe them. So we got to give it time. But it seems like they'll be good for 2024. And then if they could get, I think it's like $1.3 billion for 2025. And they assumingly have to pay $400 million for next year. And then they still have $2 billion, $3 billion of properties that they're going to sell. So we'll see. We'll see. If that works out, as I just said, I'm not really worried about it. But if anything goes wrong with that plan, I mean, you know, we'll see what the stock does after that. But if they miss 2025, it's going to be trouble. Are we dropping all the way back down? I mean, you have 50 minutes to do so. So we'll see. How bad is all? Like I told you guys from the beginning of the day, the number one thing, equal weight. That thing is killing it. It's up 0.5% almost today. It wasn't able to break out though, ironically, but neither did we. But it just came back up to those previous highs. Oh, did I go over Intel? I went over the basic preview, but yeah, here are the numbers. So analysts expect them to be at the higher end. I'll just give you the basic stuff here. Non-GAAP gross margin 43 expected, EPS 22, and then revenue of 14.37. They're down 1.5 since the last close. S&P down 7.7. I think this is older. I think they're both down more. Near-term options, 7% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 1, gain of 4, loss of 6, gain of 11. Revenue is beaten 16 of the last 20. EPS is beaten 17 of the last 20 with 1 in line. Forward quarter revenue guidance has beaten 14 of the last 20. And forward quarter EPS has beaten 8 of the last 20 quarters. Raul. Again, bonds aren't moving. Where's the good old dollar? CPRX, that's halted. Dollar came down, actually, on that little rally. I think that was part of us moving. Was that as a result of the bond auction? Yeah. Literally, right after the bond. But dollar's still up. It's just right below 30. Selling those properties can't be easy or you're out of touch. Well, it depends. You sell property very, very cheap. You sell big property very, very fast, Habibi. Very, very fast. I tell you, even Joshua will buy. He will give you the money. You want to sell cheap, very cheap, you get very, very fast money. You want a top dollar, you're going to sit a long time. You wait. That's why the CEO said maybe the rate, maybe the cash buyer have a good deal, but maybe we take a loan. I said, what? Why you take a loan to sell? So we see. So it all depends on the price that they want to extract a value from property. So that's the thing. If they really need the money, they're going to fucking dump it. And they'll dump it and then they'll get a fraction of the value, but then they'll turn it to cash really quick. So that's the good and bad, is that if they're trying to top tick their properties, maybe they have more money. But then again, or maybe they're playing a game of chicken. It's one or the other. CPRX owns the right to the drug that got approved, expected to increase revenue by $80 million. They have $100 million in current revenue. What drug is it? So somebody else got approved and they're the one who benefits off of it? Puts on everything. I mean, I don't know if it's today, but some people were saying this morning, they're like, if this bounces, tomorrow I'm buying puts. But I don't know. Would you buy puts on this bounce then? That would be the question. Yeah, CPRX is halted. Approval of Agamree for the treatment of Duchenne muscular dystrophy. Oh, dude, somebody else deals with that. I think it might be related to Outlook or one of the other bio plays we made recently. Amazon go up or down? Tell me so I could put everything on it. Trust. Give me all of your money. Just send it to me. I don't know. I'm trying, guys. I don't know how. What if it works? Let me see. He's willing to. He said he'll do whatever I say. That's why let's try it. Fuck it. Just send it to me. Just send it to me. I got you, bro. Send it to me so I could know how much you're talking about, and then we could go from there. Thank you. Pat. Oh, Timothy Whitman. My man. The man, the myth, the legend. I love you. God bless you. M.O. Oh, no, Mo. 8.5. Man, I wish I had that deposit here, but I'm just hoping it don't bounce tomorrow. But once again, that's what happened. October, you had the drop, the bounce, and then you touched lows again. But, dude, what's the yield on this now? I will probably buy more MO. 9.95. Why'd I think it was higher? So the yield's almost 1% higher than where we got it. Where you could get free counseling? Why? I mean, I don't know if I think like online shit, probably even like Teledoc, low key, but I don't know, maybe a good PHILO. Either way, I hope you're doing good, man. But like we said, I mean, dude, I don't know what the situation may be, but sleep through the storm and make it through. Again, hopefully put your focus where it's needed, but at the same time, disconnect even on a personal level. And I wouldn't worry, no matter what it may be, especially with how the things are shaping up. I mean, we still have so much more ahead of us in the world and in markets. So it hits 10% yield at 39.20. PayPal or MO, I think it depends on your breakdown of like everything else. Who's this? Vail to buy back up to 150 million shares. Pay Brazil $2.33 a share dividend. Is this reacting? Boyle's shooting up. EWZ's going up on that. That would, again, Brazil's reacting to that headline right now. It's like a special dividend in Brazil borderline. Musa on the high. Is Vale halted? Yeah, I was saying that's EWZ then. That might be a move there. But again, it's already up 2. That's a very interesting. I think, again, I don't know if it's a special dividend, but they're saying they're going to buy back 150 million. Can't sleep, you're homeless. Are you actually, though? Again, we've heard a lot of different things, but even then, I mean, I wouldn't be trading if that was the situation. But even then, like, what are you doing right now? Have you, like, I guess you have 2 options, you know, maybe a couple, counseling, help. You could do nothing, or you could find something we could do about it. I mean, are you down? You want to get into real estate? I could give you a job right now, but it will take some time. But then again, I mean, if you could, can you talk? That could go a long way too. Well, long-term's important, but the first thing is income. Again, that's richest man in Babylon. Boyle. Watch EWZ and watch Vale. That one's an interesting one. I don't know how that one's going to play out, but that headline is kind of, it could have something. You want to work for me in roofing and sell millions over the phone? I mean, I don't have that business, but if you're telling me you could set it up for me, and I'd be down to get into it. Again, I wouldn't do anything except for the back end and what I could provide, but if I've heard a lot of good things. I don't know. I have a dilemma. Somebody wants to sell me they want to sell me like a drug business. Like they want to sell me like a clinic. It's pretty much like a Ozempic business for the most part. And I was like, ooh, that sounds interesting. But then I was like, wait a minute. I ain't trying to be like House of Usher. So I was like, man. So I don't know, but there's certain businesses you could build them up. Oh, you want to work for me? I mean, I don't have that many commercial roofs for you to like I don't like. Other than that, though, I mean, what do you mean? Like, what would we do? You send the resume? No, I don't know what's going on yet. We have to figure this out. I like the first idea. Not for roofing. I mean, I think if you're just talking real estate in general, you got two options. You got real estate agent. We should have saw you yesterday at Cole Real Estate. And then if you want to do anything with the house flipping that, send me a damn house. Show me that you could go get a lead, and let's start with your first lead. Let's get something. Otherwise, it's just we're back to square one every time. House of Usher was good. You like it? On CRE multifamily, a lot of those syndicators that took out floating rate and buying under 4 seem to be in trouble. Yeah, for those people, like 100%. But I mean, I think commercial multifamily is great though, as long as it's not like apartment buildings and commercial, like big ones. Those are going to have a lot of trouble. And then the more dated the property, if you went many years without repairing, you're fucked. But it's not going to hurt you as bad if you have the capital. But the people who took out the floating 4 caps, I mean, that's fucked. Because again, a lot of people were borrowing cheaper with, the rates were so much lower. They didn't really think 5 years later the rates would be this high. That's where they run into problems. We talked about it a little bit earlier today, but I do think the commercial fallout will be bad, but it's not going to be as bad as people think. You could buy my company. We were bought out by PA Pharma. They took 2 drug patents and are liquidating. Send me the info. I'm down. But I don't know if I want to get into biotech. That's the thing. If I invest in the stock, it's one thing. But if I own a company, I don't know if I want to own a drug dealing business. I said, man, I don't want to be the Sacklers. But then it's good money. It's good money. If you were in the position of a Chad wanting to get a job from you, how would you start getting leads or even just present an opportunity? I would do what Josh told me to do. I would go knock on a door or call people. If I couldn't figure that out after a couple of days, I'd probably go to the stream and ask Tyler and Trey, what the fuck do I do? That's it. But then I'd hope I came to them with, I knocked on 1,000 doors and nobody said anything to me. Like, what do I say? What do I do? How do I get phone numbers? But that's really, realistically, anybody I've ever worked with has gotten, they brought me something. And that's literally how every relationship starts. Either I give them something or they give me something that it's mutually beneficial off of. Otherwise, like I'm saying, I mean, I'm not trying to hire and work with everybody, unfortunately. And just the fact of the matter is, it's a very simple game. But the hardest part that you need value, most people don't want to do it. That's the thing I need. I pay people for it. I pay for leads. I'll buy them. You get a lead, I will pay for it. That is what I want. That is the thing that Josh wants. You find me a house, that is the thing that I want. I will pay for it. Again, anybody who's ever encountered me with it, that's how I am. It's you know what I want. I'm willing to give you something for it. You come with that, let's fucking talk. But everything else is just realistically, I mean, there's no real focus. And then if you really wanted to start getting a career in a job, if you're not willing to go out and start finding and generating leads, even to the point of knocking on doors, I would start becoming a real estate agent. And even then, that's going to take you at least 60 days before you even get licensed and do any of that stuff. Faster, but then again, it's you still got to grind. Especially, I mean, this talk started with somebody saying that they were homeless. So, just at that respect too, though, you got to find a way to get started on that and set it up so you can build a career. But it's this industry, it's simple of how you do it, but it's hard in the sense that you don't get paid by the hour. You don't get paid by the minute. If you don't provide value, you don't get anything. If you can't find anything, nothing's there, unfortunately. So that's why it's really want to work with people who do that and bring the value and have that on both ends. MO was because of earnings. Start appraisal trading next week. I could build websites for you. Well, I don't even have a face. You know what I'm saying? But if you have that skill or talent, you should start running that locally. That was the thing we were talking about. So right now, if you can't find something to do remote or something that you're going to be able to scale from your computer, I would not underestimate your local market. You know, literally, I think even OfferUp has jobs, but it's just like, in a sense, if you wanted to make a business and do stuff, like even if you knew how to run AI and just did it for the old people in your local area, you would probably make $100,000 to $200,000 a year. Like, do you guys get what I'm saying? Like certain things locally, it may sound small, it may not sound crazy, but like for real, you have a skill like that, especially if it's tech, bring it to the people who don't have the tech and who need it and have companies, and they would probably be the ones who would be, and you could, before you know it, take over a small little area and you got yourself a nice business, and then there you go. You could extend that into whatever you want. It's risky, but you plan on learning to trade stocks for income. Hopefully one of my main sources. It will help, but at the same time, like I've said, you're always going to want more. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but even then, as a trader, making money, like the idea of trading for a living is great and it is possible. But at the same time, it's like you're going to want more. Just always, just multiple sources no matter what. So the idea is lock down as many as you can. And that's the whole idea. They all lead into each other, you know. You get good run in business, pull that into stocks and real estate. You do good in stocks, get a good run in stocks, pull that into a business, pull it into real estate. Like, hopefully you get the plan by now, but definitely. Knocking doors is rough. I know it is, but you know Tyler? You know Tyler, the guy alongside Trey? You know why he's out there with co-real estate? You know why he's out, like, literally built it from the ground with everybody? Royke, man, great guy, but like straight up, he was one of the only people who would door knock with me. You know that? You know how many people I tried to show back then? I was like, come on. And again, we got so many deals. This was all back in the day too, bro. It's kind of crazy to think. But like straight up, he was one of the only people who was like, he went to every door with me. We went to 100 doors, 200 doors. Literally, we tell this story every time because there's the day of finding the lead on the last door, but like it says something. That's why, like, I'm telling you, the guy, I've always trusted him with a lot, but I've seen his work ethic, and it makes sense why he's done what he's done with real estate too. Because at the same time, it's just, if you're willing to do that and put in that work, once you get it, it's a hard task. It is very rough, but it's very rewarding. And then once you get it, man, you make an art out of it. It's fun too, but that's it. Adrian Salvador, kill it. Yeah, I saw him a couple weeks ago. He's with Co-Real Estate. Yeah, man, it was great to see. On creative finance or real estate subject to. I do it all the time, like, but usually, like I said, most banks aren't willing to let you take over stuff. But if the terms are right, and depending on how creative, I'm down. I mean, the other day I offered a car to buy a house. I saw a house and I said, hey, I don't know, this is a weird request. I see that it's a rental. Would you be interested in a vehicle? I don't know if that's creative enough. You tell me. But that's depending on the terms. I'm down. Again, I've thrown in weird contingencies. Active shooter at Joint Base MDL. Is that in Maine? Are you getting that off Twitter? I don't see that yet on anything. The base just posted it. New Jersey? There was a shooting last night, but they didn't even catch the guy. That's the most mind-blowing news to me. It's creepy. Again, somebody said there was a couple of instances of that happening. The last time I remember it was the damn, 2001 D.C. sniper. But then again, I think someone said there was, a manhunt with, someone who killed cops before. But, yeah, dude, bro, the guy disappeared. I can't believe they did not catch him. And he killed 22 people in a night. That's not that's a vicious amount, dude. That's it's so heartbreaking. But usually you catch him. Yeah, that was a sniper, not a mass shooting too. No, at that. That's why this is it's wild to think about. McGuire Air Force on lockdown. Yeah. You're getting another Chad posting it. They're saying it's on the base of the Twitter. You might have another. I don't know. Could you get to Maine to New Jersey that fast? Emo's just dying right now. We got 30 minutes. Joint Base, McGuire, Lakehurst. He's in Jersey. It's 7 hours. 10 hours. Yeah, I don't know. How can you? There's no way you could travel 10 hours after just doing that and go undetected. But then again, they didn't catch him. I don't know. CPRX, yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Again, they own the rights to Agamree. MO 10% yielder. We did it, y'all. We did it. $42 to $39. I like it with the 3 handle. I don't get the deposit for a couple more days, though. QQQ on the low. Shouldn't hit the low ticker. Or not, it should be going down. But if that hits the low ticker, I'd be really confused. Down 1.4 on the Nazi, 0.87 on the SPY. Let's see. So 20 names green on the Dow. I got the equal weight up here. Damn, you're below the 41.55 again. So watch out, actually. Because we got above that. We were looking good. But remember, early on here, this is kind of getting you back to where you're at in the middle. But you got 20 names green on the Dow. SPY's coming down now. 15 red. Or wait, that's not. 21 red on the Dow. 9 green. That didn't update. NASDAQ 100, 65 red, 36 in the green. And then 230 red on the SPY, 272 in the green. So, again, that's where the equal weight comes into play. Fortress approached Whitestone REIT about a takeover and was rebuffed. WSR. Oh, they're already reacting to that. Bro, you're starting to drop pretty quick here. So, honestly, we felt a little better here. But, like I said, maybe I jinxed it earlier. I was talking about MPW, but I don't know if they came down. So we'll find out. Vale still halted. You had that headline, but that's a pretty big drop quick, and it's not stopping right now. You're still going. So see if we get support again. 41.47. Remember, this is one of those levels. Is it 41.37. That's actually the level, and then 41.30. Yeah, today you spent a lot of time down. The rally was a little later, if you think about it, but then even giving that up here, and then we still got 24 minutes left in the day to close this all out. Abby Vi, earnings in the morning. You want to go over the preview? Abby, I like Abby Vi, man. I like that name. It's a cool name, cool stock. What do we need? Rinvock or Sky Rizzy? You know what I'm saying? Sky Rizzy, son. Sky Rizzy. All right. I'll just read it here. Save time. They're expected to do $13.71 billion in revenue. Guidance was $13.7, $3.5 billion from Humera, $2.1 billion from Sky Rizzy, and $1.0 billion from Rinvock. Those are pretty much the things that matter. Adjusted operating margin expected 47.3. Market's still going down. EPS of 287 versus guidance of 276 to 286. Damn. So analysts think they're going to do better on everything. That's actually crazy. Missile just landed in Tel Aviv, too. So analysts think that they're going to be above on everything from EPS to revenue. Full year guidance, $53 billion, 0.4. Sky Rizzy, 7.6. Neuroscience, 7.7. Gross margin, 84%. 6.9 R&D. SG&A, $12.7 billion. Adjusted operating margin, 46.5%. And adjusted EPS, 1086 to 1106. Since last close, AbbVie is up 2, S&P down 9, and XLV down 6.3. Near-term options imply a 4% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 5, loss of 8, gain of 3, loss of 4. Revenue has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. Forward quarter EPS has beaten 5 of the last 15 with 1 in line. So maybe I'll get more. It'll be reporting there. I have to look it up, but there is there's your boy. What's it called? I want to see the estimates for Sky Rizzy because that's what it's going to be about. Dollar skyrocketed. Oh shit. Nah, it's up today, but I thought you meant it came right back there. But dude, we're dropping. Bonds are not moving, but equity land still has to do. That's 30 points down on the wishbone, bro. That's insane. No, the dollar's not that bad right now, but if he starts getting back to 30.06, because you're pretty low right now. Last time we were here, bro, I think you were at 30.06 when you look at it. Again, bonds aren't even moving. It's just the SPY. Dude, it's nonstop. Bro, you're back. Watch the 41.37 now. That's the next test. If you've just flushed that with no respect, I mean, we might have to test 41.17. Could be. I mean, you got one war headline. You got a shooter headline in New Jersey, and you still haven't caught the other mass shooter. And then now, other than that, it's the dollar. I don't think I could attribute it to anything. Again, not to mention, Amazon after the bell too. I forgot. Again, bonds, there's still a lot of things holding up, but bonds are golden land. The dollar is the problem, just back above 30. Scott Rizzi, who's he? I mean, Amazon, that's it, bro. We're going to find out. It doesn't matter. Even if they do good or bad, that's the fucked up part. You need something so good to stop everybody focusing on what is bad, which has been 3-4 months of bad. So, quite frankly, I think Amazon, even if they do good, they could still fail. They need to, they have to do very good. They have to do the best. This isn't I'm telling you, man, this is like NVIDIA just on repeat. That you could blow it out of the water here, and if it's not like a real blowout, I mean, there's just nothing to be excited over. We got to get people focusing on something else, but unfortunately, even Netflix had a decent report, but that wasn't enough. Let's see. So 41.37-ish. You're bouncing a little bit above it. Let's see if this actually holds. Every major tech beat. They beat, but it's also it doesn't mean that everybody returned to growth. Some did, but then again, too, some of it's 10, 13% growth. But, Wall Street does, in fact, look at the whole inflation effect. So sometimes that's good, sometimes that's not. But in general, the earnings are underwhelming, even if they're beating. It's just again, Netflix is still, they're still moving with the market, but at the end of the day, they skirted it off just because of the subscriber beat, and then they were beaten down. But Microsoft wasn't that bad. I can't believe that one sold off. Google is fucked up. Google was a good earnings. I'm telling you, that Google earnings at some other time, you would have been up maybe 5 or 6%. But to sell off 14, 13% in 2 days off of literally a $400 million miss in cloud, which, again, they still made money on it. It's wicked. Hey, he got the peach, baby. Yeah, Meta was not bad. Meta just talked about spending less, and then everybody was like, oh, shit. Meta's not going to buy anything. So maybe this whole time Meta was just funding the whole entire stock market, if that's the reaction we had today. MDL reporting no longer under lockdown, so that's out the way. Again, I don't know if that's why we were even moving. Again, bonds, I think it's a little mix of the dollar, but equities now, dude, we're in our own little world here, and then we got to wait for the earnings. Again, equal weight's not as bad. That's the only olive branch on today. So just your big tech is going through a reckoning right now. Just Amazon, Google, all of them. They're down. These are big numbers. 1.5 on Amazon, 2.8 on Google. Meta, good earnings, down 3.3 after going down 7 yesterday. Where's Microsoft? They're back to earnings, down 3.6 on what? It's all the same. 2.6 on Apple, your biggest companies in the world, and a couple values. Yeah, even MO, they're getting mollywopped. And there's a lot of other worse earnings just throughout this week. This week, as much as there was the big dogs who beat and sold off, there was a lot of everybody else who was just meh. It's not I don't think you're getting too reactionary yet. I mean, you are getting pain below 4,200, and this is what we talked about and why this level would be so key, and you already see how fast it's deteriorating, but we do want to watch and wait for more panic, but this is the starting point of panic building now. This ain't capitulation, but you're right. The show hasn't even, this was all the preamble, I feel like. That's the crazy part. But remember, even in August, it was kind of similar. You've had different moments, but let's take it in now. We got Amazon after the bell, and I'm sure we're going to really find out what's up. It's like being in check in chess with all you kind of. For the most part, you could save yourself, but you might still be one move away from getting trapped again. And then one bad earnings, bro, you're checkmate. UAW makes new proposal to GM as sides bargain to end strike. Yield curve inverted a little bit today. The option freeze, I mean, it didn't have an effect. Again, we gave all of that up in an hour. That was yesterday. What it did, bro, that was crazy. Again, the auction, and then look at the bonds aren't even reacting. It looked like, again, bonds were disagreeing. Then the market started to come up with it, but now equities are like, nah, I'm good, man. And I mean, dollar's a little better on the day, but we'll see if it closes above 30 or not. CPRX open. Much time? Oh, wow. 10-minute rigged in 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes. Amazon's pricing in about 8%. It's huge. I'm telling you, even Amazon, whatever happens here with Amazon, it's literally like that's $200 billion priced in at the option chain. So whatever happens with it, I mean, it will be wild. Well, we're entering a correction right now. So again, if we go a little lower from here, this is what we were talking about in the morning, but we are, again, NASDAQ, I believe, is already in correction, 10% down, but that will be the next step here. So you keep puts overnight. Ghetto spread. I mean, right now would be your best shot to ghetto spread. Again, whatever happens with Amazon earnings tomorrow, you got a couple of events. But then realistically, all of you, I want you to think, I told you this on the watch list, I've said it a couple times today, it's because it's important, and you could think about how to plan your future plays. End of the month on Tuesday, Powell on Wednesday. So whatever you think is going to happen, just understand the market is going to, before you know it, we're going to have Powell as the only thing we're focusing on. So that's right around the corner. We're almost turning it up there. Volatility, it might be back. It's not, it's 4,200 game on. You see what I'm saying? But let's see what happens. Maybe he backs out early and then we go back again. Powell, I think, is going to bless it or not. That's simple. This is what happened last year too, man. But this time, if you want clarity, I think it's very, very simple. End of the day, maybe we'll be on the lower end. Maybe we'll be right at 4,200. But coming into next Wednesday, if Powell hits with hawkish, we die. If he hammers home, no, the rates are good, we're going to rip. And then end of the year, and then that's it. But Powell will bless or curse any sort of rally here if we're going to play it out like this. And then the jobs report on the Friday and all that. All right, man, a little rocket off the bottom, 10-minute rigged. What's my sentiment? My sentiment is that it boils down to one fucking man. That's exactly my sentiment. It's been like that for the last 2 years, and unfortunately, that same man switched up very early on in January, but realistically, it boils down to just one. I don't know. I can't predict it. I think he's going to play a weird game, but at the end of the day, he will. If he gives you a little all clear, there you go. If not, it's clapped. He's got the whole, well, it's Wednesday. So like I'm saying, next Wednesday, today's Thursday. We have earnings today, one more day tomorrow. We're going to open up the week on Monday. People are going to talk a little bit about earnings, and I think Apple on Tuesday and some of those. You're going to get JOLTS jobless claims on Tuesday. Everyone's going to freak out and still freak out with the market or not. But then, boom, Wednesdays, that's it. Set all, be all, and there you go. I don't have anything on Amazon. We went over a butterfly if you wanted a cheap $30 play, but like this earnings season is just weird. You have to predict the 2 standard deviation beat, and it's just tough. Again, Netflix I hit. That's the only one just by holding through. But for the most part, I do think it's a little tough here because you just have to see what they actually do. And then, even if remember, Meta was up until like late after hours, and then it just flipped, and then the futures died. One dude. Ron Powell is Thanos. You love saying that. He is him. A straddle? I mean, no, easier. That's a way to lose on both sides, unfortunately. I think if you're gonna straddle it super duper cheap. So then that way, if it cucks or doesn't do much, and then I would look into next week's as well. You could get this week cheap, but if they cuck you in any way, you're kind of screwed. Whirlpool, I don't know what the yield is. 6.0, not bad. That's actually really good for that company. 6. Stocks are going down with good earnings. Wouldn't it be better to buy puts? It would, but what's the problem? There's one big problem with puts right now, especially on Amazon. Just one big problem with Amazon puts, straight up. Yeah, you guys already know. They've rocketed up over the last 2 days. You see the problem? Puts quadrupled in value at the money right now. So you're buying something at the money that a couple days ago was worthless. Practically, even if you looked at the chain. So it just, at the end of the day, that break even now it's gone up, like I'm saying, 2 to 4 times. So now you want to buy that insurance, your deductible and your premium is a lot higher. Well, you're either losing double the money or you're paying, double the price for the same insurance. If it pops 8%, it will be where it was 2 days ago. That's literally what happened with Meta yesterday. That's why we were tripping out. We were like, bro, what is this? Like, you literally, you were down 9% before a report came out. Even after it came out and shot up 10%, then that's it. Oh, yes. Chattadonia. Oh, my goodness. Yes, watch out. The new guy, I got to get going here, guys, so I'll see you later. But the new guy is going to come on. When I say earmuffs, He's going to step in here. He gets extremely loud. That's why we tell you to put on your earmuffs, because we want you to have a good experience. There's been reports of eardrums bleeding, dormant baby back bitch coming to life. You know, we don't want any of those terrible things to occur. So we give you this warning so you have the best viewer experience. I don't want you annoyed. I want you feeling good as we prepare for Amazon earnings here after the bell. So I hope you take this warning very seriously. I want you to be safe out there. But when I say earmuffs, you got to hit the mute. Okay, yeah. Oh, no. Baby back bitch is very serious. I'm saying, sometimes it's dormant. Some people didn't even know they had it until the noises come out. And then sure enough, you know, just like herpes, it's dormant and it comes to life. So you got to watch out, okay? But earmuffs is the word you're looking for to mute, okay? Great. Okay. Earmuffs, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I said it plural. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking on promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 69 degrees, partly cloudy weather, not too bad unless you also own stocks because they got killed as well again today. So 4,200 wasn't that good, but we also have good news in the fact that we are no longer under COVID guidelines until the election. So no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Call Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you there as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the GOAT, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. NFA's gonna die. It's already died, but yeah, we'll see, man. Why are we taking off from San Diego every morning? The fuck you mean, bro? We don't even know where we take off from. What the fuck's wrong with you? That should be the trippy part, not the fact we land to the same place. Where did we come from? That's why I believe in God. 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Every day has been insane this week, so speak now or forever hold your peace. The big dog Amazon, the final one until Apple and Powell next week. You have less than 30 seconds. Finalize the plays, options, shares, futures. It might even move a little bit crazy, man. We got to see what happens, but Chad, you got to finalize it. Do what you need to do. 10 seconds remaining. Oh, my goodness. And the SPY's closing into it. You might even have the oceans. Oh, my gosh. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Horna. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. Hold on. Before I do anything, before I GG, I have an idea. I didn't make an Amazon play. I'm going to do something a little different. It's called Ocean's 11. Oh, yeah, Ocean's 11. Ocean's 11, motherfucker. I'm in it. Let's go. I got me a put. Just in case, Amazon. Do your thing, 20 Amazon. Wait, did it come out yet? Hold on. There you go. There you go. That's my play for it. I think that's a better play. I think it's a better play. I don't know. If volatility returns, it's a better play. We will see. Is Amazon out yet? Let me get up the numbers. Hold on. I might need that GG out here. I need that GG, baby. I need that GG. Oh, no. Oh, it's up. And there you go. There you have it, baby. Amazon, $87.89 billion. Oh, my goodness. 32.14 international segment. Product sales, 63. Net revenue, $9.88 billion. Let me get the estimates. It looks like a beat so far, and I think cloud ended up doing good here. So where's young Amazon? Is this the scroll? Yeah, so let's see. 8702, I think that's for North America. Oh, yeah, they did 8789, almost $1 billion more. International, they beat by $1 billion, it looks like. EPS, 94 cents. They see operating profit, 7 to 8 billion. Hold on. People had that at 871. That might be a little lower. Hold on. They have 8789. Oh, no. That's for operating for next quarter. I mean, it's not bad so far, but I hopefully they don't come up with anything. I'd say you just got to watch out if they drop out anything. Where's the Azure? Or not Azure, what am I saying? AWS. EPS, 94 cents. Again, that killed it by double. I don't know, what's gross margin? All right. So net sales increased 13%, $143 billion in the third quarter compared with $127. North America 11% year over year. International increased 16% year over year to 32.1. AWS was increase of 12% year over year. How much did they do on that? Segment operating income of $7 billion compared with 5.4. That's actually pretty good. Oh yeah, no, they killed it. No. Honestly, they killed it on AI. Hold on. Maybe that could be the selling point. No, they killed it on that, bro. That was supposed to come in at fucking 5. 5 and they did a 7. 5.6 and they came in at literally operating income of 7. That's where Google messed up on. Again, they beat top and bottom line on everything, and now cloud, the same thing that Google failed on, they're doing good. And then net income 9.9. Again, I don't know what that was expected to be at. Yeah, 8.7. They did a billion more on net. And then again, they killed it on the cloud. That's actually a very good sign. Operating cash flow increased 81% to $71.7 billion for the trailing 12 months. Free cash flow, $21.4 billion. We had a strong third quarter. I have all the highlights. I don't know if you want them. I'm trying to get to guidance. They have AWS Israel. They continue to do infrastructure to support customers by launching AWS Israel in Tel Aviv and a new AWS local zone in Phoenix. Again, there's a lot of AI stuff. They're talking about introduce generative AI capabilities to help sellers, all that stuff. Hold on. The $40 million program, now moderate income. Financial guidance, net sales are expected to be 160 and 167, grow to 7 to 12 for the compared with fourth quarter. What? Oh, revenue 167.2. So they have the low end widen. They lowered the wide end of guidance. They raised the high end operating income between 7 billion. Is it for quarter 4? 7 billion and 11. So they raised the high end, but then they lowered the where pretty much guidance is at, or analysts are. And then it assumes, amongst other things, no additional business acquisitions, restructuring, or legal. I don't know if Enphase came out yet. So that one's good, bro. That one's good. Another hot dog? How? How do they even have 20% still left? Yeah, they still went 20% down. That's fucking amazing. I don't even think like that's, again, it reminds me of Sam, but yeah, Enphase, yeah, it's no, like I thought y'all were just trolling. But no, I didn't think, I thought you ran out of 20%. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, I forgot about Intel. SEDG, let me get that. Amazon was a beat and then nothing scary, but you guys don't know what's up. Amazon's a beat right now. It's fine, but it's not about selling it off yet, but wait till the conference call, unfortunately. Where is it? This is Intel. So again, Amazon beat. I would wait till their conference call. End phase, revenue 551, EPS $1.02 adjusted, and then normal EPS 80 cents. Ford withdraws full year guidance. Oh shit. Bro. None of the other stocks are going. Even the market's not even moving. I need to know the guidance on end phase because I don't know what those numbers mean. So I got them. AWS net sales 23.06. I mean, my numbers showed a way, way higher beat there. Oh, I do see him. I see Bloomberg had it at 23.18. So again, a FactSet estimate showed it by a lot lower, but I think that could have been no. Yeah, they're showing me two different ones. They didn't miss on AWS bad. But I do see that. I see one saying 23. I see somebody showing 23.13 billion. But again, the screenshot even from yesterday, we had AWS estimates at 23, and then operating income is what they killed on, though. And then Ford's getting killed. Ford just withdrew guidance. So again, after agreeing to pay everybody 30% more, they're like, we cannot give you any guidance on what is going to happen now. Yeah, so Amazon, dude, it's not even up, dude. This thing's maybe up like 4 or 5% right now, but it's still kind of, again, we got to wait till the conference call too. Enphase sees range of 300 to 350, which includes shipments of 80 to 100 megawatt hours of IQ batteries. GM's dying now on that. Intel pop. Let's see, is it out? Intel is moving up. I'm not seeing it yet. I think Intel might be coming out. It's not showing up, though. Hello, 108. Oh, I do have it. Nope. No. Intel, it's not out yet. But then again, we did this a couple of times yesterday. I feel like something's weird in the... I think there's something weird in the news reporting space in the last couple days. Because I feel like you had that delay yesterday, but this is the second time. Again, I'm not seeing anything out yet. I don't know if any of the news guys have anything, too. It's out on their site. I think they're just not dropping it on any of the wires now, unless it's on the IR. But we saw that earlier. No. I see upcoming events. Ford. Oh, wait. Ford had revenue? So, again, 610. Maybe now it'll come out, but I'm not seeing it. Chipotle's dropping. You're getting a movement on that. Ford Motor Co. So, not only cutting guidance there or getting rid of it, but literally they're reporting. Intel sees fourth quarter adjusted revenue 14.6 to 15.6 and then 14.3. I might need to get an update on it. But literally, my wire's clapped out. It's the second time. Yeah, because I don't see those yet. So Intel numbers are out. I mean, again, I'm on the website, though, but I'm not even... I only see the conference call. Oh, third quarter financial results, October 3rd. Q2 earnings, Q3 14.2 revenue, estimate 13.54. Ocean's contract, oh yeah. I think it's clapped. Yeah, we already went up. Amazon did good. That's it. We would have got clapped if it would have worked if they got clapped. You see fourth quarter revenue 14.6 to 15, 14.3 was the estimate. Fourth quarter EPS 44, estimate was 31. Skechers, they have reported already. Let's see. Yeah, so Intel's out. Intel's out, but very, very... I think Intel, you're going to even have a little bit more juice there because it's not all the way there. That butterfly clapped. If you made that play, you would have lost $30, yes. I didn't make the play. Again, I was just trying to show you guys an example so you can understand it a little bit more. CMH, big pop. Are you saying CMG? Chipotle did come out. Again, there's Ford, Skechers. They reported. They beat. Again, Intel beat on pretty much everything, it looks like. I don't know if there's even any scary headline. Yeah, no, so I did get back a news thing. Yeah, their investor site was down. So something's weird with the reporting of this. So this is what I got as when I looked it up. It says investor relation website is currently unresponsive. But the number, people have the numbers circulating, but yeah, revenue 14.2, estimate 13.5, data center and AI 3.8, estimate 3.94, client computing 7.8, estimate 7.3, fourth quarter revenue 14.6 to 15.6, and then fourth quarter EPS 44, estimate was 31. What's this? Ford balance sheet includes $4 billion contingent liquidity facility that the company secured in August in anticipation of business uncertainties. Cash flow is $4.6 billion and 12 through the first 9 months, with $4 billion being a credit line. Yeah, Amazon still clapped. Chipotle, I mean, this is the first set of earnings that are holding up for now, but it's still way too early to tell. Financially, I got the numbers, but something did happen a little weird there. That's why I was wondering why. So again, my wire just spit out that, like, literally it said the website is unresponsive. And it gave me a reference link to China. The fuck is this? Oh, weird. How do I translate? So I think the data got released naturally overseas. LHX 2% pop. Yeah, no, that's a weird headline. All right. All right. How do you get out of the Amazon calendar spread? I don't know which one that is. We only talked about butterflies today, but it just all depends on where Amazon opens. You're going to either hold one and close one or close both of them at the same time. The punch protection job. They did their job. All right, man. I think that's it. Honestly, Amazon, you got to wait till conference call. Intel was actually good. They anticipate a $4.2 billion reduction in depreciation expenses for 23. Intel increases estimated. Yeah, now it's hitting the wire. Intel's finally coming out. Intel change is expected to reduce ending inventory by $1.3 billion. All right. Thank you for the idea on the SPY option end of the day. I got you, baby. I got you. But Chad, I think that's it. I'm gonna play one more uncle. We didn't even have any uncle today. Now that I think about it, so I'll get you one uncle, and then you'll be good, man. You'll be good.
$2020, baby. Yeah. Got the color, got the put. I can make the money both ways, always. I can buy the whole chain, go away. Got a lot of love and throwing no shit, no games, small change. I just made my own band. Probably trading stats, but you still at the snoring. Morning, scoring. I'm just bringing more in. Hissing the DeLorean, sourcing. You could throw your own in. Drop it like a ball when you holding. I'm shorting. Skinny motherfucker, but I'm eating, seeking, scheming. I get paid for sleeping, dreaming. Hating for no reason, you a demon. Leeching, heating. Wishing you could be me, ain't easy. I told you I'ma do this, don't forget this shit a marathon. You make a move but stay in the same place, your ass a Peloton. Make 100 off a phone call, now that's a telethon. Benjamin's, Jefferson, YOLO to a ghetto spread. Yeah, you know I invented that. Who's been like a Trinidad? I'm moving like a president, can kill me like a Kennedy. I'm trying to be a better me, but they just keep on tempting me. Release the demon, set him free, he come back, bring me 50 G's. Nowadays it's hella smoke, your game like I'm from Babylon. My capital got stamina, I wrap it up in lemon. Talking in new blabbering, but I'm not understanding, bro. You hating and complaining, but you still watching the channel, bro. I do this for the real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. Do this for the real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. Chicago, now I'm buying cribs when I ain't need.
Guess the harvest plenty and the workers always few. Chattadonia, very interesting one. Very. Amazon is looking just like Facebook yesterday. You got bad Ford now that you got to deal with. You know what I'm saying? You got some things in the background. You got some things in the background, bro. You got some things in the background. Tomorrow is going to be another wild one. We'll see by the time the conference call. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe I give you a live watch list, but this time on Twitch. Maybe we do the 2K. Maybe I don't do the watch because I got to actually fucking drive, bro. I got that contractor. They ended up going there, and I have to go there now, man. It sucks. It sucks, man. I'm like, fuck it, run it. So we'll see how we going to work it out here. But, baby, let's go. Chattadonia, I love you. I hope you know you're blessed. Thank you all for a wonderful day, man. Keep the vibes up. And honestly, I don't know what you think you've seen. But if the real volatility emerges, y'all ain't seen shit yet. Okay? I say that with love. And I mean to tell you, that means whatever you think you've experienced, it could change in a week then if we get real volatility. I'm just telling you right now, though. That's all. So just get ready, man. It's either going to go back to what it was this year or we return. I was born in Scranton. Yeah, I was. It's in Puerto Rico. In Puerto Rico, Alaska. In Ukraine. Yeah, that's why I know of what they're going through. Exactly. Don't. Anyways. Chad. But I love you. Thank you again. Shout out all the members. All the non-members. The stream alerts. Everybody holding it down, man. And again, once again, if I could thank you for showing some love and respect to your Chads, allowing positive discourse, not hearing one thing and then shutting off your brain because you heard one thing that someone said and then assume the rest of it. But listen, shared information. We're part of the day, especially when it's going crazy. Oh, man, for real, though. That's what I'm telling, man. It's real love, and I love to see it, bro. So God bless you all if that's what you've been on. And I hope if not, man, and if you've been stressing out, bro, like, look around, bro. There's a lot of reasons to stress out. You're not the only one, man. So I hope you be easy with your brothers. You know what I'm saying? And relax. And remember, if you could sleep through the storm. You don't feel me. So, Chad, I love you. Enjoy the day. God bless you all. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, the New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, baby. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. And literally, why you can sleep through the storm and just understand how things change as quickly as they come and go, my friends. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. man. I got you, bro. I got you. That's it. Have a good day, Chad. I gotta go. I'll give you one more though. You know, somebody said it. I hit you with it.
Yeah. Another day, another divvy. Hater still a bitch. Riding through your city,
love yourself, bro.
When the market crash,
you better
I'm
sleep
about
good,
to
bro.
triple
You
net,
better
turn
sleep
the bag
good.
into a boat off the buy, let it sit.
You become what
I
you
ain't
think
talking
about.
drugs,
Don't forget.
I got a lot of keys. Open lots of doors, but that shit didn't come cheap. From the moment I was born, it was them or it was me. But I still show them love, paying homage to the king. People hella fake, they do it easy. Why you got something to say, but you ain't speaking? How you know about the play, but you ain't eating? It's a shame they can't do it before they speak it. New levels, new devils like Dante. No Kendalls, no Ellens, no Kanye's. Cause I learned a little lesson from my madre. You don't wanna gain the world and lose your soul, man. But that's another lesson, you should know about it. Asking if I heard, bitch, I told you about it. Don't be so dramatic. You ain't Lil Wayne, making little money, but I bet you gon' feel the same. I'm still a little vain, grew a little with the pain, changed a little with the change, change the thought, change everything. Thank you, God, for the day, for the sun, for the rain, for the joy, for the pain, the divvies and the trades. Another day, another divvy. Hater still a bitch. Riding through your city, screaming, say that 10%. When the market crash, I'm about to triple net. Turn the bag into a boat, off the buy, let it sit. I ain't talking drugs, I got a lot of keys. Open lots of doors, but that shit didn't come cheap. From the moment I was born, it was them or it was me. But I still show them love, paying homage to the king.
Make a little money, but I bet you're going to feel the same. Yeah, I'm still the same. Grew a little with the pain. Changed a little with the change. Change the thought, change everything. Thank you, God, for the day, for the sun, for the rain, for the joy, for the pain, the divvies and the trade. I love it. I love it. Is he riding with the Lord? Amen, bro. Let's go. And praise God. I haven't even lost my voice. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. That's just good, man. It's not released yet. We've had delays. Again, with F350, it took me out from time for helping Uncle out. He's old. He don't know how to post that shit. So, and then again, I got to go, bro. I got literally, man, it's messed up, man. It's messed up. We out here, though. We ready to go, man. That's it. You can love it. It's okay, man. Not even your genre. Still, like, I appreciate it, man. Even, bro, love, even being able to show love, bro, in a world that just wants to see everything but love, man. I could appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? So God bless you, Sky Soldier, and salute. I hope so. If you've served too, man, thank you. You know what I'm saying? It's a crazy world we live in, man. So God bless you, and God bless the Chad. Oh, and get ready, baby. Get ready. So I'm going to see you guys tonight. If not, tomorrow morning. No worries, and God willing, enjoy the rest of the day, and peace out. I'm back. Fuck it. Come on. What's up? What are we talking about? I'm telling you, who's Michael Johnson? I thought it was Michael Jordan. I said, what? Hold on. That didn't make no sense. When did we vote him the Speaker of the House? I thought he was a small forward, but he's a tall guy. Even if you're tall, you can play small forwards. What we got to tell the kids. It doesn't matter about what they label you at. We got to work together with Republicans and Democrats because the Republicans are evil demons. So we got to work with them, and we got to be fair, but you can't work with the evil demon ones. That's all, but we want bipartisan. Okay, anyways, I'll see you a little. I'm going to leave, man. I'm going to leave you in a little bit, man. I'll leave you in a little bit. Yeah, man, anyways. See you guys. Exactly. Honestly, I have not had much to say, Chad. Then I don't honestly. They elected a Jesus lover into the Speaker of the House, and I didn't. I have no questions. I yield back my time. They somehow, I don't know how it happened. Hold on for a minute. So you mean to tell me the other guy? Nobody. They didn't vote for nobody, but the guy who said Jesus, they did. Exactly. I yield back. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye. Good evening. See you later. The market.